I haven't. Hold on. You're jumping the gun. You're jumping the gun. We're gonna hear the music play, and then you're gonna start. Hold on 1 second. Let the music play, and then Dick starts.
You're on the Six Screens Telenetwork, earning the reputation of giving all the right ingredients, uninhibited, in exposing the hard, cold facts about the Watchtower Society. Disney.
Well, hello everyone, and welcome in to our program tonight. DNC. We have Donnie. I'm Donnie. I'm saying that. In fact, it's just it's getting me confused, but it's okay. It's DNC. It's Dick and Connie. It's not Donnie. It's not, but it is Connie. Okay, well, it's okay. It's all right. But we've got a great couple coming on here tonight, and they're gonna be able to. When you're trying to multitask it, as we do here at the Six Screens, sometimes things do get a little confused. But you guys, you know who you are. I know who you are, Dick and Connie. So, anyways, you're on here with us tonight, and you're talking about gaslighting. Well, many people have been gaslit in the Watchtower, and they're continuing to be gaslit. And they're going to give you the whole rundown on all of this. So I think you'll find it very fascinating. So you're on with us, Dick? You're on with us, Connie?
Are we ready?
I think you're ready to go. Okay. So you're here. I'll kind of disconnect, and you take the program away. Yeah.
Well, good evening, everybody. This is my fifth attempt at the introduction, so I should have it down pretty well by now. Anyway, what we're going to be talking about tonight is gaslighting. Now, if you've been in the cult of Jehovah's Witnesses, more than likely you've experienced gaslighting, but you're really not sure what it is. It's a psychological process that the Watchtower has really mastered, and we're going to be getting into the details of it very, very soon. And it should be very important to all the Jehovah's Witnesses because it's like trickery. They get you to think a certain way, the way they want you to think. And they're going to try to convince you that their way of thinking was really your way of thinking, that you really thought these thoughts on your own. That's kind of the basics of gaslighting. My wonderful wife has done a lot of research on it. She's got notes all over the place. And they're really great. I just can't read them. Right? So big. But anyway, the term gaslighting, if you don't know, it comes from a movie. It was filmed in 1944, and it tells the story of a man that was a real heister, a liar, a deceiver, and he marries this woman to get into her house. And he was looking for some jewels and rubies that this woman had. And the term gaslighting comes from that woman lived in the attic of this house, or the upper room. And every time this man would be with his wife, he'd try to convince her that she's losing her mental faculties. He would go upstairs and he would look for these precious jewels. And when he did, he turned the gas light up so he could see. And in those days, you had gas lights on all floors. And if you turned up the gas light on one floor, the other floors would go dim. That's the premise of the movie. And I would say to anybody, if you can get on YouTube and look for it, it's really a pretty good movie. So that's where the term gaslight comes from. It comes from a movie. Now, a further definition of that, my lovely wife will explain.
Okay. Well, gaslighting is a slow form of brainwashing that makes a victim actually question their own reality. And it is a manipulation tactic And the purpose behind it is to gain power. And believe it or not, it works very, very well. So what I'd like to say tonight is there's different settings of gaslighting. You know, you hear it a lot today, and I never really quite understood thoroughly what it meant. So tonight we really want to define it, and then we want to explain 11 red flags of gaslighting. I'm not sure if we're going to be able to get through all of them tonight. If not, then we'll have this as part 2 in 2 weeks. But there are red flags, 11 of them, of gaslighting, and they do occur in relationships. Now, one thing I'd like to say, because this is really a psychology teaching that we're trying to educate the public. And what I'd like to say is gaslighting is something that can occur between two people. Okay, it can happen between a husband and wife, boyfriend and girlfriend, siblings, family members. It can happen with dictators. It can happen with cult leaders and abusers, and even if you have an employer. So it can happen in many, many settings. And what I'd like to say is, let me define narcissist first, okay? A narcissist is basically characterized by someone who has, who's characterized by a grandiose sense of self-importance. Their ego is very, very strong, and they think very, very highly of themselves. But then yet a narcissist will also have a lack of empathy, which is having feelings for other people's emotions. And they have a narcissist has a need for excessive admiration. They want all the attention. They want to be front center stage. They love the attention. And they believe that they are very unique and they deserve special treatment. Okay, so as we're going through these 11 red flags, we'll see what we can get through tonight, but we do want to have audience participation as well. Think about if this is something that maybe you are encountering in the personal relationship with someone or your employer or whatever, because, and then we will also, of course, tie it in with Watchtower for sure. But what's very interesting about gaslighting is it is a psychological toxic emotion, and it is designed to manipulate and control your thinking to the point that you question your own reality. And it's done very slowly. It's done over a period of time to the point where you start to question your own reality and you think, well, you know, maybe I misunderstood what the person said or my husband said or my wife said or whatever your setting is. And maybe I was wrong about that. Maybe the person is correct. So we're going to go into some explanations of this point by point. And I'd really like you to think about this in terms of Watchtower, but I'd also like you to think about it in terms of maybe your own personal relationships, because it is a very dangerous behavior. And basically people who are gaslighters, like I said, it could be abusers, narcissists, cult leaders, dictators. Anyway, the thing is that they're very crafty about this, and they're very insecure people. They have low self-esteem, and they can con anybody. So anyway, that's what we wanted to start off. And it's also it's a very dangerous relationship to be in, especially if you are the victim. And my suggestion is, once you realize this, you definitely want to be aware of it, because you might not be aware of what's happening, and you want to get out of that relationship as quickly as you can, because it is an abusive relationship. So we've got psychology in here, and we're going to tie it all in with Watchtower. And you think about how this is affecting your life and Watchtower's place in it, because that's our focus tonight. Okay, the first thing I'd like to bring out of the first red flag of gaslighting in a relationship is the gaslighter will tell blatant lies. They will just outright lie to you. And the reason why, they'll even lie right straight to your face. And the reason why they do this is because they are setting you up as a precedent. Because once they tell you a lie, then you are not sure that anything that they say after that is true. And their motive is basically to keep you unsteady, off kilter, and that's their goal. Okay, so this is something to think about. They tell blatant lies. That's the first one. And Rich, is there an example with Watchtower that you wanted to address in this one?
Yeah, thank you, Connie. One of the worst things that they do is once you walk in the door of a Kingdom Hall, they start telling you, you are in the truth. Everything that we say is true. And once that locks in the back of your brain, when you're told that C.T. Russell was a wonderful man, and then you read that he was involved in a con of Miracle Wheat, selling Miracle Wheat, which was crap wheat, you know, you say, oh, that can't be true, because the Watchtower said C.T. Russell was a wonderful man. Also, Rutherford. Well, Rutherford was a great guy. Rutherford was writing letters to Hitler. Rutherford did a lot of horrible things, but you got it in your mind. Rutherford was a wonderful guy because you're in the Kingdom Hall, and the Kingdom Hall is telling you that you're in the truth, and they're telling you that Rutherford was a wonderful guy, but he wasn't. But you're going to believe what the Watchtower tells you. That's the first steps of being indoctrinated into what we call gaslighting.
And just a side thought in reference to that, you know, the majority of us were not born, of course, through when C.T. Russell was around, or even maybe possibly Rutherford. And what's interesting about Rutherford, Rich and Rick have discussed it many times several years back, but what's interesting about Rutherford is that he was very much of an alcoholic, and he also was a womanizer. And what I found very interesting about his history is that actually when he died, no one came to his tomb except his son. And to me, that says a lot. I mean, he was the president of Watchtower, and yet nobody befriended him or wanted to even go to his funeral. I think that says a lot. So that's the first flight. The second one we'd like to address is the gaslighter will deny that they ever said anything, even though say you have party A and party B, right? Party A is the gaslighter, party B is you. Okay, party A, they say something. They say something to you that is untrue, and yet they will totally deny it, and they'll deny it to your face, even though you absolutely have proof of it. That is a gaslighter, okay? And let's see, Rich wants to say something here.
Yeah, going along with the gaslighting, we all know if you have a truth book, the blue book that came out, I think it was published in 1966, it said Armageddon was going to come in either, depending on who you talk to, was supposed to be the fall of 1975. Everybody knew it. They printed 3 million of those books, or placed 3 million. Everybody knew it. Then they had the audacity after 75, around 1980, come out and said, listen, you brothers, the Watchtower never said, governing body never said that 1975 was going to bring Armageddon. And yet you get 3 million books saying the proof that lives to everlasting life, that Armageddon was going to come, definitely in the year 1975. And they'll tell you, we never said that. And they know that those of us who were around, in 1970, 1975, 1980, we know what they wrote, we know what they said, but they will absolutely bold-facedly lie to you.
Yeah. Many of us studied in the early 70s with the Truth Book. But the Truth Book was known as, besides the Bible's #1 book published in the whole world, the Truth Book was #2. And so many people came into the organization with the Truth Book. I know Anne Marie was involved with it. I was, Rich, many people were. That book brought in a lot of JWs to get baptized. And in the early 70s, you know, they kept saying the end of the system is coming in October. Well, we found a video. It was very interesting on YouTube, and it was Freddie Franz at one of the conventions, and he said it was going to be September 8th, which I thought was interesting, the 75. But the point is that Watchtower, you go back to any of the bound volumes. Do any of you friends have them? I'm sure you do. Go back to 1971, 72, 73, 74, 75. Look at the bound volumes and you will see, if you still have them, you will see that Watchtower was pushing the end of the system, okay? I got baptized because the end of the system was coming in 75, and Rich, you did too, as well.
Absolutely.
So, you know, and then when it didn't happen, this is what's interesting. 250,000 people left. That's 250,000 people left the organization. That's a lot of people because they realized it was an absolute lie. And then Watchtower had the audacity to say, well, you know, brothers, we never did say a certain date was going to be the end of the system. There were some brothers that ran ahead. Well, no, we did not run ahead. We were just following exactly what the governing body members were teaching.
What they're teaching right now in the Jehovah's Witnesses is they tell you, do not record these, you know, these talks, you know, when you go to a district convention, don't record it. When I was in, because I used to get time and a half on Saturday, I'd say to my wife, listen, go tape it, and I'll take it into work because I could listen to the tape while I was doing my work, and I would get the knowledge and I would get the time and a half. Now they don't want you to do that, and the reason they don't want you to do that is they absolutely know proof positive that they are going to lie to you, and they don't want you to be able to throw it up in their face.
Well, and then they have everything done digitally, so that's why they discarded the majority of the magazines and all that content and so forth in the books, because that was the evidence of what Watchtower taught. And a few years back, I couldn't tell you exactly, but I know it was a few years back, they had the brothers and sisters discard all of their old books. So if it's done digitally online, Watchtower can change it. But if it was in print with a physical book, there was the evidence that was going to be used against them. So anyway, so the first one's blatant lies. The second one is that they say something and they deny it even though there's proof. Okay, then a third example is they use the gaslighter. When I say they use what is near and dear to you as ammunition. And so you would like to explain about that?
Yeah, what they're always telling you, what they've been saying for centuries now, Armageddon's right around the corner. And I was told that if I was not in good standing and my wife was not in good standing, that when Armageddon come, my children would die. Jehovah would kill them. But I believe it's pretty severe to think about it now, but that's what they taught. And if you were to leave, you know, Jehovah's, they always say, if you leave Jehovah, well, you're not leaving Jehovah. You're leaving the Watchtower Bible and Tract Society. You're leaving the governing body. You're leaving the lies. I know myself, I consider myself a Christian, a much better Christian now than I ever was when I was a JW.
Yeah, and that's been the case all along with regards to disfellowshipping, or even if just somebody leaves the organization, you're a parent and you have children, there's that emotional blackmail that, oh my gosh, you know, your children are going to die at Armageddon. And that's exactly what a gaslighter does. And Watchtower has done that in the past. They still do it today. Okay, did you want to say something else?
Yeah, they coerce you into staying in the organization and financing it and build quick bills and knocking on doors and so forth. They've also used to coerce you into not having a blood transfusion. They had the liaison committee and so forth. Now they've done away with the liaison committee. and now it's up to your conscience. It just goes to show you that this organization is always changing its policies, its doctrines. Our Heavenly Father is one God. He doesn't change. What he says at one time, it will be what he says all the time. He is not a God of confusion. The Watchtower is from Satan, the devil, who is a God of confusion, and he's a very, very cruel God of the system of things.
Okay. Now, should we open it up, Rich? You want to open it up?
Yes, star 6.
Okay, star 6, for anyone that would like to comment on what we've said, if you have anything to share, now's the time. We'd love to hear your thoughts. And if not, then we will keep going. Okay, let's continue on. Okay, number 4, the gaslighter, what they will do is they will actually wear you down over time. Now, this one is really huge. You might not even realize that this is happening. The thing about being a JW is that, you know, it's like the hamster that's on that wheel that just keeps going forward and forward, and you're working harder and harder, and you're so exhausted, and it's never good enough, and it's never enough as far as the standards of the organization is concerned. And it's like the analogy of the frog. You know, the little frog that's in the pot? You put him in the pot and you have him in water, and he's just sitting there in the water, and then you turn up the flame and it gets a little bit warmer and a little bit warmer, and, you know, he doesn't realize it, but, you know, he's getting a little bit sleepy. The warmer you turn up that temperature on the pot, and before you know it, you're boiling that frog to death, and he's not even aware of it. Well, what's interesting about a gaslighter, they operate the same way. They have a lie here, they lie there, they have a snide comment here, they have a snide comment there, and then as time goes on, it starts to accelerate and it starts to ramp up. Okay, and it's very easy for people to get sucked into gaslighting because it happens very, very slowly and it continues to accelerate. What I wanted to say in reference to this was, to me, this is a big one. Stephen Lett has made a comment. You can watch him on YouTube, and he has said, okay, this is where the gaslighter will twist things. This is where they lie. They blatantly lie. And he said, well, you know, brothers, there are some apostates that say that we have pedophiles in the organization. And isn't that ridiculous? Because we just love children. Okay? They keep saying that over and over and over. And they don't want people in the organization to do any research, because God forbid the people inside the organization realize they're the frog that's being, you know, cooked alive inside that pot. And the point that I'm trying to make is the child sexual abuse cases, you know, it is so rampant. If you've listened to Barbara Anderson on the show, she said that the child sexual abuse cases have gone back all the way to the 1940s. Okay? I think many people are very, very shocked to find out that pedophiles are acceptable in the organization. It's not only, Watchtower teaches it that it's a sin, it's not a crime. So they cover it up, and they have the blue envelopes and everything that only the elders know what has gone on in that organization. Rich, how many did you have in your congregation?
We had 5
Yeah.
that I knew of.
Rich had 5, okay, and not one of them was disfellowshipped. And excuse me. And so, you know, you find out about the excuse me, I'm losing my voice. You find out about the cases that are up in Pennsylvania with all the elders that are up there. And these pedophiles have been around for a very long time. Watchtower conveniently, okay, I'm being sarcastic here, conveniently has a 2-witness rule. Now, I remember sitting in the Kingdom Hall hearing about a 2-witness rule, but I thought it had reference to, well, you know, maybe if there's some type of discrepancy between 2 brothers and there's some kind of contention between the 2 of them, there needs to be a second witness to be able to clarify things. So it doesn't get out of order. That's what I was thinking a two-witness rule is all about. No, a two-witness rule has reference to even pedophilia, okay? Now, I was fortunate enough to be able to meet Candace Conte and her mom. They're wonderful people. They've moved on with their lives. She was the young lady that was in Northern California over in Fremont that was molested by Jonathan Kendrick, and he was a pedophile. And anyway, she got the largest sex abuse lawsuit against Watchtower, and she actually won. And I'm very proud of her. She's been able to move on with her life. So nobody can tell me, nobody can absolutely tell me, when we were out there in front of that stadium in Massachusetts, Rich and Rick and I and all of us, this one sister looked at me because we had the signs up there talking about the child sexual abuse. And she looked at me like, you know, we were just making this up. And I said, no, we're not making this up. I personally know Candace Conte. So hopefully, you know, people can really wake up. But, you know, if you have children, you want to be sure that they're safe. The point I'm trying to make is that Barbara had said, and, you know, you can do the research on this too, you know, you think, where in the world, I just want to say this, because this one's huge. Where in the world did the two-witness rule come up with, right? Okay, well, Watchtower uses it, and it's from the Hebrew Scriptures, the Old Testament. Okay, but my question is, why are they using a scripture from the Old Testament that, of course, they're taking out of context when Jesus came to fulfill the law and we're not under the Old Covenant? Well, apparently, there are governing body members like Chitty, and also, help me with the other one, for Mark Palo.
Yeah.
I'm drawing a blank on his name. Anyway, he sexually abused Mark Palo up there in Bethel in the tunnels. The name will come to me. But anyway, there was an allegation with regards to a governing body member that was in Australia, Ted Jarrett. And Ted Jarrett was over there in Australia at the branch office. And apparently there was an allegation of him molesting children. Barbara even brought this up. But the point is that he was removed from his position. His name was Ted Jarrett. He's passed away now. But he was accused of molestation. I don't know if it was one child or several children. Oh, yeah, the other one's Greenleaf. That's right, that molested Mark Palo. Thank you. Anyway, Ted Jarrett had to step down from the branch office in Australia. Okay, so what's my point? Well, this is my point. Ted Jarrett is the one that set up the two-witness rule. Isn't that convenient? He set up the two-witness rule, and Watchtower still uses the two-witness rule today. Now, just think about what I just said, because that's quite powerful. So what a gaslighter does is they will lie here, they will lie there, and over a period of time, they will wear you down. And this is very, very huge. Anything else you wanted to add to that?
Yeah, one thing the gaslighter is going to do is they're going to give you the mentality is them against us spiritual people against them worldly people. That's really big with them. They want to pull you into their society and make you think that everybody in the world who is not a Jehovah's Witness is dishonest, is despicable, is a sinner, is horrible, will not be around after Armageddon. That's what they want you to think. And they want you to also think that these brothers, these elders, especially the elders and the governing bodies, traveling overseers, they're wonderful, deep spiritual people, and they're in the positions they're in because of Jehovah's Holy Spirit. So you should be listening to the truth, what they call the truth. Anything that comes from the platform is the truth. And if you hear anything negative about Jehovah's Witnesses or the governing body, that's evil, apostate, lies. Should never listen to it. Don't read anything. Don't read the Crisis of Conscience. Matter of fact, a sister called up years ago on 6 Screens and said she read the Crisis of Conscience, told an elder, and the elder said, "What are you reading? That's apostate literature." said, well, I have some questions about it. Oh, no, you don't have any questions because we're just fellowshipping you. They just fellowshipped her. But, you know, the society, this is gaslighting. Society says, like, be like the Bereans, and challenge everything, read everything, study, you know, do your research. This sister did the research. She got this fellowship.
And another thought in reference to that, I remember studying the Truth Book, and it's, if I'm not mistaken, it's chapter 2, and it's entitled, Why is it wise to examine your religion? Remember that one, Rick?
I do.
And so Watchtower was, you know, as a Bible study, you're thinking, wow, you know, this organization of Jehovah's Witnesses, they must be pretty open-minded, because, you know, you want to be sure that what you're learning is based on God's word. And I remember being impressed with that chapter. What's interesting about it is it applies to all the other religions except Jehovah's Witnesses. When you want to take that information, why is it wise to examine your religion? You cannot examine and question Watchtower, because if you do, no matter who you are, rank and file, elder, anyone, okay, you're apostate. You're an apostate. So,
Yeah, if you have any kind of questions and it's something you don't understand, if they don't themselves, if they can't explain it to you, they're going to tell you one of the biggest lies. Wait on Jehovah. They said that to me at my baptism when I asked, you know, these Israelites marching around Jericho, and they go in there and they kill everybody. You probably know the story. And I, you know, one of the reasons I got out of the Marine Corps, it was because, you know, I didn't want to be blood guilty, and because, you know, combat is a horrible thing to go through. And I thought, you know, this is the only religion that has it right, because they don't let their men go into warfare. And now I'm in an assembly hall getting ready to get baptized, and they got the Israelites climbing over the walls of Jericho and killing everything, man, woman, child, donkey, doesn't matter. They killed everything. So when you ask, listen, I don't understand that. If you're a newbie, they'll try to explain it to you. If they can't explain it to you, here's where the gaslighting comes in. You wait on Jehovah, Brother Borgie. The Holy Spirit will come to you after you get baptized, and you'll understand. I said, okay, you know, that makes sense to me, because I was ignorant. I was a newbie. I didn't know much. I didn't know the Bible that well. And I wanted to live through Armageddon, you know, and that's what I wanted. So I became a Jehovah's Witness.
okay. Does anybody want to star 6, ask any questions or make any comments at this point? If so, feel free to.
Hi, guys.
Hi.
Hey, it's Eric. How you doing?
Oh, good. Hi, Eric. Hi.
Hi. Yeah, it's a good subject tonight. It's not technically gaslighting more as much as it is lying, but recently, and I'm surprised, and if Rick did talk about it, I apologize, but recently Gary Bro and another brother from Bethel have been subpoenaed from the court to the courts for lying to them.
Wow.
And Gary Bro just said in a governing body video that, or update or whatever, that the governing body never lie. They always tell the truth, but yet, like, they are blurring the perception of what the people think of the governing body, because he's just been proven to the courts to be lying, because he says he doesn't know the policies. They're all avoiding getting in trouble from the courts for the child sex abuse in Montana. They're in deep shit for it. Pardon me, but they're in deep manure, and they've always gaslit us. Think about "Make the Truth Your Own" song. Make the truth your own, right? I don't know all the lyrics, but how could you possibly do that? If the moment when that song came out, if sisters or a brother wanted to wear a beard or a sister wanted to wear slacks, that would not be making the truth your own, even though it would be. Like, they say make it your own, but they don't mean it, and they they set you up for failure. But anyway, I thought it was a great topic, and I just wanted to leave those quick couple points. Thanks, guys.
Yeah. Sure, honey. Well, thank you. I was just going to say, see, one thing about a gaslighter, this is what you have to understand. You have to ask yourself, well, what is really their motive? What's behind all this? What they try to do when they're lying is they're trying to deflect. They're trying to take the responsibility off of them, because the person who's a gaslighter is the liar. So you say A and B. The gaslighter's A, you're party B. Party A is the liar. But what they do not, and we'll get into projection as well, but they will try to pass that on to you by lying and call you the liar. Okay. And then now you're starting to question your own reality, like, wow, maybe I am wrong. But the point I'm trying to make is what you were saying, Eric, that a gaslighter does not want to, number one, face the truth. They do not want to face the truth, and they do not want to be accountable. Okay. It is a very toxic, psychological, destructive behavior. And like I said, it happens with abusers, it happens with dictators, narcissists, and cult leaders. Did you want to go ahead?
Yeah, Erica, I just have another thought. You touched on something I just want to comment on. Sure. For years and years and years, I sang this song at the Kingdom Hall. And I'm only going to do a verse or two so people don't leave. It's a, we're Jehovah's Witnesses. We speak out in fearlessness. Here it comes. Ours is the God of true prophecy. What he foretells comes to be. I'm singing that song in 1978, and I'm thinking, what happened in 1970? The prophecy in the book, the truth book. And what happened to that prophecy that in the fall of 1975, 6,000 years of mankind's existence is up, and we will, the truth book uses the word definitely. Now, everybody's reading it, but they're saying, oh, Jehovah's the God of truth to see. And we're supposed to believe that Jehovah inspires the governing body to write, because his Holy Spirit goes to the anointed, and the anointed tell the governing body, or the governing body or anointed tells them directly, and they put it on paper and they send it out. And that's how we get it. Well, it's a bold-faced lie, but people didn't leave. I mean, they would say, it's 1978. They're still singing the song, he's the God of true prophecy. That's your gaslighting.
Well, I wanted to say something, Eric. I'm Gary, his last name, say his last name, I know it's a French name.
Timmy Negro?
No. He's talking, he's talking about that circuit over there that was on YouTube. Anyway, he said, Eric, he had said, that CEO, he said, we will never change the two-witness rule. Remember? Mm-hmm. And then the other thing is you could see as he was talking in that conversation about, we don't like, if you really watch the nonverbal communication of him, which is when there's a choice between watching what somebody is, or listening to what someone is saying and watching their behavior, watch the nonverbal communication, okay? Because the nonverbal communication will speak volumes to you. When he said that, when he was talking in that discussion, he had a little smirk on his face. Did you catch that, Rich? Mm-hmm. He did. He had a little smirk, like, we're going to pull this fast one over all the brothers and sisters with regards to what we're saying, because it doesn't really match up with what our behavior. Okay. So anyway, then you want to go on to the next one, Rich? You ready for the next one?
One more comment. Yeah, going along with them telling you that worldly people are all degenerates and the only ones that are spiritual are Jehovah's Witnesses. They don't want you to have family ties at all. If your parents or your sisters or your brothers are not Jehovah's Witnesses, they want you to cut the cord. Just cut that. Have nothing to do with them, because they're not Jehovah's Witnesses. Their worldly ways will bring you down, and don't listen to anything that they have to say, especially if they're negative on Jehovah's Witnesses. they're apostates. Stay away from them. They want you in their cult. They want you in their cocoon to do what they want you to do. And ultimately, they want you knocking on doors. They want you going to quick bills. And actually, the end game for them is that if you spend 50, 60 years as a Watchtower slave and you die, they want you to will your home and all your property to the Watchtower. That's their end game.
Well, one thing that they definitely do, and we'll get to it a little later, but Rich just touched on it, is a gaslighter enjoys isolating you. That is one of their key tactics so that they can have more control over you. And we'll get to that. That has reference to disfellowshipping and the disassociation and the shunning policy. But that is a huge, so he's a little bit ahead of me on that, but we'll get to that. Okay, now, number 5, the gaslighter has actions that are completely different from the words, and that's what I had just mentioned. What I wanted to say in reference to that is the issue of 1975. They kept preaching about it, but then yet it never came, and that's why 250,000 people walked out and said, you know, this is a false religion, you're false prophets, and, you know, we're leaving. So a gaslighter actions and their words are not in harmony. They're just the opposite. They say one thing, but their actions are different. The other thing I wanted to say in reference to this is, you know, right now, Watchtower is just, they have been for some time, begging for more and more money. At the conventions, they have even ATM machines, which they never used to have back in the day. Well, why? I mean, think about this. They have this media center that they want to build, right? And it's $150 million, $150 million. It's a media center. Okay, why do they want to build this media center if the system is coming to an end? Mm-hmm. Do you see the difference? They say one thing, but then their actions are completely opposite. That is gaslighting. Okay? Go ahead.
Yeah, going along with Connie's thought, I know most of you on this audience doesn't know about Natick, Massachusetts, but that was an assembly hall. And they started building it in 1973. And it, you know, wasn't finished till, I think, early 1975. So you're going to invest $1 million into a building that is going to be destroyed, or Armageddon was going to come, and the brothers would only be able to use it for at best a year. It's just unbelievable the things that they tell people they expect them to believe. I remember Rick showed me a piece of paper that he wrote to the United Nations and asked, was it true that a governing body member was a member of an NGO or was representing an NGO and also representing the Watchtower Bob and Track Society? And in fact, it was true. And the Watchtower denied it for a long, long time. Then it was just too many people found out about it. It was in the newspaper, and they were kind of denying it. And then, well, if it was in the newspaper and it wasn't true, why didn't the Watchtower Bible and Tract Society sue the newspaper? Well, they didn't sue them because it was true. And that is so indicative of how Jehovah's Witnesses work. We had C.T. Russell was proven to be a fraud. Rutherford, that came after him. I mean, we alluded to it. He was a womanizer. And they had a brother that was like the second or third in command at the Watchtower during Rutherford's time. And he pointed a finger at Rutherford and said he was a womanizer, a drunk. He was all kinds of horrible. He was degenerate. So Rutherford, being a lawyer, took this other brother to court for defamation of character. And Rutherford lost because everything he said was true. This is a form of gaslighting. But even though it was in the newspaper in those days, how corrupt Rutherford was, people stayed in, and people kept saying, yeah, well, we're in the truth. This organization is being directed by Jehovah's Holy Spirit, and they get these elders that have no training. I know the ones that were on my judicial committee. You know, one guy sold tools out of a truck. The other guy was a house painter. The other guy was a school bus driver. But they want you to believe that the elders will lovingly take you under their wing and they will direct you in the way you should go spiritually. I would tell anybody out there, if you go to the elders for help with anything, it'd be at your peril, because their only concern is keeping the congregation clean. And the most filthiest part of the Watchtower is the governing body.
Okay. All right.
Hi, Dick. Connie.
Hi.
Yeah. Yeah, hi. It's Tim. How are you?
Yeah, hi, Tim.
Can you hear me? I just want to
We can hear you fine. Go ahead.
Yeah, what you're saying here, that about their gaslighting, the two most effective bits of gaslighting is, one, the governing body is God's channel, and two, the apostate thing. There's one thing common with most ex-witness testimonies. When it comes to looking up apostate things, no matter what so-called sin they've done, and they're cool with the sin, they're always scared to look up the apostate thing because it's so drummed into their head like it's the worst thing. They often say, you know, I got nervous when I was looking it up. I was breathing, heart was pounding, all that type of a thing. So it's super effective, that gaslighting. And the governing body propaganda, Dick mentioned that song. I'll talk about another old song here, which just goes to show how far back it goes. There was this song that was called "This Is the Way in Which to Walk." I don't know if you know it, in the old songbook. And if part of the lyrics was that Jehovah, he has a fine channel that's surely unique, and through it he chooses to warn and to speak. And that was the lyrics. And they're talking about themselves in that song and saying that God chooses to warn and to speak through them, which zero proof of that, zero whatsoever, because nothing they've said ever comes true. But also, yeah, I won't ramble on forever, but I will say this. I mean, you have to have a Christian mindset, I suppose, to believe this, but there's a scripture in the Bible that was, it was about the apostles, where they said, do not, if you're thrown into prison, don't, fear about what to say, because the Holy Spirit will teach you what to say. So if they're so-called, have the Holy Spirit, it would make sense that when they're in courts, the Holy Spirit teaches them what to say, which clearly it doesn't happen. The Australian Royal Commission was a classic case of that. If anyone had the Holy Spirit, it was the prosecuting judge. And I want to leave you with the thought that the best thought that he smashed the two-witness rule with, to Jeffrey Jackson. He brought up a scripture in the Bible that talked about a woman getting raped in the field on her own. No two witnesses. And the Old Testament clearly says that the perpetrator should be stoned. Now, then he said to Jeffrey Jackson, do you think Jesus would have alluded to that scripture if he was asked? And instead of just saying yes, like agreeing Jesus would have, because a common sense person would know, yeah, surely Jesus would bring that case up. The governing body, who loves to state hypotheticals, on this case, Jeffrey Jackson goes, oh, well, I don't really know. He goes, I'd love to ask Jesus, and then cringe, I hope to someday. Yeah, right, that's not going to happen. But the thing is, that principle is there in the Bible. It shows that with a crime of rape, you didn't need damn well two witnesses. They could scrap that tomorrow if they were serious about anything. And it's been going on for years, but they choose to talk about other non-biblical, other not in the Bible, clothing and what you can and can't wear. So I would say at this point, with what the history of the child abuse and what you were talking about, how Barbara Anderson says it goes back to the 40s, they're not changing it because they don't want to change it. So I would nearly say, what are you hiding? Yeah, so when Gaslit and he goes, we don't, or, that's stupid voice that he does in his face. They protect pedophiles. Well, sorry, Stephen, you might not outright protect them, but your policies do. Anyway, interesting topic, and thanks for letting me speak, and I'll just keep listening. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, Tim. Well, you know, what I wanted to say in reference to this is, you know, there, like I said, the actions say one thing and they don't match the words. And the big, huge one on this is the issue of pedophilia. You know, the organization has everybody believing inside that are totally brainwashed and gaslit that, oh, this is Jehovah's organization and it's so clean, it's so squeaky clean. Well, it's not, because there are so many pedophiles. And the thing is, they have a 2-witness rule. And the reason why they have the 2-witness rule is to cover their fannies. Okay? Pedophilia is, in the organization, is only a sin. It is not considered a crime. You talk to anybody in law enforcement, pedophiles and their behavior is criminal behavior. It's a crime. They get locked up. It doesn't matter if it's a Catholic church, doesn't matter if it's a boys club, doesn't matter who it is. When you start raping children, that is a crime. And Watchtower only considers it a sin. Not only do they only consider it a sin and not a crime, but they cover it up with their 2-witness rule, which is totally cherry-picking the scriptures and weaponizing it to their advantage, okay? Because they do not want to deal with the truth, okay, of how rampant this problem is in the organization and how rampant it has been since the 1940s. And number 2, they don't want to be held accountable. That is classic gaslighting right there. So they point the finger, okay, here we go. They point the finger at all of us who are speaking the truth and saying we are the liars when they are the ones lying and they don't want to be accountable. But you know what? Different states and countries are making them accountable. And when people inside the organization really wake up that we were the ones telling the truth and Watchtower was lying, then people have a choice to say, well, you know what? My daughter or my son was raped. Nothing was done. And we're out of this organization. It's filthy. It's absolutely filthy. And one other thought, I'd just like to say this. Barbara was in the organization, in Bethel for like about 10, 11 years. And she gathered all this information from all the letters that came in around the world. You know, I was sexually abused. My son was sexually, my daughter. Letters just came flooding into Bethel. And she thought, wow, this is amazing. So she made a copy of all of them. And she put it in one big, gigantic binder. And she thought, you know, she was doing the right, this Barbara Anderson, she thought she was doing the right thing. So she took it to one of the governing body members. She didn't say which one. That's okay. No big deal. And she thought, you know, brother, you know, you need to see what's going on. There's all these letters and allegations coming in of all this child sexual abuse inside the organization with elders. And that governing body member looked at Barbara Anderson and said, shh, be quiet. Put that binder away and tuck it away and don't share that with anybody. Okay? And this came from Barbara Anderson. And when she realized that, she thought, oh my gosh, this is unbelievable. So she stayed in Bethel for some time after that, just so she could collect all the information, all the evidence, all the letters and everything. And she has all that. But the governing body members do not want to be accountable. That's a gaslighter. Go ahead.
Yeah, as we know, the Watchtower Bomber Tract Society is a corporation. Mm-hmm. Corporations are in business for one thing, make money. Now, they're always trying to sell the idea to the rank and file that Armageddon is right around the corner. What they always say is we're in the last seconds of the last seconds of the last sections. Sorry. And yet they're building a major media center, and it probably won't be finished in the next 5 or 6 years. It's a $150 million, I think Rick said.
150 million?
$150 million, yeah, a lot of money. It doesn't make sense But you say, well, I check my brain because everything that I hear from the platform or I read from the society is the truth. They've stuck that in your head subliminally in through literature, through talks, through forms of hypnosis, that this is the truth. And everything you hear, and if you hear something doesn't make sense, what does Rick always say? It doesn't make sense from a human standpoint, like there's some other kind of standpoint. I mean, from a human standpoint, just trust us because we have the truth, and we want you to take out a mortgage and sell your house and give us the money. That they haven't said that yet, but that's coming. I can almost guarantee you that they're gonna get every last cent they can out of you. Does it make sense to sell off 5 or 6 Kingdom Halls in Massachusetts and then build a quick build in Massachusetts? It doesn't make sense, but it does monetarily because they're selling these Kingdom Halls that have been dedicated to Jehovah's name. They're selling to other religions. My Kingdom Hall that I worked on back in 1972 had a big crucifix on the top of it. That was dedicated to Jehovah God by a governing body member who was anointed. Does that make sense? Well, you know what, brothers? You just don't understand what the society had to do. They'll come up with some BS story, and even though you get very intelligent Jehovah's Witnesses, they might have some form of education. They're going to buy it because they heard it from the Watchtower, because they've been hypnotized to believe that everything they hear from the Watchtower is the truth. And I can tell you almost everything that you hear from the Watchtower is a stinking lie, only to make money and only to coerce you, only to make you give up your possessions. If they don't get you to give up your possessions, they want you to go up to Warwick and work for nothing. That's how they operate.
Well, they want you to give up your life, give up your whole life. Just, get them for them. Somebody. Hello?
I'm here.
Yes, go ahead, please.
And I was nice what you were saying about so much.
Uh-huh.
And about, it's nice meeting you, Dick and Connie.
Oh, thank you, dear. Thank you.
And about that rule, they make this pretense that from the Old Testament. I'm going to say what they actually are Judaizers.
Well, they cherry-pick the scriptures, honey. They cherry-pick the scriptures, just twist it, for their own belief system, their own ideology. And yet,
it's actually a doctrine of the ancient rabbis, and they're what Paul called the Judaizers, as it says in the Bible.
Yep. Well, thank you, honey. We appreciate your comment.
But I was just happy to share that. It's nice meeting you.
Thank you, honey. Nice to meet you, too. Thank you for your comment. Love you too, sweetheart.
Thank you.
Okay, now, the sixth thing, number 6 of a trait, a red flag of a gaslighter is, now keep this in mind, like I've always said, it can come from a corporation, it can be a personal relationship. Okay, so we're trying to help you in a lot of ways here. The gaslighter will throw in positive reinforcement, and the purposes of that is to confuse you. It says the gaslighter could be a person or an entity that's cutting you down, emotionally, verbally cutting you down, and telling you that you don't have any kind of value. And now what they're doing is all of a sudden they start praising you for something that you did. The point about this is it's a calculated attempt to keep you off guard. You start to see, oh, my husband or boyfriend or whatever keeps putting me down, breaking me down. You're not good about this, or I don't like that, or whatever the case is. They're putting you down. They're cutting you down. And then all of a sudden now, out of the clear blue sky, they have some kind of comment that's positive reinforcement. Well, what's the purpose behind this? Why would a gaslighter do this? The purpose is it is a psychological manipulation to have you off kilter, off balance, so that you question your own reality. And then what ends up happening is that you start to question your own reality. And then after a while, you think, well, you know, maybe the gaslighter really knows what he or she is saying. So this is a tactic that a gaslighter will use. Did you have something in reference to that as an example, Rich, that you wanted to bring? Or I can't think of one. And well, I can think of Watchtower says you're good enough. You're good for nothing slaves.
Well,
I always say that.
I kind of alluded to this earlier in the evening, but disfellowshipping in the late 70s and the early 80s, they came out with a Watchtower stating that you can start talking to disfellowship people. You can have them over for dinner, because I had a sister-in-law to get disfellowship. And 6 months later, you can't talk to them anymore. So you lose your balance. You know, well, how come if Jehovah's directing this organization, how come they keep on changing the rules? I mean, big, major rules, you know, not like today, well, you can wear a necktie. You don't have to wear a necktie, you wear pants or even a beard, you know. This was major stuff. And even today, with the new rules that they have coming out, they're going like, well, you know, if you have a blood transfusion, that's up to your conscience. Well, part of that is because they got sued so often. They said, well, you know what? Because money talks. So if they start losing money, then they're going to change their policy, just like any other business that starts losing money.
Okay. Well, the thing is, too, is that Rich sort of tied in with the seventh point, which is where the gaslighter will use confusion to weaken their victim. And your point about disfellowshipping. Disfellowshipping started in 1952,
Right.
and then you had your sister who was disfellowshipped. So they weren't able to associate and have her come over and babysit their boys, and then the organization flipped it and changed it. And most of us, you know, people, we like stability, we like normalcy, we like a regular routine, but stability is important for many of us. And the gaslighter loves to interject confusion into the relationship. And the purpose behind that is to weaken you, to break you down. Okay. Anyone else would like to comment in reference to any of these thoughts? Okay, if not, we'll keep going. Do you want to say something?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, thank you. Go ahead, please.
Hi, this is Stefan. Really enjoying this program. I was thinking when you were talking about the gaslighting, I was thinking about the gaslighting that was so evident when they made that change in policy about the beards. Because we all know, if you've been around England at the time, you could not wear a beard. You could not advance in the Jehovah's Witness organization if you wore a beard. I was born in '67, and I remember reading articles in the '70s about how witnesses would be witnessing to the former hippies, if it's okay to use that term, and how they gauge their spiritual progress is when they shave their beard, shave their goatee, shave the long, cut the long hair, stop wearing bell bottoms, stop wearing the peace sign, and all of this stuff. And if they didn't stop doing those things, they would just continue to study and move on to other people. So we know doggone well that you could not have a beard, when sisters could not continually wear pants. Those things were prohibited. But yet when they came out, they didn't say, well, we've changed our policy. They said, well, you know, the Bible never said you couldn't wear a beard. You know, what's the problem? You guys were the ones who said all this time that you couldn't wear a beard. And if I started wearing a beard if I was an elder, I would have been demoted, and if, you know, maybe even disfellowshipped at some point. But the gaslighting that was so evident was the way that they handled it. So not only did they put it off on the witnesses, as if the witnesses don't understand the Bible. I mean, the Bible doesn't say you can't wear a beard. What are you guys doing? Not only that, but they also told you how to feel about the change that they made. Well, what if you thought, this shouldn't have been the case all along? Does that prove you're right? No, you ran or whatever, whatever it was that they said. But when I heard them, my mouth just dropped. I said, wow.
Yeah.
They changed the policy, essentially blame it on a misunderstanding on the witness's part,
Right.
and then tell you how to feel about the change in their policy.
Right. You're
And
absolutely
that
right.
was just such an obvious case of gaslighting right there before your very face.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I don't know, honey, if you had a chance to see the video that Jimmy Bell and John Ledger, the two of them went to the Kingdom on the Memorial Night, and they approached, I don't know if you saw it, but they approached a brother. They didn't know, I mean, they figured he was an elder, but they didn't know he was the elder that was giving the memorial talk. Anyway, John just really sort of drilled him about this and that, about the beards and the changes of everything. And and the elder tried to really sort of backpedal, I'll say the term backpedal. And what's interesting about the whole conversation is that the elder, because it's on YouTube, anybody can watch it. It was the night of the memorial. And the elder who was giving the talk, he never once gave a scripture to back up the change of policy. It's a policy. It's not scriptural.
Oh, yeah.
Watchtower, these are man-made rules and regulations. He did not give one scripture.
I've got one better than that. And this was the second thing I was going to mention. This goes back to the CSA. There was another video a little bit before the one that you're referencing, where a circuit overseer and another brother came to Jimmy's residence.
Oh, yeah.
And Jimmy started recording. But the thing that shocked me when they got on the topic of the CSA, the circuit overseer said to the effect, well, and he named the European country. He said, well, in that country, the age of consent is whatever. It's not even a teenager in that one country that if you engage in sex with somebody that age, it's not considered a crime in that country. And I tell you, I had to just stop the video and just think about that. A circuit overseer making a statement that in a certain country, the age of consent, that it's legal to have sex with a child. This is coming from the mouth of a circuit overseer.
Right.
And I couldn't help but think of that idiot Stephen Lett, who I just hate with everything in me, who made the statement about who says that we are permissive towards pedophiles. Your own circuit overseer just said it. Who in their right mind would in a conversation about CSA say, oh, well, in some country, it's okay to have sex with a child who's, 10 years old. As if that's somehow a justification for anything.
Exactly.
So they are permissive towards pedophiles and protecting pedophiles. Who in their mind, right? When I just had to stop the video and just think about that, I was like, oh, this organization is so corrupted, it is beyond repair. There's a scripture in Proverbs or Ecclesiastes that says that which is crooked cannot be made straight. This organization can never be straightened out. Never. It's done. It's over with. It's satanic, and the only thing that you can do is destroy it, get rid of it. And that's why when people say to me, well, how come you don't go to meetings and go back to the and all that? And I say, there's a verse in Revelation that says, get out of her if you don't want to share in her sins.
Right.
If you could just go be a part of an organization and just, wait around for them to get everything right, then Joe wouldn't have said that in Revelation. He said, get out of her if you don't want to share in her sins. And if you can't see the sins of this organization, I don't know, you're lost. You are totally lost.
You came from another planet, in other words, Yeah. Because you're totally lost. You came from another planet if you don't even really realize what's going on inside the organization. And then if you really call yourself a Christian and you really believe it, because there's a lot of genuine, sincere people in there. Once you really see what this organization is all about, I don't know how anybody can be associated with an organization that has so much filth. I mean, one of the worst things you could ever do is to rape a child. And what I was going to say in reference to this, Stephan, is Muslims, they believe in the Quran. in their book of the Quran, it's permissible to rape children. They think that that's all right. They think it's acceptable.
Yep.
They do. They do.
Yes.
So when you made that comment in reference to what the circuit overseer had to say, I mean, you either, love evil and you don't mind seeing children raped and the destruction. Like I've said before, there are a lot of children today that just go totally missing. Like in the situation of Maui, it's such a beautiful island over in the Hawaiian Islands. Well, I don't know how that fire started. Maybe it was started intentionally. I don't know about that. But how many children, Rich, were there that they just disappeared? I mean, the fire apparently started at night, and all these kids are gone. They can't find the children. Where are the children? They're gone.
Wow.
And
I did not know that.
Yeah, and what a lot of pedophiles do is they will rape and destroy these children, and then they kill the children. I mean, that's an absolute fact. Epstein did that. If you ever do the research on that, children are just, and the reason why they murder them is because they don't want any trail that it's going to come back to them. These people are very evil. So I don't know how anybody be a part of an organism.
I don't either. I don't. I would be thoroughly and entirely embarrassed, and it's like, it's frightening when you talk to a witness and you just see how they shut down their mind, refuse to hear any evidence to the contrary, and they don't know what's going on in the court legal system. They don't see all the negative reports. I don't know if you guys saw this. My understanding, I've only seen 9 minutes of it, but there was another Vice expose, or I should say an expose on the Vice network, and it was a Jehovah's Witness, I guess a former, or no, I think he's active, and because he wears a disguise. And this is now the second Vice expose that I know of, just with Jehovah's Witnesses. And if you go online and pull up, there's like 2 pages worth of stuff, everything from the CSA and what went on in Australia and all these court cases. And yet these people will just ignore that and just keep right on going with this organization. It's really scary because it makes you think of Jim Jones and how those people drank that Kool-Aid, and the ones that didn't drink the Kool-Aid and wanted to get away, they were shot and killed. They couldn't get away from the situation. And I'm not saying Jim Jones is going to happen today, but it's just a scary reminder of how far things can get out of control with these cults. And you try to wake people up, and they just won't.
I think, your point is always so well made, Stefan. We just, always love your comments. And I was going to say, I think, it's like someone having their head in the sand. It's like, how can you see what's going on? Unless, unless something like this happens to your child, or your niece or your nephew, or you've heard of situations where in the organization, not just the organization, we've heard of others, where the child is molested and they go to maybe the mother, and the mother doesn't even believe them. Okay. I mean, that's right. Personally, I have a friend, she's grown, we work together, and just a lovely person. She was never a witness, but her father, they lived in Southern California, and she had a couple of brothers and sisters, and her father started molesting her from the time she was 3 until she was 10. And it was always at bedtime. And I said to my friend, what in the, she said it like, we're out taking a walk. You think she's talking about the weather. It's like, oh no, my father would molest me and rape me as I was growing up. And I was like, whoa. And I said, well, where in the heck was your mother? She says, oh, my mom denies the whole thing. I said, really? Your mom denied the whole thing? She says, yeah, my mom denied the whole thing, that she didn't know anything about it. Well, this is what exactly happened with Joyce Meyer, the religious leader. And Joyce Meyer's mother had a mental breakdown because she knew exactly what was going on. Okay, it's the same house, and yet she wasn't there to protect her child. And unfortunately, Joyce Meyer was raped for years and years. My friend's case, her father committed suicide at when my friend was 10, at the age of 10. So she never got pregnant, as far as I know, but still, this stuff happens in the organization and out, and yet one child that is molested and raped is one too many. And when you start covering up that, oh, it's just a sin, you know, we have to have a blue envelope and we have these notes and we'll send it to the legal department. That's criminal behavior, okay? Not only is it criminal behavior, but then they start to destroy all the evidence, okay? Oh my God, you know, we've got these elders that are in Pennsylvania and the authorities, her name's Henry, she's the she's the DA, she's the district attorney, and they're going to start cracking down. Oh my God, you better start, you know, whether it's that case or another, start destroying the evidence. That's criminal behavior. And Watchtower doesn't have any problem with that. That's criminal behavior. And these authorities are getting in tune of what Watchtower is all about. I just don't know how anybody can be a part of an organization that rapes children.
I don't know. I like I said, for me, I think the vast majority, like you said, that bury your head in the sand is a great expression. I think that's exactly what they do. And you know, something else that I wanted to just tie in was a statement that Stephen Lett made in the district convention. I think it was last year's or maybe the year before, when he called babies enemies of God. I was really shocked. I was really shocked. And in fact, when I first heard that, I thought, oh, that can't be, you know, that can't be right. And I asked a family member who went to the district convention or watched it on the website, and they said, no, he never said anything. See, that's your problem. You listen to all that stuff and they lie and this and that. And I said, well, that's interesting. So I went back online, and they even had the day. It was the first day. It was the morning, and they even gave the time slot. I went online, pulled up the exact area that the internet said, listened to it, and that's exactly what he said. I played that for the family member. And this person immediately said, well, see, that's because we're imperfect and this and that. I said, wait a minute. In the span of 5 minutes, you went from a governing body member didn't say that and wouldn't say that, that's apostate lies, to now it's totally okay because he was just trying to explain imperfection, all within 5 minutes. And that goes back to the gaslighting, because they'll tell you how to think about a thing so that you don't actually think about it. You're going to think what they want you to think about it. And that's when I really realized how diabolical and evil this organization is, because they can essentially do, it's just like Donald Trump said one day, that he could go out in the middle of the city and just shoot somebody dead and everybody would still vote him for president. It's this, we can do whatever we want to do because we control you, we control your mind, we control what you think and how you feel. And that's scary.
Well,
that's really scary.
You know what, honey? The thing is that, remember the scripture, it's one of my favorite scriptures. It says, out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks. So when you start saying that children are enemies of God, I mean, first of all, such a lie, okay? That is not scriptural at all. It's not scriptural. It's very, very evil. Only an evil person would make something that evil.
Yeah. I mean, think about when Jesus. Remember that point that Jesus on the night before he died. You remember he was with his disciples, and then the young ones ran up to him, and the disciples went to shoo them away. And he said, "No, let the young ones come to me. The kingdom of God belongs to such like ones." And I said that to a family member. I said, "That's not even scriptural. How is this man just up here making these statements and nobody says this is not even scriptural?"
Right.
Well, but I like the way you think. I really do. As a matter of fact, Stephen Lett, every time I see him, I want to vomit. He's just really. Well, I can't. If I look at this guy for any length of time, I want to throw up. I just want the audience to know that we've been watching YouTube a lot, and there are so many programs out there that show the Watchtower, how bad they are. The YouTubers, the pedophile thing is such a serious thing, and they will tell their rank and file, we don't have a problem, even though they're getting sued left and right all over the place, Royal Commission, the whole bit. No, if there are any pedophiles in Jehovah's organization, they infiltrated us. No, they've always been there.
Come from the prisons.
Yeah, well, yeah, I'm sure you're recruiting in the prison, and the prison is saying, well, you know what? We want to get out of prison. Yeah, so what we're going to do is we're going to tell the parole board, I found Christ and I dedicated my life to him, and we're going to be a Jehovah's Witness. The parole board doesn't know any better, so yeah, they release them. They release them into the congregation, and you know what guys do that are locked up together for a lot of years. I mean, right. we all that.
Yeah.
Well, right. Anyway, there is a situation right now where children are going missing. Connie alluded to it. Thousands, and it doesn't make the news. It doesn't make. Thousands of kids are going missing, and Johnny the Bethlite, before he's probably killed, said there was a big sex scandal heading towards the governing body, and then Johnny disappeared and nothing ever happened. So there's a lot of that going on, but they will tell their rank and file, there's not a problem here. Maybe one or two traders get in, but we at Six Grains and all these other people, YouTubers, are exposing the Watchtower, and they will tell their rank and file, these are evil apostate lies. But here's the caveat to all this. If they're lies, why aren't we being sued? I'm Dick Boyd. I live in Atlanta. Why don't they come and sue me? Why don't they sue Rick Ferrin? Why don't they sue Six Screens? We've been on the air for 20 years. We haven't gotten a lawsuit. We haven't got a desist letter. Nothing. Because what we are telling on the air is the absolute truth. And all these brothers that are doing YouTube videos and so forth, they're telling the truth. If they weren't telling the truth, the Watchtower, who has a myriad of lawyers and money, would be going after these YouTubers. But they're not going after them. It's true.
That's exactly right. Yeah. I'll tell you, I've only been an ex-witness for about 6 years, I believe now. And, of course, I've heard all of the don't listen to the apostate lies, the word lies, right? I have to say, I haven't heard one single thing that was a lie by any quote-unquote apostate, not one. Conversely, everything that Watchtower has said, when they go beyond the things that are written, has turned out to be a lie. Without exception. Every single thing that they've said has turned out to be a lie. Nothing that quote-unquote apostates say has been a lie. Everything that Watchtower has said, when they go beyond what is written, has been a lie. Now, you want to talk about doing a job on somebody's brain when you come out of that thinking you had the truth, only to realize you never had the truth. You had nothing but the lie.
That's right. That's exactly right, Stefan. I mean, can you imagine being in so many years and then someday you wake up and you think, holy mackerel, I've just spent 50 years, my whole life, for a corporation, and this whole thing was just an illusion, and the people that they accused as apostates were really telling us the truth, and now my life is almost at the end, and I can't get this time back. I mean, holy mackerel, you know? It's serious stuff. Serious.
And just going back very briefly to that Stephen Luck comment, I brought it up and forgot to make the point that I was trying to make. The point that I was trying to make is if a governing body member is telling all these witnesses that children are nothing more than little enemies of God, perhaps that desensitizes them so that when the CSA happens, it's just kind of disregarded because they're little enemies of God anyway.
Yeah, because they're worthless anyway, right? They're just children.
They're worthless anyway. So what difference does it make?
Right.
And that's why I firmly believe that what's really propping this organization up, if anything, are the women. And Rick Ferrin, in a completely different way, brought that point out when he was talking about how the sisters were complaining that they can't find any males because there's no males there for whatever reason. I'm hoping the males are not there because they're waking up. But if the sisters that are still there really knew what was going on, I wonder would they stay or would they leave? If they knew about the CSA and if they knew about all the lies, would they stay or would they leave? I don't know the answer to that. I'd love to think they would leave, but you never know.
I think, honey, it's just something that has to hit them personally. It has to, unfortunately, for some people to really just wake up. I think it has to be, their child or their niece or their nephew or somebody that they personally know and they love and care about, and this happens in their own family. Or you have somebody who really loves truth and righteousness, and I mean genuine truth, where they have a love for what's right and what's wrong. And you don't have to be a rocket scientist, but nobody deserves to be deceived in this organization. And that's why, many of us are on here. We're spending our Saturday nights to really help people to reason with it. Rich's kids have, we just saw him on Facebook, and, Rich hasn't seen your son. He's like
30 years.
Yeah, about 30 years. I mean, that's how evil this organization is. They want to, and we'll get into that. Use isolation. That's actually the next point. But the thing is, that's how evil this organization is. You leave this organization, whether you disassociate, you've outgrown them, or you disfellowship, whatever happened, no one's perfect. And, you're just crucified for the rest of your life, that you're just, rotten. You're just not worth anything. But that's not what the Bible teaches. That's not what the Bible teaches at all. That's what these man-made do in order to manipulate, control people's minds. It's very evil. Very, very evil.
I never, it's when you realize how evil this organization is, and it's like you said, the illustration that you mentioned about the lobster, and I can't help, there's times when I sit down and really just think, how in the world was I a part of this? Why didn't I see this? Because I'm so embarrassed to be my age and just waking up when I see people online who say, I just never believed it. Or I woke up when I was in my, when I was in my 20s and they left. And I was like, why? How was I in this thing for as long as I was? I mean, there's nothing you can do about it. You can't go back and change the past. But once you realize that, yeah, you're right, evil and diabolical, because they know what they're doing. They know what they're doing. We can. That was when I started waking up. That was the first question I asked. Does this organization know that they're teaching an untruth? And I was talking specifically about the 607. Do they know that? But then when I read books and started reading Christ Jesus the Conscience, I said, no, they know darn well that they're speaking mistruth, and they're doing it anyway. Even up to the present, I heard a video with Jackson. I forgot what his name is. I always want to call him Joe Jackson, but that's not his name. Something Jackson. He's still talking about the destruction of Israel in 607 BCE. Here you are, 2024, and you're still using that erroneous date. So anyway, please continue with your program. Thank you.
Yeah, no, it's all good. We appreciate that. Let's see. So the other thing that I wanted to say on number 8 with regards to gaslighters, and we've touched on it a little bit, is they project. Now, I want to give you an example of what I'm talking about. So say you have party A and you have party B, and party A is the gaslighter. Say it's a husband, a boyfriend, could even be, the wife. It doesn't have to be a male. Could be your boss, whatever. Okay, so what they do is they accuse you, party A. They're going to accuse you of something that you did not do. Okay? Like in the movie, it was really interesting. The movie, the husband was so conniving that he stole the woman's, his wife's brooch. And he accused her of stealing it. He says, that brooch is so beautiful. What'd you do with the brooch? And anyway, she's, well, I didn't think it matched the outfit. She was just trying to not get in an argument. And, I thought this one would be prettier, this necklace that I'm wearing. Well, anyway, long story short, he hid it. And he was like driving her crazy because she went all over. They're apparently very wealthy, and I think it was in the setting of England. And she's asking the maids, can you help me find this brooch? It must be behind the counter or something. I can't find it. Well, the husband had taken it and hid it to drive his wife totally crazy, and so that she'd question her reality. Okay? Or another example would be where somebody is accusing you of something that they've done. And yet, you know, you're questioning your reality like, wait a minute, you know, this doesn't feel right. You know, when that little inner voice tells you, right, we all have that sixth sense, not just women, but you get that little sixth sense that says, you know what, this doesn't make any sense. It doesn't feel right. This is not settling in my spirit, right? There's something wrong here. Pay attention to that. Pay attention to that, because the gaslighter is the one who's really at fault. They're the one that is lying, or they're accusing you of cheating, whatever the situation is, a stealing, whatever. They're the one, that's their behavior. And like I said, they do not want to tell the truth, and they do not want to be accountable. So they deflect it. How do they deflect it? Because they project it. It's like a ball. They take it from themselves and they toss it over to you. That's projection. They're accusing you of their behavior. Okay? That's projection. Go ahead, Rich.
Yeah, I just had a thought I want to throw into the conversation. They will have you believe that if you are disfellowshipped, that Jehovah disciplines those that he loves. That's the biggest BS story you're ever going to hear. As most of the audience knows, back in the 80s, I was an adulterer, and I was disfellowshipped for it in the late 80s and the early 90s. My son, once I got disfellowship, my sons, once they turned 18, the Watchtower told them, you don't have a relationship with your father because you're 18, you're an adult, and child support stops. My sons haven't talked to me since the late 80s, early 90s. And that is, you're supposed to believe that this is love when one of the 10 commandments, the 5th commandment, is to honor thy father and mother. They don't talk to me, but you know, in the JW world, my sister and everybody else who's the JW, well, they're doing the right thing. They're not talking to their father. As a matter of fact, if one of them were to call me up and tell me that they love me or something like that, they could be disfellowshipped for talking to a disfellowshipped person themselves. And they would have to believe, if they had children, that if they were disfellowshipped, that their children would die at Armageddon, which is right around the corner. It is so lies upon lies, propaganda all the time. They flip-flop on these major things. I mean, how do you think a Jehovah's Witness would feel who refused a blood transfusion for their 9-year-old daughter, and that 9-year-old daughter died? No, it's just up to you. I bet that young father and mother who lost a 9-year-old child wished that there was no liaison committee, wished that they had a choice. It was up to their conscience. I can guarantee you that father and mother would have wanted that child to live. But now they changed the policy, and you're not supposed to even question it. That is gaslighting. And they keep on reinforcing this idea in your head. Everything you hear from the governing body, everything that's in the Watchtower, everything that's in the white magazines that was still around, all comes from Jehovah. It's all written under Holy Spirit. That's gaslighting, and that's how they get people in. And no matter, like, if I try to talk to my son, absolutely, Dad, you are disfellowshipped, and everything that comes out of your mouth is going to be lies. That's what they guaranteed people, that disfellowship people are enemies of God. Yeah, I had a weekend moment back in the 80s. I did something I shouldn't have done. I admit it. I prayed for forgiveness. I believe it came. But it's not good enough for me to tell these brothers, I've been forgiven. I've had the blood of Jesus poured over my head, right from top of my head to my feet. And, you know, my prayers, I feel, are being answered. I get it. Right now, I have a beautiful wife. She is definitely an answer to a prayer. No, they will not give that any credence. I have to stand at the back of or sit in the back of the game hall for 1, 2, or 3 years, like Larry John Wayne. 3.5 years because he had a weekend moment and had sex with somebody he shouldn't have. 3 years. And in those 3 years, and I know when I was trying to get reinstated, you go into deep depression, deep, and you're more susceptible to committing any kind of sin when you just don't care. I don't want to get into a whole thing about me, but I just want you to know that is what gaslighting is. When they tell you that the person's being dealt with because God loves them and He's disciplining them, that's bull.
Okay,
Hey,
so,
hey,
yeah, go ahead. Mm-hmm.
hey, Dick. This is Gilbert. Hey, so I agree with you, especially on the phrase of gaslighting. I totally understand where you're going with it. I agree 100%. But we all have different ways of viewing things, and different things ring to different people. Now, what as far as gaslighting is concerned, what always rang with me was when the Jehovah's Witnesses took out from their Bible, they take out the simplicity of the Christ, and they change it with the sincerity. And the reason why is because I believe in the concept called keep it simple, stupid. KISS, keep it simple. And when you make things complicated, this is what I tell people all the time. It's my quote: simple made complicated is evil. This is what human beings we do. We take something that is so simple, like let your yes be yes and your no be no. Just answer the question, yes or no. Don't give me an explanation, yes or no. A lot of people can't do that because they're not of the spirit, they're of the flesh. And they have to protect an organization, they have to protect their job. They always have to, that's why they can't just answer yes. That's why they can't.
Welcome into the live 6 Screens conference calls. We thank you for joining in. To speak up and talk, press *6 on your telephone. When you are done talking, press *6 to mute yourself. Remember, when you are unmuted, your phone is a microphone and picks up on all noises in the background. We hope you enjoy the programs tonight. You will now be placed into the conference.
If you are the host, press star now. Please enter your PIN followed by the pound. Thank you. There are 15 participants in the conference. Recording did not start because your storage is full. Please log in and delete recordings or purchase more storage from your account.
Complication where people are gaslit, but also enjoy it. They enjoy the ride. And this happens a lot like in businesses. It happens in government bureaucracies. They actually think they're doing a service to humanity because they're shoveling papers. They're stamping approved, denied. Everyone's thinking that they're contributing to society because they stay busy. But that doesn't mean you're actually doing anything good. And that's one thing I've learned, about the truth, is that a lot of times we mistake, and I learned this from Zig Ziglar, we think that because we confuse we confuse being busy with accomplishment. No. We think that because we went out in service, we gave a speech, we did this, that we're actually doing something. And that's how they get us in that, you're gaslighting. And that's how because they make everything so complicated. Mm-hmm. And as human beings, we love complicated. I'll give you an example. We love 401k, Social Security. We love tax forms and everything. And God says, no, just pay me 10% and gold and silver is money. Think about that. Think about how simple God made things. He made gold, He made silver, and He made a 10% tax rule. And if you were very poor, He made concessions for very poor people. I mean, talk about simplicity. Oh, we love, if the more complicated I make my religion, the more followers I'll get. Look at the Catholic Church. That's complicated, man. It's complicated. God love my Catholic brothers and sisters.
Yeah. Well, and then
So
when
that-
people were into so much debt, God, set the Jubilee, which was after 50 years, any kind of debt you had was completely wiped clean. So you weren't in debt anymore.
Well, even on that comment, what you just said, it was very simple. There was when God spoke, there was no like, well, what if he makes 100,000 a year? What if he makes 95? No, it was very simple, and Jesus spoke that way too. And so this is the one thing, like I check myself all the time. Is like, do I love things that are complicated? Do I love the truth, even though it hurts, even though I'm guilty? If you really do love the truth, if you can really just answer the question yes or no, and keep it very simple, then you know that, hey, this is how you test yourself to make sure that you're staying on the right track, by simplicity. And then when you start looking around you, you're like, no wonder everything is so complicated. Well, that's how they get them. But yeah, no, I'm not knocking the gaslighting thing. It's just we all use different words because it rings to us because we have different experiences.
Right.
And so that Bible text really hurt me when I found out that the Jehovah's Witnesses took that the sincerity of the Christ, that they replaced that with the simplicity of the Christ. Every Bible uses the simplicity. So it personally hurt me. And I'm like, you sons of Jezebels, you guys knew all along. We can't be simple creatures. And that's why I love the phrase, keep it simple. But I agree with you on the gaslighting thing. And that's why Satan complicates the English language or whatever language we speak in. He makes everything complicated. That's how they get us.
Yep. Well, thank you, Gilbert. We appreciate that comment so much. I was just going to say, moving on with this, just a side thought with what you just said. When you really just read your Bible and you're not getting involved in reading all of Watchtower's literature, when you just really open the Bible and read it, which of course Watchtower doesn't want you to do, you realize that God is love and there's grace and mercy. And Watchtower, they don't really believe that. Because if they did, they wouldn't be disfellowshipping people. They wouldn't be having a judicial committee meetings. They wouldn't be destroying people's lives. And people wouldn't be committing suicide and isolating themselves because of the disfellowshipping and all the drug addiction and the alcoholism and the, going out and, okay, now I got the freedom to do whatever I want. So, I'm going to have sex with anybody and everybody. People act out when they're in so much emotional pain. And Watchtower, does not teach God's principle of love and of forgiveness and of grace and mercy. Okay, that's why Jesus came. We were all sinners. We still are. But what I wanted to say now, just moving on here, is one thing that a gaslighter will do. Watchtower is a master on this one. This has to do where they will, and Rich alluded to this already, this is number 9. A gaslighter will try to align people against you. Okay, so what am I talking about? I'm talking about isolating you. Why do they do that? Well, because they want to control you. How is this done in Watchtower? Disfellowshipping, disassociation, okay, the shunning policy. This is their master technique of manipulating you in your life and destroying it. They say, oh, it's to keep the congregation clean. No, it's not. Why is it? How is that possible when you have all these pedophiles that are flooded in the whole entire organization and many people don't know it? A lot of elders do, but many of the rank and file don't, and that's why we're exposing them. So isolation gives them control. How does it give them control? Well, once you're disfellowshipped or you leave this organization, nobody, even your own family members, cannot speak to you. Why is that? Because if they knew what went on in that judicial committee meeting and what was said and how it was handled, it would blow your socks off to really see that the organization is diabolical. Okay? And that's the truth. That's what's so beautiful about this show is we can come on there and we can help people. We know there's people in their rooms or in their homes that are just totally suffering, okay? Suicidal, All right. This organization has no love or empathy. I'm not saying to sin. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that we're all imperfect, and isolation is one of the cruelest things you can do to another human being. Look at Jim Jones. Okay. I'm from the Bay Area. Jim Jones was basically in my backyard. He had like over 900 people that went to Guyana, and believe it or not, he even believed in paradise. Did you know that? He did. He believed in paradise. And he was going to find a beautiful place in Guyana with all these people to help them have a wonderful life working together. Oh, yeah, they worked their butts off, that's for sure, in Guyana. And it was all mind control. And when they wanted to leave, they couldn't leave. And guess what? They all literally drank the Kool-Aid. And it was over 900 people that were killed. Okay. And long story short, you've heard me say it before, a very close friend of mine, she had twin boys, and they were friends with one of Jim Jones's son, and his name was Jim Jones Jr. So, and the only reason why he survived is because he had a basketball practice that day, either a practice or a game. I thought it was a game. And then shortly thereafter, my friend told me that then the young man, Jim Jones Jr., was on Oprah. So anyway, these cults are very, very powerful. They're very evil. And all those people that were killed, over 900, now they're buried in Oakland, California, in a big grave that's Oakland's on the other side of San Francisco. It's out in the East Bay. And all these people are buried there. And you don't think that can't happen with Watchtower? You better wake up, because this organization teaches that, well, you know, brothers, there might be things that the elders say that you don't feel comfortable with, and yet you just have to go along with it. I'm not quite sure how it's worded, but that's the principle. You don't question us because we're the governing body members. Okay? Go ahead.
Yeah, they would like you to believe that you must obey them.
No matter what.
No matter what, because your life depends on it. It absolutely does. You know, there's so many secrets that the Watchtower is hiding. Not only pedophilia, but even in the congregations. These elders get so indoctrinated into the Watchtower that a letter has gone out to all the elders and all the congregations about the selling off the kingdom halls and moving everybody to another kingdom hall, and making it one kingdom hall has 4 congregations in it. That crazy stuff. But they tell the elders, it's a 4-part letter. Read part 1 and 2 to the congregation, but the other ones keep to ourselves, just for the elders only. Same with Shepherd the Flock book. All the little secrets that they have that you don't know about. I mean, I just, I found out the hard way about if you have 3 strikes, you're disfellowshipped. Because a lot of people have what you call things that they have a hard time, strongholds.
Yes.
Yeah, they have strongholds, whether it's they're into porn, alcohol, drugs, gambling. These things, you meet with the elders, they're going to read to you in the Bible that it's wrong. You already know that. You know adultery is wrong. You know all these things. They're going to read it to you. And if you fall into that trap, again, whether it's alcohol or whatever, or you go to an R-rated movie or an X-rated movie, they don't tell you, but if you do it 3 times over, could be 10 years, doesn't matter, you are a practitioner of sin, and they can disfellowship you. And then the other side of it, yes, smoking too. The other side of that coin is that if you're an elder, and you've been an elder for 10 years or whatever, 5 years, you say, listen, brothers, I got something to confess to you. 6 years ago, I cheated on my wife. I'm an adulterer. They're going to tell you, listen, we need you to be an elder. So if it happened over 6 or 7 years ago, it's no longer a sin. They just make up their own rules. And as you learn how this Watchtower works, you're amazed at the things you thought you knew and you don't. And how we know is we've been on, Six Screens has been operating for 20 years. And elders from all stripes, all over the country, all over the world, as a matter of fact, will call up and say, when I was an elder, we covered this up or we covered that up. But you would think the elders wouldn't do that. The elders are not in business to help you. They're in business to help the Watchtower and make the Watchtower wealthy.
It's a corporation. It's not a religion. And it's the disguise of a religion. Okay, now, number 10. A gaslighter will tell you and others that you're crazy. Well, Watchtower said worse things about all of us who are apostates, that we're enemies of Jehovah and, we're mentally diseased and all that horrible stuff. Yeah. Okay. And they do that because, they just don't want anybody to be really knowing the truth about who they are, and they don't want anyone associating with you. The point I was going to say here is it is a master technique. And the thing is that it's very abusive. It is extremely abusive. Anytime you destroy a family, which is, it's the cornerstone of just life, the family unit, that's very diabolical. Okay. It's extremely evil. And Watchtower has their manipulation, their gaslighting with isolation and falsely accusing us of things. Did you want to make the comment about your friend Kenny, what he said to you?
No, actually, I'll do that in a minute. Actually, the thing that I just wanted the audience to hear is you're always going to hear, get your go bags ready. Well, they weren't saying go bags in 1975. But now, almost 50 years later, they want you to have your go bag in the back seat of your car so you never forget that we're in the last seconds and you have to stay close to Jehovah's organization for protection. Because when Armageddon comes, the only way you're going to be protected is if you are a Jehovah's Witness in good standing. That's what they want you to believe. But, you have to ask yourself, they're building $150 million. They want you to send your trailers that you have. If you have a mobile home, send it up there. They want you up there and work. They want you to do all kinds of things for them. And yet, get your go bags ready because in any second now, Armageddon's going to come. Well, I guess they're going to put Armageddon off till after they build the media center, which I'm going to predict something. I'm not a prophet, but I just want to predict something. They're going to sell it to somebody, and they're going to turn around and they're going to make porn out of that. That's what I think is going to happen. And I think also they're going to be trying to find a way, saying, brothers, sell your house and send us the money because you're not going to need the house. We're going to make some kind of tent city where all Jehovah's Witnesses are going to be protected because Jehovah said so. I just think something like that's going to happen. I don't know, but I know how they act, so I'm thinking that'll probably happen.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and the 11th red flag of a... Yeah, go ahead, please. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's Dan. I just wanted to add on. Great show you guys got going. Really great show. But I just wanted to just add on what Dick just said. I agree. They're so full of shit, Watchtower. They're such cowards, spineless pieces of shit. And they would do that. They would do that. It used to be, we're going to stand still and see the salvation of Jehovah. We didn't have to do shit. All we were going to do is stand there and the angels were going to fly over our head and kill everybody. And that's what the message used to be. And now, like Dick said, we're going to flee. But he's right. You're going to leave your homes behind. And I just had a third element to that. And it's a prediction too. And I could be wrong. But I think the prediction is this. Leave your homes behind because we're right at the point where we're going to build new ones right after FEMA. everything's going to be wiped out, right? Because the guy went back home to look at his home because he had the chair contract and the assembly drama, and his home was burnt to the ground. So, like Dick said, they're that spineless and cowardless and greedy, and they want your money. And so they're going to tell you, we got to go to this camp. We got to stay till further notice while the devastation is happening, right? It's like what they call it, Angela, in your church, where they're going to go Petra. Yeah, they had a place, they were called Petra. We're all going to Petra. If you talk to a worldwide Church of God, they'll say we're going to Petra. We're going to the place of safety. And so it's the same thing. It's weird. It's like they adopted it. These cults interchange this crazy information. So in the movie, everybody was going to the FEMA camp while everything was being destroyed around them. So I could believe that. But I wanted to say this about gaslighting. You know, that's a relatively new word. But to me, it's even simpler than that. You know, Gigi for Gigi said, keep it simple. Okay. Gaslighting is bullshitting. Somebody may have already said that tonight. I tuned in a little late. We're out of town, but gaslighting is bullshitting. And in the old days, you know, even Jesus, he called them on their shit. He said, you're whitewashed graves, you don't enter in, you're hypocrites, you're offspring of vipers, you're a dead man's bones, you're a piece of shit. Jesus said that. And so that's the problem. I remember when I asked the elders, my friends, my best friend, Bill Barr, I said, Bill, they said we were going to the assembly and there was some new light coming out of the generation. Now, I don't know why that pissed me off, but that pissed me off because I was heavy into the generation prophecy. I had it memorized backwards and forward. This generation will by no means pass away till all these things occur. You know, it was the great tribulation, nation would against nation, kingdom became food shortages. Then the end would happen in this one generation, including the great tribulation. So I don't know what happened. If I remembered 75, watching my dad get downhearted, not really know why, but I was really preaching the generation prophecy 70 or 80 years from 1914, the end was going to come. And when I heard that they got new information at the assembly, everybody was real excited. And I just went up to my buddy, who was an elder, and it was like you guys said, I think it was number 8 or 9, where they group up against you. But I went up and I said, hey, Bill, you know, are we passing up a prophecy? Now think about this, guys. I wasn't nasty. I wasn't mean, but I was preaching that gospel. I was preaching that word. I was preaching that thing that Watchtower told me to preach. And so I looked at my buddy. Now he looked at the other elder really creepy. And they looked at me real creepy. And I came from the place while the words were coming out of your mouth and you were bullshit and your teeth were getting knocked out. That's where I came from. If you were disrespecting me, because gaslighting is total disrespect. It's saying you're stupid. It's saying they're arrogant. It's somehow they think they're smarter. So if we ever had a guy that started bullshitting, before he stopped talking, he'd be swallowing his teeth. And that's how I feel about the governing body. They're spineless. They're on the other end. They're hiding out there in Brooklyn. You know, they're talking shit online, saying they're wishing we're dead. Babies are an enemy of Jehovah. They're just doing whatever the hell they want. They're some guy the other day, I sent him a picture of Stephen Lett. It's a guy that's putting together mine and Angela's movie. And he said, who is that? And I said, oh, that's a guy that, you know, they say they give us our spiritual food at the proper time. He goes, man, if he's feeding you, I'm going on a fast, you know, because he's such a freak. But in the old days, if a guy started bullshitting us, they changed it from bullshitting to gaslighting. I think they softened it up. But in the old day, a guy would be missing his teeth because nobody would let anybody disrespect them. And I remember having that same feeling when my buddy looked at me. I'm like, well, I couldn't put it together. I'm like, why is he looking at me like I'm evil? And the other elder looked at me like I was evil. And all I said was, are we passing up a prophecy? Being dead serious, totally transparent, something that a coward can't do. And Watchtower is a coward. A coward can't tell the truth. A coward's a bullshitter. And think about it. Watchtower, you know, when 75 came and went, like they said, never happened. When I was at the assembly, I asked the guy every prophecy, generation prophecy, overlapping generation prophecy, 75. He said, never happened. My uncle. I said,
Right.
you know, what about the prophecies? And my uncle says, they never changed. I said, what do you mean they never changed? You're telling me that the generation prophecy didn't change from 75? No, never changed. Same message. And in the overlapping generation, was it a different message than the generation prophecy? He said, same message. Total, pure bullshit. And
Right.
like I said, you know, some of them may be deceived, but the governing body isn't deceived. But that's the way a coward acts. And it's
Right.
so disrespectful for someone who had self-esteem. And I don't know where the hell I got my self-esteem at, but when that happened, I was done. Right there,
Yeah.
I was done. I was like, you will not disrespect me. You will not feed me bullshit. You will not give me some new book and say Jehovah changed his mind and twisted things around and made it right. I couldn't go there. I could
Right.
not go there back then, and I still am not built. I'm not built for that kind of bullshit. My dad
Right.
was a straight shooter. My dad said I hate a liar, and gaslighting is lying. It's all the things that are not godly at all. It would be who Jesus would be standing in the face and busting their balls and telling them they're whitewashed, they're fakes, their father's the devil. He would be calling them every name he could think of.
Mhm.
And anyway,
Mhm.
that's my little rant, guys.
Great comment.
Great.
Well, the thing is that also, and a gaslighter will never say they're sorry. They will never say that they're sorry to you, okay? Because they're not sorry.
They're not, because if they're wrong about one thing, they could be wrong about others. So they're never, ever going to admit.
Well, that's right. And it takes a man, guys. It takes a man to be humble. It takes a man to say, hey, man, I got it wrong. It takes a real man. And it also takes something else. It takes the Holy Spirit, and it takes someone who loves truth more than they love the religion. That's the thing about religion. Do you want truth or do you want religion? If you want religion and camaraderie and you want, you know, group think, then you stay in religion and you do whatever they say and you follow the blind guides. But if you want truth, that's where Jesus said, come follow me. Now you got to step up and be a man. And now you got to pull up your pants and be a man. And that's what they call carrying your torture stake, or, you know, picking up your cross. You say, I'm not standing for this anymore. I'm not going to let another man lie to me anymore. I'm not going to be under fake, you know, like you said, a person that lies and then can't admit a lie. That's as bad as it gets. And that's Watchtower. And Watchtower refuses to change. And that's what I've always, I guess at one point I held out that there was a possibility they could change. But the truth is, guys, nobody changes without the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit comes in and makes you want to. Here's what it makes you want to. It doesn't make you want to agree with everybody. It doesn't want you to, it'll stand for truth. And truth will hurt. If I stand for truth, if the people around me don't stand for truth, that hurts them. You know what I mean? That's why they had to kill Jesus, because he was a walking truth. He was telling everybody the truth. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, that's what I was just going to say, Dan, because, you know, Jesus was killed for speaking the truth, saying he was the Son of God. And the Pharisees and Sadducees couldn't stand the fact that he was speaking the truth. They called him a blasphemous, that he was performing blasphemy. And then when he had all those miracles and everything, you know, it made them look horrible, because they couldn't even understand how he's able to heal the blind and help the mute and the people, resurrection from the dead. They were all about power. The Pharisees and the Sadducees were all about power. Look at us. We are so wealthy. We've got these beautiful garbs. We're in the town square. We're praying. It's all about appearance. And that's exactly what Watchtower is about. It's all about appearance. And the thing is that Jesus was bringing all the masses of people there, because it's like, oh my gosh, this guy Jesus just, you know, healed this man that's been blind for all these years. And the Pharisees couldn't deal with that. They couldn't deny it. And he was speaking truth. He called them out on their lies. And they wanted him killed. But what they did is they went through Rome. They went through the emperor and the governor to have him executed. But they were behind it, because he was taking away their popularity and their wealth and their outward appearances and their power. And, that's, it's all about image, power, wealth, all of that.
And that's the difference between Jesus and them. The reason Jesus could perform miracles was because he became less and the Father became more in him. And so he had real power. The Pharisees had bullshit power. And the Pharisees did the same thing as Watchtower did. You know what the Pharisees were good at? Throwing scriptures around. Scriptures, I'm going to say this, and I want to say this on the 6 screens. Scriptures without integrity, scriptures without truth are bullshit. They are meaningless. And that's why Jesus said, the letter kills. The way you guys handle the word of God, you kill people, you hurt people, you destroy people. Jesus said, your letter, the way you're presenting that Bible, the way you're presenting, kills. And it's not mixed with love. It's not mixed with understanding. It's mixed with covert manipulation. Like you said, Connie, they're dressed in fancy ass robes, all this stuff and all this garbage. But that's just like you said, it's only appearance, because Jesus could touch a guy and he'd raise up. And Jesus could talk to a guy and see through him. People could touch Jesus and they would heal. So he had real power. And guess what he said? Those who follow me, those who pick up their stake and follow me, which means those that'll rise to the level of integrity and purity will do the things I do and greater.
Right.
He wasn't saying he was separate. He said, you will do what I do. And you guys have seen that in churches. We've seen it. And that is a big promise. The things I do, think about that. Do you want to be a bullshitter? Or these and greater things you'll do? Do you want to be one with the Father? I and the Father are one. If you see me, that's Jesus's message to us. And so we miss out on all that. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I've always been searching for when I got out. And I saw what you had to do. You had to say, I want truth. And what did Jesus say? The truth will set you free. Start telling the truth. Start being the truth. Start talking the truth. Move to the line of integrity. Everything I have is yours. That's what they call returning home. When you return home, the Father said in Prodigal Son, everything I have is yours. But if you're going away from the Father, you're going down the road of your lower nature. You're living out all of those things. Then you lose some of that promise. But when you return back, or when you turn around, he says, everything you have is yours. And so it's so interesting. I think it's so interesting that you guys are doing this show. Watchtower refuses to turn around. That's what boggles my mind. I thought they would, guys. I swear. I don't know why. I always thought they would just stop the BS, turn around, and turn maybe the organization into something. They have all of this ways to get out there, but man, it's
a money-making machine for the GBs.
Yeah, and you know what else? I'm going to tell you what else it is. Right now, we are the locusts. We are the gadflies. We are the ones that are marching around Watchtower, and it's all God-inspired, because he doesn't want such a thing that's hurting people now, that's stealing their money, that's getting ready to steal their homes, and God knows what they're going to do. You know what I mean? He doesn't want that. He says, guys, if you'll want truth, you Jehovah's Witnesses, want truth, seek truth, and the truth will set you free from those men. You can walk right away and be blessed beyond your wildest dreams if you'll seek truth. But if you want comfort in group think, then just stay there and be dumbed down and do whatever the hell you're told. Follow the blind, wherever they lead you. Keep your mouth shut. You don't have a voice. You don't have a mind, and you don't have a heart. The people who are in Watchtower right now have no voice, no mind, and no heart. They don't. Their minds are shut off. You follow us. We don't want you to go into our heart. Don't love this person over here. Don't love anything but, So they are completely shut down. But I know this about God and the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit and God gives us opportunities. COVID was a big opportunity. We get opportunities to wake up, time away. We get opportunities to see Watchtower's intention. You know, what's it going to take? I mean, man, they are getting ruthless. They are bold. They are hardcore. They are SOBs. They are the mean son of a bitches. I mean, you know, when a man lights a match and blows it out and says the maggots are going to stop eating, won't that be wonderful? That's mean, man. That's harsh. What if you had your kids out there that you were praying every day that they came back? You know, I'm just saying, we got to speak to it like Jesus spoke to it. And that's the beautiful thing about this show, about all the people that are speaking truth against falsehood, speaking truth in the face of falsehood. We're saying, no, we're on that side. We're on that side. And you know, for anybody who doesn't think what we're doing is good, it's the same work Jesus did. He exposed falsehood and replaced it with truth. Angela,
if I do, guys.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
I just guess I want to say we're studying about unconditional love right now. And I don't know why this just makes me think of the fact that when we try to love people without any strings attached, we give everything we've got towards that relationship, whether, you know, maybe it's sometimes not maybe what we want to be doing, or maybe it's difficult, maybe it's frustrating, but we just choose to love them no matter what. And it's a wonderful thing. And the Watchtower, Worldwide Church of God too, they just expect unconditional love from us, complete, total obedience, regardless of their actions back towards us. And I've been really studying about it. This wonderful psychologist I've been listening to, I don't have it pulled up right now, but she's just talking about that when things go south and they start to abuse you and it becomes very toxic, that you don't have to stop, you know, loving them with, you don't start loving them suddenly with strings attached now because they're beginning to hurt you. You can still love them unconditionally, but for your own safety and for your own mental sanity and for the sake of even your children or whatever, you have to set boundaries. And if you don't, that's not healthy. That's codependency at that point. Just unhealthy relationships, it's toxic relationships. So we have to set these boundaries. We have to say no. We have to protect our children, our sanity, our minds, and say no to governing body, no to Worldwide Church of God. No, this is evil and it's wrong. And that's all there is to it. And at that point, it looks like we're not loving them, you know, unconditionally. But the truth is, we're also loving ourselves and respecting ourselves and showing respect for life and for sanity and standing up for the right thing. And this, I'm not talking the way I would like to about this, but I'm learning how to say it. So you have to bear with me. But all I know is I'm really getting a handle on that it's okay to set boundaries and to say no and to respect self, because I can't be who I need to be to anyone in this world, my children, my coworkers, my neighbors. I can't do what I'm here to do as a child of God, the reason he put me on this earth, if I allow myself to be beaten down and abused so badly that there's nothing left of me. And I have been in a place before where I let myself get beaten down that far. I want to choke up and start crying right now just saying it. But I was nearly dead. That's how far I let people go with me. I almost died. And so no more. You know, right now I'm having to set some hard boundaries with my family, and it's painful, but they gaslight me constantly, and it came down to it. It's very painful. You don't want to have to do it, but clearly this psychologist I was listening to said, you must do that. You must. And she discussed this very thing where you have to say, I'm sorry, but the communication now has got to be shut down. I love you unconditionally, but this is not going to be okay. I have to say no to this behavior and no to this abuse and no to this gaslighting, and it's over. This communication must now end. But I will always love you, and everything that I do when I love you, I'm not trying to do it with strings attached, but this is not okay, but I can't tolerate this, and I still love you anyway, but I can't do this, and this is not going to happen anymore. Line in the sand. Line in the sand.
The line in the
so
sand.
That's all I have to say about it, but it makes me think of this gaslighting thing very much so.
Sure. Well, thank you. I really appreciate that. And the thing I was going to say in reference to your comments that you both had is, you know, one of the greatest attributes that God has ever given us is love. We love others because God loved us first. And there's love, there's faith, and there's hope. And like the scripture said, love is the greatest of all. And, when you're in the organization long enough.
Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me, Dan?
Yeah,
I'm here.
I lost you for a minute. Were you hearing us when we were talking?
Yeah, we could hear you. Yep. I was just making a comment. Can you hear us now?
Yep, we can now. It just went blank for some reason. Go ahead.
Well, I was just saying that, of all the attributes that we have as humans, love is the greatest. There's love, there's hope, and there's faith. And the scripture said the greatest of these is love. And we're able to have the capacity to love others because God loved us first. Well, when you're in the organization of the JWs, they love bomb you. And probably with Angela, with Worldwide Church of God, probably the same thing. But as time goes on and you're in there long enough, you can see that there is no love. There isn't. It's conditional love. There is no love. That was one thing that really, really woke me up. I thought, oh my gosh, where is the love? It's not here. You keep searching. You've known these people for so many years, and it's like, it's not here. So
and you're blindsided. You've worked alongside these people for 40 years, and then you find out, holy shit, they don't love me. They don't even know what love is.
Right. And that's really true. And, the other thing I was going to say is when Jesus was on the earth, he genuinely loved people. And the Pharisees were all about their 613 rules. It's like, what are you doing trying to help somebody? It's the Sabbath. How dare you try to help them? And Jesus said, well, if your donkey had fallen into a well and it happened to be the Sabbath, are you going to it's just starting to rain here. Are you going to let the donkey die because it's the Sabbath and let him die and maybe have some broken bones? No, you're going to help that animal even if it is the Sabbath. So the point I'm trying to make is Jesus was all about love and helping people. And the Pharisees couldn't stand it because they were all about the letter of the law. And that's exactly what Watchtower is. We have all these rules and regulations. And there is no law. No matter what, you have to keep listening to everything that you see. And you can see right through the BS. When you're in it long enough, there's no love.
That's right. You know what Jesus said? Law can kiss my ass when it comes to doing stuff for other people. When he said the man was laying on the side of the road, the good Christian said, well, he's not a Christian. He got what he deserves. Jesus said, no. The Samaritan, the piece of shit man, went over and gave him some food, picked him up, and wound him up for the day. But the priest got to the church so they could give their message, right? And so Jesus said, my new law, the new law is love. And he said that reigns over Sabbath and different things. And that's what I told my mother-in-law. She pushes the Sabbath. She looks me in the eye. I have no use for you. I have my guidelines, the Sabbath and holy days and all that shit. But then I asked her this, and it's just a normal thing. But I said, what about hospitals and what about this and what about that? And she had a word for it. She goes, oh, Dan, you're going to love this. And I said, love what? And she said, you're going to love the fact that God made a way for the people who have to work. I said, no, stop. No, Sabbath or you're dead. That's what you teach. That's what you believe. Don't tell me now that a firefighter, a guy in a hospital, they get off, because you're preaching to me that if you don't keep the Sabbath, you're dead. That's the law. If you don't keep the Sabbath, Friday night, sundown, to Saturday, sundown. And I said, so don't tell me that's your man-made shit. Now, I don't believe in that. I believe that God's love supersedes the law. And I want to say this too. I want people to know this. I think we have to ask ourselves this. What is love? What is love? Is it just kindness and this and loving unconditional, love your enemies and pray for those? Or is love when your kid's going to go out in the street and run across the street and he's not listening to you, he's doing his own thing, you grab him, you pop him on the butt, and you say, you don't go out in that road, or you keep your hand off the sink? Jesus' love was speaking to the darkness in people.
He said, "Get behind me, Satan." To Peter. He says he looked at those demons. He looked at those Pharisees. Yeah, they were made in God's image. Yeah, they were knitted in the womb. Yeah, they were put together by God. But he spoke to that demon. And here's what I think. When we speak like we speak firm, when we speak the truth, when we set boundaries, when we tell Watchtower no, we're speaking, we're shaming them. We're saying shame on you and don't do that. I'm one you don't do that with, right? We're ones because we're trying to walk in integrity. We don't live in a bullshit world. We don't tolerate a bullshit world. We don't hang around in them. We stepped away from falsehood. And just because you call yourself governing body or pastors or elders or whatever it is, if you're speaking truth, Jesus said, that's my brothers, right? That's my brothers. That's my real brothers in God. Those who are said, that's the way I'm going to live. And so I think love, guys, we have to have love is setting boundaries. Love is speaking in the face of falsehood. Love is calling it like it is. Do you guys agree?
Oh, yeah. Well, the one thing I wanted to say, 2 thoughts there, guys. I was going to say, you can have all the 613 rules down pat, like what you went through, Angela, with your religion, Worldwide Church of God, or the Jehovah's Witnesses, exorbitant amount, right? You can follow the letter of the law, all the rules and regulations to the T. But if you don't have love, you don't have anything. That's what Jesus was trying to say. He came to fulfill the law. So he was saying, love your God with your whole heart, soul, mind, and strength, and love your neighbor as yourself. That's it. We don't need all this, burdensome of all these rules and regulations, because they were just a heavy burden on people. And that's exactly what it is with Watchtower. To me, it reminds me of somebody who's absolutely shackled. Their arms are shackled, their wrists, their feet, they're just shackled, and their mind is shackled, and there's no way out. You're in solitary confinement in darkness, and you're supposed to be completely happy with this. And yet these people are so bound up, and that's what we're trying to do, is to help people. It's all about loving one another. And when you really realize that, you can live a wonderful God-given life of happiness and purpose and destiny. Jesus called out these people. And the other thing I want to say, Rich and Rick have even said this. Many times they've invited the governing body members to come on this show. Many times, okay? So if there's something that they don't agree with, they're more than welcome to come on here and to share their views. And this show's been on for 20 years. Do you think they have ever taken up that invitation? Not once. Now just think about that. That speaks volumes. Okay? Go ahead, honey.
Yeah, I just want to read. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Well, I just wanted to add something about love. The scripture that says, Jesus said, I'm giving you a new command, that you love one another just as I have loved you. Now, love was there was nothing new about love. Love was in the law. They knew the law. But how is Jesus loving? He says, as I have loved you, that's the new command. There's going to be a different way of loving since Jesus has been on the earth. And did Jesus sit there and let people walk all over him and tell him what to do and set a bunch of rules? He didn't. That wasn't love. We have to examine his life and decide how he loved people. That's how we're supposed to love now. Not like the law.
So good.
Tell us to love, but a new type of love. And that's just my 2 cents there.
Oh, yeah, Angela. Yes, well said. I just have a thought I'd like to get into the conversation. The governing body is a lot like the Sanhedrin or the Pharisees. The Pharisees, when they saw Jesus raising the dead and healing the blind and the lame and so forth, they told everyone they could, that power that Jesus has come from Beelzebub or the devil. That's what they told people. That right there is sinning against the Holy Spirit. That epitomizes it. These people, these governing body maggots, they're in league with, they're the same thing as the Sanhedrin. You know, they're saying, follow us so we can disfellowship people, we can break up families, we can lie. But man, the lies that they have told, if you do the history of the Watchtower, I mean, from not just 1975, but, you know, lie after lie after lie, false prophecy after false prophecy. You know, they are the same thing as the Sanhedrin. And I firmly believe that every single governing body member who knows it's a lie and is misrepresenting God, and they're saying they're from, the governing body is saying they are from Jehovah when they are from Satan, the devil. I think it's my opinion that every one of those governing body members has sinned against the Holy Spirit. It's my opinion.
Well, and Satan's the father of the lie. So, you know, a lie is a lie. And they want to just keep this con game going for the longest time. And like Rick said tonight on the show, there was one congregation, circuit assembly, I believe, and they ordinarily have 1,000 people. Well, now they only have a little over 500. People are waking up. I mean, this organization sucks the life out of you, and it's never enough. And you always have to do more, and you do more, and then you feel like, you know, I've never done enough, and you're the good for nothing slave. I mean, it is so thankless. They will take every drop of blood out of you, every ounce of energy, every single dollar you have, and then kick you in the butt and say, you know, you were absolutely worthless, you know, and they still want more. And people need to really make it. This is not a religion. This is not even who God is, not even close. And the thing is, it's nothing but a corporation making money. That's all it is. Read their mission statement. Okay? Look at their mission statement. Go ahead, Dan.
Yeah, that's perfect. I was thinking too what Susan said. Yeah, you know, she said there's a new kind of love.
Yeah.
And here's what it is. Jesus said this: let my mind be your mind. Mm-hmm. So we're to have those voices. And it's just speaking truth. And there's lovingness, there's love, there's every element in it, but there's also the ability to speak truth. And I want to say this, what you were saying, Connie, when you're talking to God's people, which is everybody, God knitted everybody together in the womb. So in a sense, everybody is a temple. And when you lie to another man's temple or another woman's temple, you're lying to God. It's like Dick said, it is blasphemy. You don't do that to humans. And I want to say this on the air for anybody who's listening. If your life isn't good, if you're screwing up, choose truth over falsehood. Let truth be your compass. The Bible says the truth will set you free. Let truth be your guide. Let truth be your compass. And I'll promise you, and I'm going to say this, you will move from glory to greater glory. Your life will get better and better. You don't have to think that you walked away from God. You didn't even know God in there, because God is truth, not falsehood. And so by you saying, I want truth over falsehood, you're already starting to come in alignment and being built up in a new man, a new woman. And that's the new law. That's the new way. And so anyway, Angela wants to say something.
Yeah, guys, you know, this is so near and dear to my heart. You can't possibly know, because, and you know, I mean, I know you guys all here in the world and the Jehovah's Witnesses, we're under so much law. And since we're under the new law, you know, it said that the law needed to go away because we couldn't do it perfectly. And when you don't do it perfectly, it means that you're liable, not liable. You're deserving of death. The breaking of the law meant certain death. You must die. So when Jesus came and said, woman, where are your accusers? And he had just said, he who's not sinned, who's without sin, you throw the first stone at her to kill her. And of course, no one came and did it. They just started walking away the older men first because they had a sin. So I love it now that this new law says this. If something goes wrong and you have to work late on the Sabbath day, and like in the Jewish law, you can't work past the sundown, or you're liable to death for breaking the Sabbath. So now, if you have to work late and you need to go to the gas station to get gas so that your daughter will have gas enough in her car to go to work tomorrow, you don't have to have fear and worry because you broke the law. You just do what you know you need to do. Like you said, the donkey and the you just do what needs to be done. If you're a fire station man, you must be in the fire station and work through the Sabbath day to keep us safe in case there's a fire. You don't worry. You don't have guilt anymore because you're doing a loving thing. And so there's freedom and there's no guilt. There's no shame. You don't throw the first stone because you've sinned too. And so there's the grace. Jesus came representing the new law. No, we're not under the old law that says that woman committed adultery. She needs to die. And yet everyone who around her has already done the same thing, but they're ready to throw the stone. No, I do not even condemn you, he said. Just go. Then no more. And so when it's a new law, I love the new way. And so thank you for that word out because it is new and it is different and it's freedom. And there's not guilt with it. There's hope. If we mess up really bad, there's forgiveness. Jesus said, I do not condemn you. Just go and don't do that anymore. That's it. Do your best not to do it anymore. Because what if she does, right? I mean, there's a good possibility of it. But again, you're just doing the best you can. We're not under the fine-tuned law of death if you break the law. We don't have to worry about that anymore. Thanks be to God. That's
honey. Right. Well, that's where, Watchtower will use their legalism. And they will, like if someone's disfellowshipped or DA, disassociated, this is where they love to destroy you with shame and guilt, okay? Those are some very, very powerful emotions that can destroy you if you can't get a grip around it. And a lot of people have committed suicide. I was close to it. Rich was definitely close to it. Many people have been. And yet, it's very, very evil. No one's perfect. Nobody is perfect. But when you have an organization that has a grip around your neck so damn tight that, there's no way out. There's no way out of the shame and the guilt. And all you want to do is commit suicide because you think there's no way out. That is so serious. I don't know how many people have committed suicide in this organization, but I can tell you, Watchtower has a lot to do with that. And that is so sad because that's not who God is. Okay. God is not about people destroying their lives because there's shame and guilt. None of us are perfect. All you have to do is just ask God sincerely for forgiveness. Just repent, ask for forgiveness, and do your very best at not sinning anymore. It's that simple. But this organization wants to destroy people's lives, and we're trying to help people that you have options. You absolutely have options.
That's good, Connie. And you've said this before. You've said that the Watchtower has weaponized the Bible against its own people. And you got to wonder, where did Toni Morris find this scripture about maggots and smoke and where do they find all this stuff? I was, you guys heard the talk I did the other day on masturbation. And I thought, how does any of those scriptures, this would be Jesus saying, guys, the way you're talking to these people, the letter kills. I mean, you're going to really read that scripture if your eye's making you stumble, tear it out. Okay, how do I do that? Not literally, but how do I do that? Force myself never to look twice at a girl again. And if you look at a girl twice, you've already committed adultery. And pummel your body. Beat yourself. Okay, I'm going to go in my room and beat myself for what I just did. I said, this stuff don't help. Or if your semen hits the ground, go out the city and be unclean. And you're just filled with guilt. And you're filled with, I must be a freak. I must be dirty. And you're none of those things. And I just think, man, Watchtower, like you said, Connie, has taken so many licenses with that Bible God would take that thing and burn it from them. He'd take it from their hands and he'd cut their hands off. If this was Old Testament, the way they used that Bible, they would cut their hands off. They would say, you have destroyed people's lives with this. This thing was shunning, not even eating with such a man. Did I tell you to make a person sit in the back of the hall for 2 to 10 years? Where the hell did you come up with that, you dumbass elders, you freaks in governing body? See, all that stuff is weaponized. And like you said, there's a spirit of darkness in there. You guys bring it up every show. There's a spirit of darkness in there, and it wants to hurt us bad.
Well, and you know, Dan, we just love you and Angela. Thanks for chiming in. I just wanted to say, you know, one of the deepest things about religion, okay, we're not into religion. We're into a personal relationship with God, reading his Bible. That's it. It's that simple. But I want to tell you, one of the deepest and darkest demonic spirits out there is known as a religious spirit. And that's definitely Watchtower. They use the Bible, they weaponize it. People feel like, oh my God, you know, I can't live up to this perfection that I'm supposed to. You know, I'm never going to be good enough. And what ends up happening is it destroys people's lives. And a lot of people, they go to the dark side, okay? Because it's like, well, if this is what God is, I don't want any part of it. And I'm also going to say something else here, okay? Because my former boyfriend had been sexually abused. He was never a JW. But my heart goes out to anybody who has been sexually abused, okay? I'm very compassionate towards that. And I know the devastating effects it has on people for the rest of their life. So I just wanted to say this, you know, don't be judgmental for anybody who might have been sexually abused. You might not never have known that they were sexually abused. Okay. Now I'm not saying this is the case all the time. Okay. Don't attack me on what I'm going to say, but I know this is a very truthful statement. Sometimes people turn into their choice. They might become a lesbian or they might become a gay man. Okay. Sometimes that is because of sexual abuse. So don't be judging people on here that they're so horrific, they're so evil. You don't know what their past and their history is, okay? Number one. And the thing is that the other thing I wanted to say is, you know, people, like we saw this, it was a video, and this woman, okay, and I loved her honesty. Oh, it was with Bob Larson. That's what it was. And she said, he was at a conference, and she said, you know, she was on the dark side. She was involved in Satanism, the whole bit. She was on the dark side. And Bob Larson asked her, well, you know, why is it that, you know, you're on the dark side? And she said, oh, I was raised a Christian. He said, you were? And he said, oh, yeah, I was raised a Christian. She says, but I'm sick and tired of all the pedophiles that are in the church. When are you Christians going to do something about the pedophiles that are in all the churches? He says, I don't have any interest in God, Jesus, the Bible. She says, when I've been sexually abused, and she said, I don't even want to worship a God like that. Okay. And I looked at Rich and I said, I understand exactly where this woman is coming from. She's been so wounded. And what happens is that you have religions like Catholicism, the JWs, Mormons. It happens in a lot of religions. I am not justifying it. I'm just explaining. And what happens is people are so deeply wounded. It's like, if this is who God is and nothing's been done and there's no changes, I don't want any part of him. Okay. So it helps me to understand why many JWs have turned to the dark side, because they think that that's who God is and the Bible is. And it's the farthest thing from the truth. This is the game that Satan plays so he can deceive you and you can believe his lies. And that's another conversation that we can have another time. But don't be judgmental over these people who have been sexually abused or they're gay or whatever, okay? You don't know what they have gone through in their own personal lives, okay?
Can I chime in on Dan's masturbation comment? And
yeah, go ahead.
Dan, about a year ago, I did a video on that, masturbation. I think I told you about it. But anyways, when you talked about masturbation,
One of the things I tell people is that it's very simple when in that Matthew 5 about looking at another woman. It is it's so simple because this is how it works. If you cannot control your eyes, you can't control your ears. And if you can't control your ears, you can't control your mind, you can't control your tongue. And then speaking of masturbation, well, you can't control your hands. So the answer is it wrong to masturbate? The issue is not whether it's right or it's wrong. Is that there's a difference between the animal kingdom and a human kingdom. The human is a spirit. So when Jesus was talking about that, he was elevating the human being. That you don't have to give in to your carnal desires. You can have full control of your eyes. You can have full control of your ears. You can have full control of your tongue, and you can have full control of your hands. So does it mean that if you masturbate or do something like that, you're going to go to hell? No, that's not the point. See, that argument that Watchtower likes to play always lowers the individual. Jesus was always raising the individual to the spiritual level. But the argument that these people have about masturbation and all of these other topics, it's always lowering the individual by creating laws and regulations. But when you elevate the spirit, you don't put laws and regulations. You help people understand that, hey, we're more than just human. There's something more to this mortal body. And that's so when you look at Matthew 5:19 on that, now you understand when Jesus was saying cutting out your hand or tearing out your eye. He's lifting the spirit up. But a fleshly person will actually hurt his eyes or actually hurt his arm or his hand. Because he's not thinking in the spirit realm. He's thinking in the fleshly realm.
Right.
Does that make any sense?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yes, you're right. The Watchtower always, what I've realized, Gigi, is Watchtower always tells you what you're not, and that's what you are. You know what I mean? Here we are, made in the image and likeness of God. What God made was good and very good. And then somehow we're all pieces of shit. You know what I mean? That need saving. You know what I'm saying? And that's not true.
Yeah, because they're always lowering the spirit.
Yeah,
they're not
always lowering the spirit.
Yeah, that's why you see this in politics also. You see people in politics that they're always muddy the waters because they lower the spirit. They don't elevate the human being.
Yes,
and that's how That's why Jesus said, pay attention to how you listen.
Yes, and that's what I wanted to bring out. When I went to talk to those elders, like they said on this show over and over, there was no love. There wasn't one of those coward elders that said, hey, Dan, I've had to deal with the same thing. Something happens at that time of your life. Something wakes up. There was no validation. I was dirt. I was put an X on a calendar and come back next week and tell me how you did. So I started to think I was a freak, like you were just saying. I wasn't elevated. I wasn't told, hey, Dan, you're more than this. Yes, it's something you got to do. Nobody came alongside. Nobody validated me. Nobody understood me. And it was just throwing scriptures around. And that's what I'm saying, throwing scriptures around. I had a spiritual teacher, and he says, oh, dear, oh, God, don't throw a scripture at him. Whatever you do. He said, how about going over and giving him a $20 bill or going over and giving him a hug? Or like Connie said, don't judge the gay. Don't try to make a claim. The Bible says, that, liars, fornicators, adulterers, and men who lie with men will not inherit. Quit throwing scriptures. You know what I'm saying? Let's show a little love. And here's the thing. I think scriptures with love is the key. I think, yes, we get in control of these things, but I do think it's with great, great, great understanding. Like Connie said, we don't know. A lot of homosexuals were abused. I watch movies where kids buried their kids in the floor of the house and nailed a board shut because they were gay or they were left-handed or they were this. And they were really hurt. They were really abused. And I knew a gay girl. I asked this girl one time, why are you gay? She said, I was raped by a white guy. She says, I was abused, raped, and mauled. And so I like a woman's touch. And so how can I judge them? How can I see? That's where love supersedes law. A gay will not inherit the kingdom. Well, neither will a damn liar, No,
you don't. See, that's the problem right there. When you mentioned it, as human beings, we want to help people. No, we elevate the human spirit. You're either elevating the human or we're lowering the human. And by pushing people, We think we're helping them. No, you're pushing them. Nobody likes to be pushed. But true story, Dan. When I was an elder and we would have these things about masturbation with the kids, I had a lot of liberty because I was in the Spanish. So one never went to a room with a kid. Never. Number two, when the subject came up about masturbation, it was always in the out, where everybody could see, in the chairs. And honest to God, I would tell the kid, listen, I go, masturbation is very simple. It's a misdemeanor. But if you want to do the felony and you go the distance, you're going to get charged every month for 18 years child support. So you need to ask yourself real quick, are you going to commit the felony or are you going to commit a misdemeanor? But so just be careful. And the kids will laugh, but they would get the point. They would get the point that they need to have control. So you got to control yourself, because if you do too many misdemeanors, you get too many tickets, you're eventually going to get a felony.
That's a great way of putting it. I like that. And see, that's very loving. That's not making them dirty or less. Yes, they do have to bring it into control, and I like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Because it's you're going to get a felony, and that's an 18 years child support. But yeah, and that's just my whole point, is by keeping it simple. At the end of the day, you ask yourself, are you bringing people down or are you elevating them? It's just as simple as that. It really is.
And that's what I think Jesus meant when he said the letter kills. Mm-hmm. If you use it wrong, it kills. Yeah. And Watchtower are masters at making you feel like you're the dirt of the earth. And a lot of churches, by the way, I used to go into a church and I'd say, in a Bible study, and I'd say, I don't want to take the whole show away. I just want to say, but I'd go into a church, and the first thing they'd say at the beginning of every year, they'd say, now let's remember who we are. And they would all go around and say they were a wretched sinner and they were a sinner because of this. And I raised my hand. I said, how come you guys do this? Why do you do this every year? Shouldn't we be growing in God? Shouldn't we be growing in the spirit of truth? Shouldn't we be changing? Why would we continue to call ourselves garbage? What God made is garbage. But every year they would have to set that precedent that you are no thing. And I said, this is not in harmony with what Jesus said. He said, the things I do and greater you will do, and you are to be perfect and allow the Spirit to perfect our temple. And there was a growing in the likeness in the mind of Christ. And they said, oh, that's for another time. That's for in heaven. But anyway, I don't want to get off the subject. But anyway, guys, great show, great comments, great. Thank you, Gigi. Thank you, guys. You guys, this is an amazing show. I know it's not supposed to be a religious show. I apologize, but how can you not talk about the other side? When you're talking about the darkest of the dark, Watchtower, how can you not talk about a good God? How can you at least not tell somebody out there, it isn't all like this shit. It isn't all like Watchtower. It isn't all guilt and shame to where you have hemorrhoids and ulcers and, what's the other one? Fibromyalgia, antidepressants. All this bullshit is because the way Watchtower handles scripture and the amount of guilt, like what you call it said, Connie, and they said PTSD. A lot of witnesses right now are living in PTSD. There was a lady a little while ago, we heard someone wrote us and said her mother fell to the floor and started to have a heart attack because they set off the fire alarm in the church, in the Kingdom Hall, and everybody started running out. And they resuscitated her. She almost died, but Watchtower wants your ass in fear. Like Rich says, they want you to carry a to-go bag in your car. Never forget, never forget to be scared. Never forget to be afraid. This is evil, guys. This is evil. I'm going to say one more thing. Taking a scripture like the blood scripture and putting in there good health to you if you don't take blood it shouldn't be in there. If you look at a stack of Bibles, and I challenge you to do it, go look at 20 Bibles and show me which one says good health in there. It doesn't say it. It says farewell. Abstain from food sacrificed idols and from blood. Farewell. Because the Jews were preaching circumcision, literal circumcision, and they came over to Gentiles. They were eating this food. They weren't bleeding it. They were partially, drinking the blood. And so the Jews said, hey, these guys are drinking blood. And the Gentiles said, hey, they're pushing circumcision. So they went to the older men, and the older men said, for the sake of stumbling your brother, abstain from circumcision, be circumcisions of the heart, single focus on God. And you Gentiles, abstain from food sacrificed idols and from blood. Farewell. And think about this, guys. we use that scripture wrong. How many people died because we went to the door and said, hey, the Bible says right here, Jehovah says, good health to you. And you watch CNN, you watch 2020, and you watch them rolling a guy by, and the guy puts down his coffee, and they're in the hospital, and they're rolling this guy by out on a gurney. And the lady goes, oh, it's a Jehovah's Witness. And he goes, oh, and he picks up his coffee, and they roll him back to the body bag. And it was a thing just showing that the person that they were rolling by was going, no blood, no blood, no blood, no blood. And they go, and the guy goes, he'll be dead in 20 minutes. And he was. They were showing the graphic nature. But here's the even sicker thing, guys. This is the last thing. In the silver sword, now they brought out at an assembly in the late 80s, they said, do not say good health to you. It doesn't mean that. It means be on your way. Farewell. It doesn't mean good health to you. Okay, here's the problem. Why didn't they take it out of the silver sword? When you go into the silver sword, it says, what is it? What does it say for that? Good health to you. And that pissed me off so bad because they're so satanic. They left the scripture in there modified to kill. That scripture will kill.
That's why they don't get sued.
So you know, but I couldn't believe that they're telling us at the assembly, don't say good health to you anymore. And yet they put it in the new Bible when every other Bible says farewell. Isn't that disgusting? That's the wrong use of scriptures, guys. That's manipulating the Bible. And I fear for these people, man.
Well, you're right, Dan. You know, Dan, you're certainly so right. I mean, if you look at Jesus when he was on the earth, and you look at John David's chapter, and that's the woman that was caught in adultery, and these Pharisees, they wanted to stone her. That's a hell of a dick. That's terrible, right? You know, and Jesus said, you know, he who was without sin cast first stone. Well, the Watchtower doesn't like that because they like to disfellowship people for adultery. So they took that John 8:1 and they put it in the footnotes. Right. And then in the newest Bible, they just threw it completely out of the Bible. So when you go to the 8th chapter, you go to the 8th chapter of John, instead of start with 8:1 and 8:2, it starts with 8:11. They just threw it out of the Bible.
Unfreaking believable.
Yeah, that's what they did.
Do you know whatever they don't like regarding love? I remember that when I was in the 70s and stuff. I remember that scripture came up, and the word they used, you guys probably remember, that's a spurious scripture. Now, they didn't have the balls to take it out then. You know what I mean? But they used to say, oh, don't look at that. Because there's love there. There's love. And without love, I'm telling you, those scriptures, like Gigi said, like you've been saying, you can use the Bible, but if you have it tempered with a heart filled with love, it can be the most powerful tool in the world. But when you just have it as a guilt tool and a shame tool, you're destroying souls. Why would Watchtower want to destroy souls, guys? It has to have a demonic element to it.
Absolutely.
They're diabolical.
Yep.
That's exactly
absolutely. That organization, everybody in it, not everybody in it, but the governing body particularly, they know they're corrupt. They know, because, you know, there's reports coming in all the time about different things that's happening in the congregations, and they know they're lying, and
then they cover it up.
Yeah, and they just cover it up. And as Connie mentioned a little while ago, you know, we've been saying forever, come on, you know, we're going to have a program on the blood transfusions. We invite the governing body. They never show. Never once. I don't even remember.
Or even tonight's conversation. They're listening in. They chime in.
They absolutely are listening in, because Johnny the Bethelite, that was his job, to listen to 6 screens and write a report. And, you know, so they know what's being said on 6 screens. They never have the integrity. They always talk about integrity and having integrity to come on. I mean, I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed, but they won't come on any of my programs. And I invite them. Come on. You know,
Can I answer?
You know what's
Can
weird?
I answer?
You
Can
got
I answer Dan's question? Dan, I'll answer your question, Dan.
Go ahead.
And it's real simple. Because it's in my voting ballot. Accept your birthright. God is your father, and let no man get in between you and your father. And in that voting ballot, I put down that Watchtower is telling you have to wait 1,000 years before you can become a son of God. So this is real simple. When you just accept the fact that God is your father and you're his daughter or you're his son, it changes everything.
Yeah.
It just changes everything. There's nothing else to talk about. I mean, as an individual, you as an individual, you go outside at night and you say, oh my God, you're my father, I'm your son. It changes everything. And that's why you have to, as a Jehovah's Witness, that's why you have to wait 1,000 years. Because that concept of you having that relationship, they don't want you to even think about it.
Right. That's true.
Yeah, that's a good point.
That is brilliant.
Well, that's why I'm GG for GB.
That's right.
You don't need anybody. If you read your Bible, that's exactly what the situation is on that, Gilbert. You don't need the governing body. We all are sons and daughters to the Most High God.
That's right.
We're made in His image. He loves each and every one of us. We don't need to wait 1,000 years. It's about a relationship with God.
Yes.
It's not about a relationship with the governing body. Yeah.
Yes. You know what else is
Could I make a statement?
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Would that be okay? Connie,
Sure.
is it okay? Oh,
Yeah, go ahead.
People assume because the Watchtower uses a Bible to make money that they're on your side, that they want you to love God, that they want you to have a relationship with Jesus and to appreciate what Jesus did. That's not the case. They're just using the Bible and religion to make money. They're using assemblies to make money. Russell found a way to make money, and it was to have doctrines that were exactly opposite of Christendom and get people to stand up and listen and buy his Bible and buy his literature and find out what new thing he had to say. He wasn't interested in the truth. He was interested in making money. He was interested in selling Bibles. What did he do? He sent out colporteurs. He didn't even pay them, and he sent them to sell books. They were book salesmen. That's how it all started. And it hasn't changed. They are not on your side. They're not your friend.
No.
They are there to soak your money. That's it. Sorry.
Yes. And you know what else? Here's the thing that makes me really mad. When the light is on them, which is all of us truth bearers, when the light is on them, they growl like demons. You know?
Yes.
Like when Tony Morris did that match thing. When the light hit his ass and the light came on him, he was just like a demon. I'm telling you, he's like a demon growling. Oh, the fucking maggots and you fucking, you apostates. Oh, they're going to eat your ass. I mean, it was like growling. And then you put it over on Stephen Lett and he's telling you, oh, you think that? Yeah, I'm going to tell you, that thing he said about a baby was like scolding mothers. You attach to that baby more than us, and we'll throw your ass out. I mean, these men are growling. It's like the light is hitting them, and they can't escape. There's nowhere to hide, and it's like the light just keeps coming in. I see so many people exposing this thing, and they just get madder and madder. And I mean, I watched Stephen Lett say, "I'm going to tell you something. You think your life, blah, blah, blah." And he says, "I'm going to tell you something. You better listen to us." And I think Rich mentioned this earlier. You better listen to us like your life depends on it, because it does. And right there, he says, "I'm the mediator." Right there, he says, "I've replaced Christ." He's think about this. Jesus placed them over all the belongings. Jesus is no longer in the picture. They can talk about Jesus, but they've made themselves Jesus. And see, the light's hitting them as false prophets. You can't false prophesy for over 100 years and then say you're godly. You can't retract all your magazines that was channeled, and it was channeled. And the reason that their literature was channeled is because they are the only ones who hear God's voice. When you go to a channeler says, "I have a clear connection with God." So you go to a channeler and you say, "Give me, tell me who I am. Tell me what life's about. Tell me what this is about." So the channeler goes into a meditation and he says, okay, here's what God said. Watchtower is that. They say, we hear the voice of God, you don't. And I told somebody on there the other day, I said, if you think I'm wrong, go tell Watchtower you heard God's voice and tell them you've got something that you want to share that's so wonderful and so amazing. They will throw you out in your head. But I find it interesting, guys, that as the light bears down, as the trumpet blasts, as the walls start to crumble, as we march around this thing, that they get angry. They're furious, like you know, Rick's wife was saying, you know, Susan, I mean, these guys are sick. They're getting sicker. And usually, guys, when the light comes in, it's like, I give up. It's almost like having a gun pointed at you. The light coming on you is the light of God, you know, and the rocks can't hide you, right? And so this light comes on them. Instead of putting their hands up, they get furious. Have you guys noticed the elevation of fear and the elevation of anger since all of us continue to stay on the scene and are on the scene? Have you noticed that?
Oh, yeah. Yes. Yeah. Well, you know, Jan, they even come out and have said that they're the channel of communication from Jehovah God down to the congregation. Okay, so, you know, they are channelers. They are. I mean, you've even explained that very well in other discussions that you've had, but they're very diabolical. And, you know, with each of us coming on, whether it's this show or other YouTubers, you know, individually, someone might think, oh, you know, I don't really make that much of a difference. Well, but collectively, like I've said before, we're like a tsunami, and Watchtower cannot stop us because we are really making a huge difference. And the other thought I'd like to say is whenever you have darkness, anytime you turn on the light, that darkness disappears. It's never the other way around. Light always prevails over darkness. And Watchtowers, you know, they're full of demons. I mean, that's why John has said, do you have any part of them? Because they are demonic.
Hey, Dan, you prove my point as because I always talk about the Jedi Knight. Yoda said, fear leads to anger, anger leads to hate, hate leads to suffering. So when you say, why are the Jehovah's Witnesses suffering? Why are they so crazy? Why? It's because it starts with fear. They're angry, and then they're hateful. It's like a cookbook. It's a process to cook. And I always describe how a lot of these ex-Jehovah's Witnesses, you know, like, you know, Connie was saying how they're hurt. They're like, they're cooked in the oven. Not everybody gets cooked in the oven for a long time. Some get cooked for 5 minutes, some for 40 years, but some come out burnt. And so a lot of our brothers and sisters, they have a lot of more cooking. Jesus is going to keep them in the oven. They need a cook. They need a cook.
You're right. I had to say, they got to.
They're like sourdough bread. They're going to come out sour, man, but they're going to be crusted on the outside. But it's a delicious bread. Yeah, and they have to cook.
Hey, Stephen, you got a hell of a tan on you. He said, boy, I just made it out of that oven.
And just remember the words of Jesus when he says, see, Dan, the Jehovah's Witnesses do not belong to you and me. They belong to him. And they cannot be snatched from his hand. So if Jesus was going to let, you know, Dick's son cook longer, Dick has to have the faith that, hey, if that's what it takes, if my son needs to cook, let him cook. You know, but if he belongs to Jesus, he's not going to let him go. And that brings you peace. So as an apostate, you have peace and you pray for your enemies. Whereas the Jehovah's Witnesses will never pray for us. But as an apostate, we pray for our enemies and say, well, Jesus must still be cooking them. And you pray for your brothers. We don't hate them. That's the difference between them and us.
Yeah, and that's the darkness that makes us want to turn to the light. It's the heat. It's the sin that the reward of that makes us see. That's why the prodigal son, Jesus said, my father, you know, my father is like this. This man had 2 sons. One went away. Well, we didn't have to do anything. All we had to do is let life do what life does. And if we live in our lower nature, if we're taken from people and we're living riotly, well, we're going to end up we're going to end up. And that is why this life is here. It's the melting pot. It's even called the melting pot, isn't it? Or the fire. It's the consuming fire that turns us and draws the gold to the top. And so life is supposed to purify us. So yeah, I guess the JW's just got to cook a little longer in there, or the governing body or whoever, until they decide, this is getting pretty hot. I don't like this heat. Where's this heat coming from?
We're all on the fire, truth is. God's burning.
Well, brothers and sisters, me and Connie, we're going to be going to bed. It's we've run for 3.5 hours. If Rick will let the program stay on, if you guys want to talk some more, but we get to church in the morning. Yes,
we're out of town. We're out in California, so we're 3 hours earlier. But we got a program in the morning. But we're kind of beat up. We've enjoyed it though, you guys. Everyone, just thank you for your contributions. It's been an amazing show. I love it. I love everything. I was half asleep earlier, but I was listening. But we got burned out. We were running all over town today, and we finally got home, and we were kind of half asleep. And then Rick says, we're going to have Connie and Rich come on. And I'm like, oh man. So I was like, we actually took a little nap, didn't we, Angela?
Yeah, we did.
And then we woke up and we said, all right, they're still on. We can raise some hell.
Well, we wanted to make the show something that was really educational and really informative, because gaslighting, like I've said, can be involved in personal relationships, and they're very toxic and very abusive. And the thing is that we also wanted, of course, to relate it to Watchtower. So hopefully it's been able to help a lot of people to really learn a lot tonight. That's what we wanted to do. And we're doing it from a spirit of love, because we love everybody and we want to be able to help people.
Yeah. And like the Gigi said, I guess it was Gigi, that we do need to pray for our enemies and those who persecute us, and speak all manner of evil against us, and bless them and do not curse them. So we do want to pray for them and try to love them with our whole hearts, knowing that they just need to get some of the dross, out of there. I guess, is that how does the dross rise?
Yeah.
I forgot how that works. But anyway, God's trying to do this work. We want to be supportive of what God's trying to do in their lives as well as ours.
Yeah, and don't let Watchtower be the last chapter in your book, guys. I know so many witnesses that are like, I'm done, Watchtower screwed me up. No, do not give them that privilege. Watchtower is not the last chapter. God Almighty.
Right. And the other thing too, Dan, that's a great thought, a great point. I was going to say, and the thing is you leave the organization, life can be pretty awesome. And you know what? God does not beat you if you leave this organization. And that's something I have to tell people, because everybody seems to think, well, it's Watchtower's life. Oh my gosh, you leave the organization, you must have left Jehovah, or God, you've displeased Jehovah. And that's where the shame and the guilt and the suicide and everything comes in. No, that's not true. That's not true. People, when you leave this organization, you're free. You're not under all this bondage, this diabolical organization. And God loves you very much because he wants a personal relationship with you. He always has been. He's just been waiting for you to wake up. That's what it is. It's been a great life. Yeah.
Can I tell you, Connie, that when you leave this organization, and I've said this, I think, to Anne Marie on her show, but I've talked about this many times. The difference between, I'm not trying to put myself above any apostates, but when I look at all of these apostate videos, all of them, and I find I'm a totally different person, because the reason why I say this is because when I learned the truth about the truth, I knew right then and there in that moment in time, it's showtime. So when Dan says don't throw in the towel, no. It's showtime, buddy. You were in the oven for 10, 20, 30, 40 years. It's time, ding dong, the game is on. I mean, the boxing match is on. And when you understand that, concept that you're watching this video, you learn that you're Jehovah's Witness, you learn the truth about the truth, and you're like, what do I do? Well, the bell just rang, and then Satan is winning, because what's happening is you're getting sucker punched. Mike Tyson is hitting you with his first left hook, and you're down for the count. But it doesn't have to be this way because you actually had training. And all I'm saying is that the future is bright because you were trained for this moment in time. There's not one ex-Jehovah's Witness that has not been trained for this moment in time. So I say, gird up and say, yeah, I'm ready. Because they're going to kill me like they killed Jesus. They're going to kill me like they killed John the Baptist. It's on, baby. Let's rock and roll.
Rocky.
Yeah.
Rocky.
And that's so it's the way we look at things, that, the fight is not with the governing body. The fight is between us and Satan, let's just say. And you're like, and so now you're elevating the human being. You're like, I'm not going to fight these losers. They're humans. I'm fighting in the championship. I'm going pro. But it's all about attitude. It
is about attitude, honey, and it's a spiritual warfare. That's the thing. It's a battlefield. It's a spiritual warfare. And when you're a genuine Christian and you know who you are in Christ, you're covered. It's Psalms 91. And you're covered with his precious blood from the top of your head to the bottom of your feet. And you have absolutely nothing to be afraid of. Nothing. You can walk through that battlefield and be prepared and armed and dangerous, and you have nothing to fear because you really know it's spiritual warfare and you know how to fight. That's the truth. That's the absolute truth.
That's right. All right, guys.
I was wondering, maybe Gilbert and I will stay up later.
That'd be good. Yeah, I've always liked, what Gilbert has to say.
I'm just waking up. What's the novel? Midnight in the Garden of Good and Evil? I'm just waking up.
Hey, Rick needs to give Dixie and I a show.
Oh, I'm ready. Is it 1 o'clock yet?
Just somewhere it's 1 o'clock. Yeah.
So it's 1 minute till switching out. Well, my final thought is, if you've been listening to Six Screens tonight and you're enjoying what you're hearing and it makes sense to you, and you can think to yourself, if I can tell somebody this trapped in this darkness, their life would be so much better. You should not hold this information from someone. I've always suggested to people, maybe you don't want to confront somebody. Well, write a postcard. Or just say, listen to Six Screens, give the telephone number, give the hours, and say, just listen. Or better still, call up the governing body and say, hey, can one of your governing bodies come on Six Screens? Because these people that are doing these programs are cutting you guys up, and you should stand up for Jehovah's name. Jehovah's name is being dragged through the mud by the Watchtower people. By the Six Screens people. It's getting late, but just tell somebody. Don't keep it in. If you know someone who's a Jehovah's Witness, write them a postcard or somehow make contact with them. You'd be doing them the biggest favor in their life if you get them out of that cult. I would say good night to everybody. God bless. Me and Connie say good night.
Yes.
And we'll see you in 2 weeks.
Yep.
Good night, dear.
Everyone.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. We love you. Thank you. So should we hang up and let him talk?
I'm going to bed.
Marcus Vaughn had a bunch of videos. He's still doing them, but a couple years back, he was talking about his personal experiences at Bethel. And I don't know, Gilbert, if you knew any child brides, but I sure did.
No child brides.
I knew of brides that were 16, and as soon as it was legal in Virginia, they were married off. I know of one case where the gentleman was a really good brother, and he'd worked with my dad. He was a really nice man, and I was not interested in him. He was slightly older than me, and he came to see my parents with this beautiful girl. And he waited until she was 18, I guess, to marry her. But he was, with the parents' permission, they went to Disneyland. She was an exquisite girl. They had a happy marriage. They stayed married. They're still married. He had things to offer her from her poverty that I guess nobody else could offer. But I just wanted to say, how old are you? And then Marcus...
Oh,
Marcus had some things that happened in Bethel where the older brothers had these young wives, and they were not benevolent to them. He's got one where the tape is just, it stayed in my mind. It was so traumatic to listen to it on the podcast.
My mother-in-law was 16 years old when she got married.
Well, I got an email. I got an email from a person. I deleted it, but I shouldn't have. But it was they sent me all of the links of the Watchtower of stories, like life stories of Jeffrey Jackson. And so what happened is his current wife, he knew her when she was like a preteen in Australia. And then they start showing all of these. He sent me all of the articles, and when he gets to the United States, she is for some reason miraculously there when his wife dies, and then they go and they get married over there, where King of Dots is Covington, Kentucky or something. That's where all of the crazy France people are at. So it doesn't prove anything. But I'm thinking to myself, if you and I, Trixie, were in the same congregation growing up, and then I'm 50 years old plus, and you say, Gilbert, you got married, and he goes, yeah, and the girl that I'm married to is a little girl that a sister that was in our hall. You're like, no, something's right. Okay, I understand if you marry somebody younger than you, but when she was like 10, 15, 12 years old in your congregation, when you were, no, something's just not right. And it's stuff like that it's, it just,
and at the same time, along those lines, years and years and years ago, half a century ago now, when my parents and I went to the Kingdom Hall with my rock and roll boyfriend, and he was handsome. He looked like Orlando Bloom.
Okay.
And he bought a suit to go with us. We had known each other. He was slightly older than me, but he'd known me on and off since I was about 6 years old. And I had my first conversation with him when I was about 14 years old. And there I am at 17 or so, and he's in his 20s, and we're at the Kingdom Hall, and they did everything they could to push him out of my life. And my uncle, who was a worldly person, my favorite uncle, he says, well, that was the most proper courtship he'd ever seen. You grew up in the same town, you know the person all your life. There wasn't anything wrong with that.
No.
But like you say, some of these girls show up instantly when the wife dies and stuff. And that there's all kinds of strange arrangements.
Yeah. Speaking of Marcus Vaughn, and he talks about the homosexuality in Bethel. The problem I have with homosexuality in Bethel is this thing called gay pride. Listen, where's the gay pride in Bethel? We know that there's a lot of homosexuals in Bethel, and we're not judging them. But I'm just saying, I'm judging them because I'm thinking, how is it that you guys are always on the down low? Does not one Jehovah's Witness in Bethel say, hey, I'm tired of being on the down low. I want to just be proud of who I am?
Well, what happened, their policy is that the person can be the way they are, but as long as they don't practice that.
Okay.
And we know from the history of the 19th century on, I can't know what the ancient Greeks were about, but there's a book called Gay New York that is factual. So we know that it was always in New York in the 19th century. We know there were always nightclubs there. We know it always was sort of on the down low. So these poor brothers are kind of trapped. I mean, they probably want to be who they are, but what can they do? So he talks about that. And in that same year of videos, podcasts, is the one with the young wife that's assaulted by her husband.
Yeah.
It's just terrible because they don't, again, it's that sexual guilt and shame, and they don't understand what love is, and I don't know.
Well, you know what it also is, and it goes back to sex education, because I talk to a lot of people, and they call me, different people call me, and we talk, And when the subject comes up about sex, different types, I always tell them that one thing I've learned through my experience, having been a Jehovah's Witness, an elder and everything, and talking to ex-Jehovah's Witnesses is, and I see this all the time where people are having an affair. They're married and they have an affair. Well, when they're in the affair, everything is great. They love each other. Well, isn't it interesting that when it comes to light and they get caught, what happened to the love? The love just, like a match. It goes away. And so what I tell people is that this is what happens with Watchtower. Is kinky sex is more addictive than crack cocaine. Kinky sex, right? Everything on the down low. And this is how they get people, because they compromise them. They do things like, say, for example, like all of the televisions in the Kingdom Halls. You can't buy those televisions in Walmart. Watchtower. Yeah, Watchtower sends you the TV, just like those stores in the mall. Those TVs have closed circuit cameras, and security's always looking in. So if you're an elder and you go to a Kingdom Hall at 2:00 at night, then Watchtower knows, and they're recording. But they're recording you having sex with a regular pioneer. They're not going to do anything about it. It's going to be on file. But the day they need it, because say you're going to do this or that, they're going to say, "Oh, Brother Johnson, come on over here." No pun intended with Johnson, but brother, let's call him Flores. And then they're going to say, come here, and I don't think you're going to do that. We got this tape, and he'll just be quiet. So, but the point is that this kinky sex is addictive like crack cocaine, and so this is what happens with the homosexuality. I think in Wallkill, in Bethel, is they're doing it on the down low, and that is the drug, that it's in secret, and they're going and there's, flirting with the sisters, but they're really having her boyfriends. It's that secrecy. And this is, everything about Watchtower is secret, either their Bible, the New World Translation. This is why secret societies are so dangerous. This is why it's always when they were going to kill Jesus, they were looking for him. It says, "I am he." He wasn't hiding. You should never hide and pretend that you don't have she's not your girlfriend or you're not in a relationship. I learned that. I learned that the hard way. I remember one time I was real close with a woman. I was really, really close with her, physically. And the door at the store opened up. I pushed her and she looked at me, and I looked at her, and I felt like I stabbed her in the heart, and I apologized, but the damage was done. You know what I mean? But she was just as guilty too. But I realized that all that stuff is it's like crack cocaine. It's fentanyl. It's addictive, and I really think that in headquarters, this is a lot of people. They're into that stuff, and it's the thrill of the hunt. And
well, I think
and
some
that's why
of these young men too would be dismissed if their true lives were known. Yeah. And if a person is going to stay single all their life, and they're in a monastery or they're in Bethel, that has advantages for a young man for his lifetime, in a way. And if he wants to be with other young men and they're there for their lives. So I'm sure they've factored all that in. The problem is, if you were looking at a Catholic monastery from the 1500s to the present, they all have the finest educations, and they all have the finest science, and they all know psychology and psychiatry and management and human behaviors. So if they're running a monastery, they've got some guy at the top that knows how to handle people issues.
Mm-hmm.
The Watchtower does not train any of their people except their legal department and their art department. Yes. Everybody else is trained when they get there.
Correct.
So they're missing out on a lot of management skills and such.
Mm-hmm. Correct. The other thing, like with these, like when you see the governing bodies and they travel with their entourage of 18 and 20-year-old boys. You see that all the time, you know. And you know, like Sanderson, a single male is. But what happens is it's also addicting because, you know, as a young kid, when are you going to go to France, to Brazil, to Tahiti, to Mexico City, you know, to Peru? You're not. But these guys
I could see where it would have advantages, just like it would for a young man who's a priest, and because you know the witnesses don't have, they got 240 now or two. I think they have less countries than they used to have, but they still have over 200 countries.
Yeah, so they live like billionaires without spending any money. And they can sign a vow of poverty, but yet they live high on the hog. And that's addictive. You know, it's very addicting. Women do this. They're called gold diggers. I mean, we have to come up with a new name for these young Bethelite men. But
I think they're called assistants.
Assistants, yeah. But you didn't know that about the TVs, about the televisions?
No.
Well, when you go to a mall or you go to Walmart, you'll see those TVs everywhere. And they're like, advertising their specials or, whatever. But they're really closed circuit televisions and cameras. And they go to the security department. And a lot of times those TVs are above the cashiers. And they can look at and so Watchtower does not say to the brothers, go to Walmart and buy yourself a 45-inch TV. No. Watchtower sends you the TV and they bill you for it. But that TV is already programmed. Once it hits the internet, it's already programmed, and it's connected to their alarm. And so again, when somebody goes to the Kingdom Hall late at night, they know, well, why is the brother here? Well, the camera tells you, and they know. Wow. A lot of these are voice activated as well. So, but the point is that Watchtower is not going to tell. Watchtower is never going to reveal it. What they'll do is they'll just hold on to that information. They won't let not even the elders know that they're being recorded. And if there's like an elders meeting, they can also listen in. Let's say, for example, a group of elders are getting wise and say, let's incorporate and let's take back this. Let's sell the Kingdom Hall to a separate corporation of ourselves, but that way Watchtower can't steal it from us. They can legally do that, but Watchtower would be in on the conversation because they know. Okay, well, why are you guys here? It's not Thursday at 7:00. Why are you here? But yeah, a lot of people didn't know that, but it doesn't take a rocket science to figure out this is why they have all of those TVs in the American and the Western countries.
It sure has changed. I mean, there's always been corruption and trouble, but that makes it easier for them, I guess. It
makes sense because all of the like Lenin from Russia. I remember reading one time when he had people that loved him dearly, the dictator of Russia, but because they were getting very popular with the people, like they got more likes on Facebook, he killed you. You're like, so it would be like today if Anthony Moore, the governing body, were doing videos, and another guy does videos, but he gets more likes, he gets more views, and they kill him. They're paranoid. So this is the one thing they all have in common, dictators, communist countries.
That's a narcissistic leader personality anyway.
Yeah, they're all the same, of the birds of a feather. They have the same traits.
Stalin was paranoid. He had to have the same kind of train car wherever he went.
Yeah, the paranoid, and Watchtower's like that too. And that's why it makes sense with the televisions,
Wow. Well, it certainly doesn't sound like a safe place to me.
No. So, and that's where a lot. I've received a few calls where people would tell me that they've had, relations, sexual relations inside the Kingdom Hall, and I asked them why, and they go because it was very erotic. And I thought, oh my God, I hear this with the Catholic people as well.
Mm-hmm.
You know, this is, and that's why I put two and two together. This is, you know, it's like a drug. It's like a drug. And when they're exposed, all of that love dissipates. It wasn't real.
Right.
Yeah.
That's fascinating. I find human behavior to be fascinating.
Yeah. Yeah. And so, and I know they may be a little bit off color, this conversation, but it has to be told, especially to a young man and woman, because when a father figure, mother figure tells his daughter or son, you know, about these subjects, about, you know, and you say this can be a drug, and if you fall into this is not normal sexual behavior. This is not your cigarette. This is not a cigar. This is very powerful drug, and it will consume you. And you're not telling them what to do, what not to do, but you're letting them know, and you're preparing them for the real life situations. You know.
What I thought was interesting, I watched some Latter-day Saints, some Mormons, ex-Mormons podcast. And what was interesting was, unlike the witnesses, even though they're a high control group too, and a very rich group, they have their people dating each other from a very high school age.
Yeah.
So that by the time they're in their 20s, they've paired off. They know they're going to have a wedding soon. They want to avoid premarital sex. It gets real interesting, but they said that the state of Utah didn't have very good sex education either. So many of these religious groups are not teaching basic safe sex with condoms or anything like that. It's like they want them to have a courtship, but they also want them to get married. And they want them to have kids, so there'll be more members. But I think the Mormons have happier marriages because they pick who they want from this group of their people.
Yeah.
With the witnesses, they're not focused on, well, let's have a dance so you can pick who you want from your group of people.
Yeah. But you're right about like sex. You're right about sex and sex education, because let's talk about the Mormons. A few miles from here, from where I live, I'd say about 5-7 miles. Jodi Arias is in life in prison, and she killed her boyfriend, Alexander, shot him in the head and stabbed him nearly 30 times. It was huge in Arizona, the Jodi Arias story. But here's the thing. One of the things that people don't talk about, and this is why it's very important to talk about these sex cases, is because they were Mormons and they were having sex like rabbits. But when they would go to their get-togethers, and they're all a bunch of Mormon kids, I think it's Jason Alexander, he would tell everybody that he's still a virgin because he's part of the virgin of the LDS. Well, imagine if you are a woman and you're having sex with this guy, and he's telling all of the girls that he's a virgin, and he's hitting on all of these girls, but he's having sex with you as a rabbit, you know. She snapped. I'm not justifying. She wasn't justified in doing what she did. But this is the other thing about sex education. People don't talk about these things. Like at church, you know, this is why, sex and love are very powerful forces that create world wars. I mean, you know, have you ever heard of Anthony and Cleopatra? I mean,
sure.
These things, you know, and when you and Watchtower doesn't talk about this, and they don't say, hey, you're going to get together. We're going to tell you not to do it, but we know you're going to sneak out of the house and you're going to hang out with your friends of the same age. But this is what's going to happen to you. You know, someone's going to snap. Why? Because you're playing with a force that is very like a Jedi Knight has a sword, right? You don't just give it to anybody. It's a very powerful tool,
right?
You know, and because these religions don't have these heart-to-heart conversations with these kids, they literally
it's so common sense. It's so
failure.
easy to have that conversation.
Yeah.
But
and I feel that
can't
because of that, they set us up for failure. A lot of Jehovah's Witnesses were set up for failure, and you hear it all over YouTube, all of these experiences. Watchtower set up these children for sexual failure.
I believe it. And the gentleman 2 shows back said there's no happy endings in Watchtower. And I said, you know, he said it perfectly.
Well, it depends on which massage parlor he goes to.
I didn't mean the pun, but you're right. That was good.
Yeah, it depends on which one he goes
Very
to.
good.
Yeah.
Very good. See, there's a technique that would save a lot of trouble.
But no,
but
he was
60% of the sisters, you know, are single, and there's no, you know, let's have let's take some of these sisters on a trip to another congregation somewhere or something. I mean, the conventions certainly haven't paired people off like they should.
And see, that's the part that really hurts me as a former Jehovah's Witness elder, because I look back and I think, you know, like that. I as a Jehovah's, as an elder, as a minister who's in charge of overseeing like a flock, right? Like you have this beautiful property outside the Kingdom Hall. It's huge parking lot, and I go here in Phoenix, and for $5-6, this company they have all it costs is $5 to go in, and they teach you how to line dance. You know, for 1 hour, you do line dancing, you do ballroom dancing, and everything. And I thought to myself, why doesn't the religion do this? And some do. Some do this. And like
the Mormons do, they have dances.
Yes. And so that sets up. We used to have a whole bunch of them in the Spanish congregation, but I've noticed like all this stuff has changed. And when we used to have them when we were kids back in the 80s, and I mean, people would drive like 60 miles, Jehovah's Witnesses, to go because of what you're saying. You know, single women wanted to go and dance, and mom and dad would give them permission because
20 years ago when I first moved down here after I did my dad's care, the sister says, oh, well, the Spanish congregation has salsa dancing. I said, well, there's not a dance I can't do. She says, oh, well, you can't come because you don't have a partner.
Wow.
Now that was like, you know, when dancing is your favorite thing and you say, you know, there's going to be a dance and then I couldn't come to it. That's like showing somebody a piece of cake and not giving it to them.
Yeah. So I think Rick Farron is onto something in JW World News today when he talked about the percentages of women, you know, so many of them.
Yeah.
And all of these women that he's talking about, you know, they're not trained Jedi Knights like I am. And they're not masters of their domain, and they're going to snap. They're going to pop. And it's like a recipe for disaster. The way Watchtower has these women, they're like a pot that's, you know, like what are those pots that are sealed? Like a pressure cooker.
Pressure cooker. It's just
women.
real sad because it's like all these sisters and they all dress pretty and they all come to the Kingdom Hall, and most of them are going to be alone for the rest of their days.
And it doesn't have to be that way. And the sad thing about it, Pixie, is a lot of men will show interest in them, but they're going to drive them all away. I know a woman, she died, unfortunately. We grew up together, but she went down to Central America, you know, served with the need is great. But she lost a lot of weight. She was always heavy, but she had a perfect personality, but she was like, 400 pounds. So she loses like 200 pounds. And this one guy in Central America, and she talked about how, you know, he's a really good guy, nice guy. He wasn't baptized though. He's going to meetings. He fell for her, and she had lost like 200 pounds or something, or 150 pounds. And but she. So what I'm saying is that all of these women in the Jehovah's Witness religion, they're going to be propositioned many, many times, but they're going to say no, and they're going to look back and say, "Well, how come I'm not married?" Well, you kept saying no. Yeah.
Well, another thing, I saw an interesting statistic about people that get sober. Let's say somebody'd smoked cigarettes and drank to excess starting at 15.
Okay.
And let's say they didn't get a program and didn't get sober till they were 50. Let's just say this is a person, man or woman.
35 years.
By the time they're sober at 50, emotionally they're still going to be 15. This was in the 12-step literature that they haven't matured because they've been on this lifelong bender, so they're going to be like 15 again in their mind. With some of the witnesses, they don't mature. I went out and made a living. I have people skills. I managed. I feel like I've done pretty well. But I look around and I'm like, my God, that person's 70 going on 20.
Yeah. Well, you know why? Because I told Rick today in the news that the ground is poisoned in Watchtower land. I remember years ago, like about 8 years ago when I was doing videos, I kept saying how the Watchtower dirt, the dirt of the Watchtower, the land is poisoned and nothing can grow. I'll give you an example. In the military, a private will talk to the colonel of the compound, and then he'll go, "Permission to speak freely, sir." And the colonel will tell the private, "Permission granted." We don't have that in the religion, and that creates those problems that you're talking about. We really don't have we don't have the foundation, the dirt, the soil does not allow people to have these conversations about sex, dating, and a permission to speak freely, without judgment, without, just speak freely. And like when I was talking to Dan, when I talked to the kids about masturbation, just speak freely, where no one's in trouble.
Well, see, that's where it gets real culty, because then it's like Handmaid's Tale, where they don't even talk to each other. It's almost like that, or like in these books you read about priests and nuns. It's like there's this silence thing where you would like to tell your pioneer partner something, or you'd like to say something to an elder, but the women especially are told, not to express opinions. I guess that's what always got me into trouble, and probably why I left.
Yeah.
And a good thing, but. I would see the sisters that would come to my house and they didn't have an opinion on anything.
Yeah. Yeah. Like I'll give you an example about the fertile ground. There was years ago. This was before the protests in Warwick. I get a phone call. Honest to God, a young kid, 18 years old. He's black because he wants to have dreadlocks. He's telling me that he's in West Palm Beach, Florida, and in a Toyota Corolla that has no AC. He's 18 years old. All of his family are Jehovah's Witnesses. He sees Jared Loesch and he describes the car. And you know how 18-year-old kids, 19, they know everything about the cars, the model. He was describing the model. He knew the manufacturer suggested retail price. It was close to $100,000. He's describing it. And he's over here regular pioneering in a car, in a Toyota Corolla with no air conditioning in West Palm Beach, Florida. And he's out there parking Jared Loesch's car. That's his assignment. And he knows something's wrong. And he tells me that all of it, he wants to grow a dreadlock. And he goes, "Gilbert, what is your opinion about this?" And all of his family are Jehovah's Witnesses tell him no. So I told him, listen, I go, the Bible says, whatever it is you're doing, work at it whole soul to the Lord and not for men. Remember that? Colossians 3:23. He goes, yeah. I go, so what are you doing? Well, you're growing hair. So if you're going to grow hair, do it whole soul to the Lord, not for men. So grow the best dreadlocks men have ever seen. And tell God, I'm going to show the world what I have. Because King Solomon also talked about how what God giveth, God will taketh away. I think it was King Solomon. Oh, no, Job. What God giveth, God will take it away. I go, because when you're 50 years old, you're going to be bald, buddy. Do it now. And he started laughing. But I used the Bible of the Job account and the Colossians. But I didn't tell him what to do, what not to do. I just said, shine your light, man. Do it. But make sure it's the best. Don't go halfway, and glorify. And when people tell you about your hair, just say, yeah, God gave it to me, man. God gave it to me.
Some people have curls, some people have nappy hair, some people have super straight hair. the governing body never understood that there was any variety in the human family until about 30 years ago.
Exactly.
You know, but the thing is, now that we have this, now that they're allowing, it's so ridiculous to me. You know, we've all been allowed to dress since we were, what, 6 years old? But now that they're allowing, it's a distraction because people are dying every day for lack of a blood transfusion. And these women are being subjugated around the world in 200 countries. And the children too, and all the problems.
Yeah, the beard thing is like the Catholics doing the dispensation of privileges. You know, they dispense on you. So so JWs went Catholic. You know, we're going to dispense beards on you. You know, like a pope. It's and that's what I was telling Dan earlier. They're not uplifting the human spirit. You know, like you uplift the human being by not telling him what to do, but telling him what he can do. Like you like I'm not going to tell you to wear dreadlocks or not. I'm just saying that you have the ability to have the greatest set of hair that'll just wow everybody, you know, and do it. You know, like you uplift the human, don't lower the human.
I can remember 50 years ago now, I can remember this one brother that went to the barber religiously. His hair was always perfect. And he had in the back of his neck, because I would sit behind him, and he would sit too close to the front. And he would have the little V that the barber would cut on the back of his neck. And I think in the old neighborhood they said, oh, that's a duck's ass. They had a name for it. So the elder says, well, you can't come in here with that haircut. And I'm like, his haircut looked fine to me. But evidently this was a beatnik thing or something, or because it was, I don't know. But, you know, they would pick on people for their size, their shape. They're too skinny. They're too curvy. They're too tall. You know, this one brother had a paisley tie, and now I'm looking at the governing body, and they've all got silk paisley ties. They told him he had a hippie tie, and it was a very nice tie. So,
and look at how we look at things. Like, let's talk about women's dressing now. A lot of times, Jehovah's Witnesses will criticize women because it's too revealing. The skirt's too short. And I understand we're living in the year 2024. It's a different culture.
But I had nothing to reveal. I had not a curve on me, and they told me I was showing too much.
Well, see,
I weighed 90 pounds.
But see, that's the whole thing of the way people look at it. I look at it different nowadays. I look at it when a woman is showing off her curves and that she fits really good in a pair of jeans or whatever. I look at it like differently. I'm thinking, well, you know what? There's a lot of overweight women who are looking and probably saying, you know what? Maybe I should hit the gym and maybe I need to work hard like her. See what I'm saying? It's the way we look at things. Are we going to criticize a young woman or an older woman who has a beautiful body? Or are we going to be inspired and say, well, guess what? She's a lot older than me, and maybe I need to hit the gym.
Maybe after a certain age, they should just be congratulated for showing up.
Exactly. But you see what I'm saying? It's like we always tend, as Jehovah's Witnesses, they always tend to look at the critical part of something. What I'm saying is, like, why not look at a woman and okay, she's showing off a little bit, but like, dang, she still got it. Maybe you know, maybe my wife and I need to hit the gym. You know,
I tell you what, the Episcopals, they just pat you and shake your hand and say thank you for coming. You know, if you really need members and you need to fill the seats, thank everybody for coming. Old, young, male, female, whoever they are, thank them for showing up and thank them for being clean and pressed and doing the best they can on a Sunday morning. Because, you know, we're living in a world where the department stores have closed. It's not going to be the fashion show it was. If people can just show up.
And be happy. And I've learned that because I'll give an example. I was watching a YouTube video, girl. She's telling her story and Jehovah's Witness, and she's tatted out, you know, like certain. And I openly confess I have problems with tattoos. But thanks to the truth about the truth, I've learned to surrender it and just let it go. And like you said, I learned to just say, and I told her, I didn't tell her that part, but I just told her, I'm so glad you're speaking about. It was a really neat subject, and it was a subject that, and I put down that it's a subject that us men can't talk about. It has to be a woman on a woman, and I'm glad you guys are doing it. You know, and but I have to learn. I have to learn to let go. You know, and I get this from the Jedi Knight, right? Where he goes, "Let go, Luke." I have to learn to let go, and like you say, like the Episcopalians, just say, "Thank you for showing up. Thank you for being," you know, and just let it go. And it was a big struggle. My brother Jesse used to yell at me in private conversation. He's like, Jesse would tell me, "What the hell's your problem, Gilbert?" I go, "What?" He goes, "You got a problem with tattoos?" I go, I know. And it took me
I'm the only person that doesn't have one that I know of.
Yeah. But you weren't as judgmental as me, though. I was very judgmental. And I learned, I think all the apostates, everybody for their videos, they've enlightened me a lot, but I've learned to let go. I've learned to trust people. I've really learned, and I'm at peace now. It doesn't bother me as much.
We live in a crazy world, and what's so hilarious is the Methodists have had people showing up in casual clothes for 40 years now. And even the Mormons have ladies in dress blacks for the last 3 or 4 years. I didn't really realize how strict the witnesses were until I started watching some of these ex-Mormon shows, because I always thought they would be more stricter than the witnesses. No, I was the one in the stricter group.
Yeah. And you know what? On the dress, let me say there's 2 things that are very important to me about the dress. And I preach this all the time. It's in the very beginning, man, almost a lot of the answers that we need as human beings are found in the very beginning of Genesis, because God got it out of the way. But it's true, because Cain and Abel, what business is it of mine? If some brother or sister goes to church, an Episcopalian church or wherever, however he goes, that's his gift offering to God, like Abel. I'm being like Cain, not minding my own damn business and having an opinion about something that's none of my damn business. That's where the problems are. The problems are always because one guy is looking over his shoulder, trying to find out what his brother's doing. But
then we could get to that Cain and Abel story and the blood sacrifice, and how one was acceptable because it was a blood sacrifice. And then we get to the Isaac and Abraham story, which is never set right with me. And then we move to the death of the Christ. And it's like, okay, so they're not killing little animals anymore, but this is planet Earth. This is wacky.
But going back to the moral of the story, so I try to keep the simple side of the story. I don't try to go into the theology side. But the second point is, if you go to the church dressed, however you go, I love that phrase. I hate to use these words, but they say, "I'm a grown ass man." I love it when people say that. And you know what? Those people that go to church, they're grown adults. What? Gilbert, shut up. They're grown adults. Like, they're not stupid. And if they are, they're lying to themselves. Get out. It's none of your business, Gilbert. And that has helped me so much leaving the Jehovah's Witnesses.
See, I'm secretly missing it because I like the hats and the gloves and the heels and the whole deal.
Oh, yeah.
And that world's gone.
You're like a Kentucky Derby type of woman.
That's it. Preakness was yesterday. Yeah. That's it. Preakness and hats and that world, except for the horse race, that world is over.
So of course you loved Pride and Prejudice. I mean, you loved My Fair Lady, because remember the horse scene where she dresses like that.
The hats, yes.
That's your type of
That's my world. Yeah.
Yeah. And just going back to that Cain and Abel and the movie that I mentioned and everything, this is what I keep saying about keeping it simple, that a lot of times we overcomplicate things when my brother Jesse and I say, no, it's the moral of the story when we grew up. Like, for example, the Jonah thing. A lot of people want to talk about the fish. And we're like, no, keep it simple. The moral of the story is, do we rejoice that people are going to die, or do we celebrate that they were given a reprieve? You see, that's the moral of the stories. And what Jesse has helped me learn, my brother, is that although these profound questions of theology are very important, and I like them. When you're in a public place like right now, we're talking to a group of people. No, there's a time and a place for everything. We should just be talking about the simple moral of the story. How does this make us a better human being? Now, if you want to talk about the theological deep stuff, well, they're going to have that in room B at 7 o'clock. You know?
I'll be there with my
But everybody else can party over here. Yeah.
Now this podcast I saw today, there's this wonderful, attractive young black couple that are ex-witnesses, and they're in their kitchen, and I need to write down what the show is. And she's a nurse, and they're just both as cute as they can be, and so much in love, and so smart. And it was so funny because when I saw that Prodigal Son witness movie, they got that story all wrong. And I thought, am I the only one that read the Bible and knows they got it wrong? And they were laughing about it today. And they said, no, if he scored with a woman, he'd be skipping down the streets of New York.
Yeah.
So in the witness video, he's weeping profusely in the rain because he stayed over at this chick's house.
Yeah.
Now that's not the correct response either. So this group has taught everything incorrectly.
Yeah.
And I thought I was doing fine because, I had my life and I made my money and then I went to care for my parents and I'm like in retirement now. And with the 6 screens, I'm looking back saying, I thought I was over some of this stuff. What else was taught wrong?
Wow.
You know?
Yeah.
And so this show with the Prodigal Son, they're teaching these young men wrong.
It has to be by design because like Jesse and I would talk about how like when we were kids, Little Red Riding Hood, there's a moral of the story. There's always a moral of the story. Pinocchio,
What was the moral of that story? Tell me, Gilbert.
A Little Red Riding Hood?
I know the story and the hunter comes in and the big bad wolf, yeah.
Yeah. I just know about the
What
big bad
was
wolf.
the deal with Grandma and the hunter at the end though?
No, I don't know.
So he comes in, breaks bad with an axe, and it's like everybody's gone. And I don't know. It was kind of a Sam Peckinpah Gunsmoke kind of ending there.
Well, my whole thing is that with Watchtower, with the moral of the story, like going back to what you're saying with the Prodigal Son, it's like, I mean, who's driving this train? Like, what? Who's driving this thing? This is the moral of the story that you came up with?
And I'm watching it again, and I'm like, why is he weeping? Did he cheat on his boyfriend with a woman? What's the real story? He's saying, oh, God, forgive me. I had sex with a woman, and I'm a teenager. He should be skipping down the streets of New York. I mean, I'm a woman. That's, I might be devastated if I was a teen, because as a woman, but as a young man.
Did you ever see the water boy when he goes, I like Nikki Valancourt. She showed me her boobies, and I like it.
Yeah, exactly. It's different for boys, and it's different for girls.
Yeah. I would just tell God it hurts so good, sing that song, So
now a young woman, she'd be crying and she'd be getting an eating disorder and she'd be wondering why, he didn't marry her and all that'd be horrible. All kinds of things would be happening. But for the guy, he'd be skipping down the street.
Yeah.
And they don't teach us to make a living. The Mormons are rich and they want that tithe, and so they all go to college and learn how to be rich. And like you say, who's driving the bus?
Like I tell God all the time, as a man, I could buy Jesus for 10% and get the government contracts to boot. I mean,
there you go.
Sign me up.
There you go.
I just put 10% on the bid, and I do when I'm a Mormon and I'm cutting your lawn, I just increase it by 10%, and I get the contracts.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
This is a good gig,
Yeah.
But
the witnesses were from Brooklyn. They knew how to turn $1. They wanted all of our dollars.
Mm-hmm.
I'll never give to the worldwide work again.
Yeah, what did my brother Jesse say? Because they own Jesus and they want to charge rent.
Yeah.
Not only do they own Jesus, but they also want to charge rent. Like that.
See, they had me with those African Kingdom halls. I wanted to help those people, and I'd write the check, and then I looked at the video, and I'm like, how come they don't have a nurse's station and a well to go with that Kingdom Hall? I sent them nice checks. They could have put in a well.
Yeah.
So, and they're not sending any money to the people in Brazil. That breaks my heart. I told Rick Farron to watch the Oscar-winning movie The Mission with young Robert De Niro. That is a great picture if you haven't seen it.
Yeah, I heard you say that to him. You know what? I was going to tell him, but I didn't want to bring it up because, you know, there's a lot of people who they get, man, you just mention a name and they just get butthurt. But here's the thing. It doesn't matter what side of political or worldview you are. When somebody says something right, I guess the saying is called "give the devil his due." But one thing I learned a long time ago, and speaking of Brazil, Rush Limbaugh said that he noticed in his life that a lot of these charities, for some odd reason, never seem to accomplish and finish the work that they set out to do.
They sure don't.
Yeah, and so like things like Jerry Lewis, he starts off very good, muscular dystrophy, but then it becomes very apparent over the ages that they're using him to raise money, and it's all about. So this is what happens.
Don't get me started on him. Yeah, I'm not going there.
But what I'm saying is like I'll give you an example. Another one, Disney. Everything starts off good, but it's just at the very everything on earth decays. So whether it's the muscular dystrophy or a church, everything decays as human beings. And this is what happens with Watchtower. It's like, we're going to preach we're going to preach God's kingdom throughout the whole earth. Well, how long is it going to take you to do this? And they're always needing money to accomplish it, but they never accomplish it. And the same thing with going back to Brazil. It's like, well, give us money for the worldwide work to help our brothers, but the work never gets done. Is what and it's like. I'll give you a perfect example. It'll be like Rick Farron having his convention, and he's doing it out of his pocket. But let's just say he asks for donations, and everyone gives him money. And then next year he says, "Dang, this is so good! I'm going to do it again and again," and it never ends. But see, because that's what I mean about the decay. This is why it's so great when you see charities that just say, "Hey, this is what we're going to do. We accomplished our mission. We don't need your money no more."
Well, that show with De Niro was better the second time. I watched it after I hadn't seen it in years. The De Niro movie, The Mission.
Yeah.
And I hadn't seen it in years. I watched it again, and I'm like, this is one of the top 10 pictures of all time.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it's like Sinatra says, love is better the second time around. So when you watch that movie the second time around, yeah.
Now, there was another one that they did about missionaries. I think it was called Silence. And I can remember as a little girl witness missionaries talking about the book. And in the last 12 years, the movie was made, and the actors actually fasted to get skinny to make this movie. But it was so violent, I couldn't see it again. It was so realistic. And it was about missionaries going into China in the 1500s.
Oh, wow.
And they were not wanted. And it was a brutal thing. But the plot in The Mission, it's an adventure movie, and it's profound in some parts and funny in other parts. The Silence movie, it's called The Mission with Robert De Niro. The other movie is called Silence, and it's almost impossible to watch it. It's so violent.
Oh, Silence?
But both of the movies were made by, famous directors. Both of the movies had big budgets. Both of the movies, the actors did all their own stunts. And it was just showing you how difficult it is to be a real missionary in some of these countries. With if you're the first person going there or one of the early people going there.
Yeah.
But as far as
no, I put it on the chat section. The movie, The Mission, was that way as a reference.
Yeah, with Robert De Niro. And the other one I think was called was called Silence, but that movie, missionaries never did have a true toehold in China, ever.
Correct. But you know what? It goes. Well, my theory on that, my theory on the reason, like the churches and the missionary things, it bothers me. Now that I'm older, I look. What happens is that, like, for example, the Jehovah's Witnesses, the Catholic Church is a perfect example. They never die. Because they're corporations. They just never die. And so, like, this is like, going back to like Rush Limbaugh, this is why I say the best thing that he could have done, what he didn't do, is he should have just completely shut down the business, because he has a business called the EIB. Because what's going to happen is the devil is waiting for Russell, Rutherford, Knorr to die, whoever. He's waiting for Rush Limbaugh to die. Just pick any name, Walt Disney. The devil is just sitting there waiting for you to die, and he's going to take over, just like King Solomon says. You know, here I built all of this stuff. What's going to happen when I die? Well, I'll tell you what's going to happen. Satan's going to come in. He's going to take what you have, and he's going to, a lot of times, use it against you. So I always thought like a good church would be like, when I die, this whole church gets dissolved. And if you guys want to start another one, you're on your own. Because if the human being has to die, but the organization lives on forever. If they become, and that's why they become dinosaurs. And that's why
a lot of these indigenous groups, they got wise, and some of the Americans, Plains Indians, in their eagle bonnets and so forth. There was one. It was in the 80s, and a group of these wise men went down to South America and basically said to some of the tribes down there, don't let them screw you over like they did us. And so recently the Witnesses translated a Bible, I think it was in Brazil. And one of these tribal groups that had never had a written language before said, oh, thanks very much. Now we have a written language. You can go now because we don't want your religion. So this typically didn't happen, you know, in the whole history of like the Catholic Church or the Methodists or the Witnesses. Typically when the missionaries went down there, they got a power hold.
Yeah. And it doesn't die. It has a life of its own. And it gets passed on from like a kingship, right? It gets passed on from one to the next. And this is why, like, you know, it doesn't matter if it's Walmart or Sears or Amazon, everything should die. But I've noticed that everything that doesn't die eventually comes back and hurts the people. We all love Disney, but like, what the hell are you doing, Disney? Come on.
And what happened to Sears? That was the craziest thing. You know?
Well, what happened was Sears bad management. They could have beat Amazon to the punch. They could have been Amazon, but they were like a lot of dumb people. Like, what? Talking movies? It'll never happen. That was Sears.
Yeah.
What? Internet? Yeah. And
there was this other group in the Amazon that had some kind of altar. This was in Archaeology magazine. They had some kind of altar, and I guess it was one of the oldest stone structures in that South American country. I think it might have been Ecuador. And the Witnesses about 6 years ago bragged about how they had taken this indigenous belief and destroyed their altars and given them a written language and converted a large percentage of them. Archaeology magazine had a totally different story about it. They're like, how dare these missionaries go in and destroy this stone area of these peoples?
Oh, like in Afghanistan, when the Muslims destroyed all of the, when the Taliban destroyed all of the archaeology. Thousands of years of history.
Yeah, that's another reason I guess the Witnesses didn't want us to go into the library. They didn't want us to know the other side of any story that they had.
Yeah, like Paul Harvey, right? And now you know the rest of the story. I know.
Exactly. So
Paul Harvey would have never been a JW. That's for sure.
So it's interesting how things go and who wins and.
Yeah. Oh, you know what? Is it because who wins? Like my grandfather, sombrero, leathery Mexican skin with a toothpick, sitting on the corner with his dog, watching everybody go by. Typical Mexican man. I mean, you could put him as an extra in a movie, in the West, But anyways, my grandfather would always tell us that there's two types of people in this world. That's all my dad, but he would say half the world is trying to screw you, and the other half is running away from the first half.
That's true.
And now that I'm a lot older, I'm like, my gosh, he's a freaking genius. And that's basically the story of like the Jehovah's Witnesses, the Catholic, all of these. Half the world is trying to take advantage of you in one way or another, and the other one is just running to the hills.
It's true. That's absolutely it.
Yeah.
And that everything repeats about 80 or 90 year cycles.
Yeah. And I just thank God we're on the other side that's just running away. We're like, running. The problem, like my brother Jesse says, is that I think Ronald Reagan says we can't run anymore. We ran out of land. Normally we run west. And now we just got to stand up and say no and fight back and say, no, you're wrong. No, you're liars. That's what the apostates do. There's no more running.
No.
We can't run away. There's nowhere to go. Everyone has to take a stand and fight back.
Well, I think we have an individual responsibility, each of us, for our own life. And I don't know if any of these corporations will ever topple. I mean, you and I discussed that last week, and I told you what my legal strategy was, but I don't think it would be effective. Like you say, Disney's still around, and Walt's been frozen a long time.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, we just turning in his grave then.
We just have to do each of us for ourselves where we're safe and where we prosper. That's because every creature from the paramecium on goes away or toward. Is it safe? Is it not safe? Away or toward? And the witnesses, for some people, it works for them. Some people, it's a great gig for them, and they feel like it's true, and they have a right to have it and believe it.
Well, check out my brother Jesse. He used to be real good friends. Self-made millionaire, Jehovah's Witness, and they're in our congregation, right? And Dad fought World War II, North Korea. Son's a hard worker, general contractor, millionaire. Anyways, so my brother Jesse's always talking about. So they were good friends, so they were always having dinner and stuff. And my brother Jesse's always talking about politics, even as a Jehovah's Witness, right? And then so Danny, the millionaire, his wife is Patsy, and she goes, "Oh, Jesse," he goes, "I'm so happy we don't have to think about those things." And my brother Jesse's like, "Oh my God," he was like cold water. He's like, "Oh my," But he knew that's the mentality of the Jehovah's Witness. She summed it up. Like, oh, Pixie, we don't have to worry about these things. We don't have to think about. Jehovah does the thinking.
We don't have to think at all.
At all, yeah. They do the thinking for us. But she told it to him. She said the quiet part out loud. And that's when, like, a lot of times, like I told Jesse, and Jesse and talked about, like, this is where Mark Twain, famously talked about how the stupid one is you and me that go and argue with Patsy, and because she will beat you down with a stupid stick because she has the experience, right? Mark Twain talks about that. They'll never argue with somebody like that. They'll beat you.
Never argue with fools.
Yeah.
Never teach a pig to sing. Waste your time and annoys the pig.
Yeah. And that's the JW. They don't want to think, and we're in a dilemma where, like, what do? You can't fight these people.
You just have to let them do what they're going to do. But see, there's different personality types, and they haven't taken that into account. That's a science.
Yeah. That's why we have to just be seed droppers. I think that's why Jesus answered that question. He said, he told us to be seed droppers. That's what. That's all we can do. Is just drop seeds. You know.
That's it.
We can't push people.
Other people will take care of whether they convert or not, or whether they leave or not. There's a whole chain of things there, and a lot of my parents, they converted a lot of people, but I've talked to pioneers since then, and they're like, well, none of my Bible studies were ever baptized, things like that. So we can't really know what the success rate is for this group or the LDS or any other group.
And if Jesus could not convert Nazarenes, Nazareth, right? Because a prophet is, you can't be a prophet in your own home.
Right. Don't play your hometown.
Well, if you're a Jehovah's Witness apostate, what makes you think you're going to convince somebody? No, you're not. No, if Jesus couldn't do it, you can't. All we could do is drop seeds.
See, that's the other thing. When you realize what a folly that all was, that's a doctrinal issue that I don't usually talk about on Saturday, but I think we're in Sunday now. The distraction of it, the folly of it, how much hard work it was when we had to knock on doors. And how are they going to move this organization into a new century with this different generation? Even the U.S. Army had to learn to train people differently. We've got an entirely different group of young people now.
Yes. Well, check this out. Remember I told you how I pushed my girlfriend while, I was making out with her. I pushed her with the door. When the door goes ding, Okay. I tell you that story.
You didn't tell me the first time that the doorbell rang.
Yeah. Well, it was, at work, the door. But check this out. So she said something to me that broke. It killed me, because she says, your God will be my God and your people will be my people, because her mom loved the story of Ruth, and I knew because her mom was a religious woman, and when she said those words, I was like, I know what she's talking about. She's talking about the story of Ruth and Naomi, and I'm like, hell no, will you ever be a Jehovah's Witness? I was like, there's something wrong in this picture. I do not want you to ever be a JW. And I was like, what's wrong with this? I was having a crisis of conscience. That no, there was no way in hell I would want, her to be a Jehovah's Witness. And I knew something was wrong, man. It just wasn't right.
That was a very romantic thing of her to say, though.
No, I know, but
in witness land.
But I was like, you don't know what I know. You don't know what I know. And I knew something was wrong. I knew something. I just felt it. I just knew something. And that was the beginning of my, groggy wake up from the truth about the truth.
I think I just got rid of Armageddon about 2 years ago. I think I was physically out and corporate and all that for years, and but I think I just got rid of that Armageddon notion about 2 years ago. As modern as I seem.
I'm going to drop an Armageddon bomb that my brother Jesse and I talk about all the time.
Okay.
I got to give this to my brother Jesse. It's going to change the way you view Armageddon.
Okay.
What's going to happen? It's real simple. Armageddon is going to come. The rapture is going to take place, and all of the Christians are going to be taken up like Star Trek. And the Jehovah's Witnesses will not even know what happened.
And that Left Behind cartoon, and they're the ones left behind.
And they're like, no, those Christians are already gone. Yeah, they left. And the Jehovah's Witnesses are like, what? What are you talking about? Yeah, Armageddon happened, 2 years ago.
Yeah, that's a good one.
The Jehovah's Witnesses will not even know. No one ever told you that about. I think that was in Matthew chapter 30, the lost chapters of Matthew, the lost scrolls.
Right.
Yeah.
Or one's in a field and the other one's taken.
Yeah. Well, there you go. Well, see, that is straight out of that's called ping pong religion. That is like,
it's in there,
that's
though.
Jehovah's Witness, yeah. But yeah, it's in there. Yeah, you take a a Bible text and you can make something
So
else.
what does that mean? And then Darby in 1820 had that rapture idea. And people say it's not in the Bible, and then you read that scripture and like, well, that must be where he got the idea then.
Yeah, that blows my mind every time I read it. I'm like, wow. Yeah.
So
yeah.
It's and is it fan fiction or is it true? I don't know. But every time I read the Bible, I seem to catch something I missed before.
Yeah, like the one Jesse says, and I love it too. Let's see, here it is, the New King. Pay attention. When he says, "Pay attention to how you listen," that's my favorite part. I think it's in Luke somewhere. But anyways, he ends it. It ends saying that even what a man doesn't have, it will be taken away from him. And my brother Jesse's like, what does that mean? Even what you don't have will be taken away from you. And we're like scratching our heads, like, wow, like what? Even what I don't have, like what? Like I have an idea. I have a belief in paradise earth. That's taken away from me. I don't know.
Well, it sounds like you wouldn't even have any hope of having it.
Yeah, even what you don't have will be taken away from you.
Like this reset now, like you'll own nothing and be happy kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. Oh, speaking of that, so there's this guy, and I'll mention his name. I love him. I love him dearly because he said the most meanest things to me and everything. Gus Espacio. And well, anyways, he texted me some bad stuff, but I love him because I told Gus, I go, Gus, you can tell me anything you want. I know you love me, and he does. But I pissed him off like religiously, right? And because he's a Christian apologist. But anyways, long story short, I pissed him off about 2 years ago also because I said, because I've been following the gold, the silver, the Federal Reserve, stuff like that.
Silver just went up.
Yeah, it passed the 31 mark. And so, but here's the thing. So I told him central bank digital currencies. The central bank digital currencies is going to it has to be peace and security. And he just went off on me. He wrote me the meanest thing. I'm stupid. I don't know anything about the Bible. Yada 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 yada. But I still love him.
Explain to me that central currency thing in the easiest way you can.
Okay. Well, central bank digital currency is basically it's a new dollar. It's not we have a regular dollar, the one we have. It'll be a new dollar, but they'll still call it a dollar. But it will be like on a Visa card. But here's the thing. They'll say, give us $100 from your original dollars, and we will give you, let's say, 1,000 new dollars. They'll do that, or they'll give you 1 for 1, or somehow they're going to incentivize you. The banks are going to incentivize you to take all of the money that is in the current system and bring it into, are you ready? Everyone's calling it a new system. This is demonic. This is how you know the newer translation is demonic. So this is what they do. It's called tokenization. That's another word that you're going to hear. Tokenization is this. Well, Pixie, we noticed that you have a car and you have a house and furniture and all this other stuff. We estimate that you don't need titles anymore, but we estimate that this is worth, let's just say, $100,000. So we're going to tokenize your house, your car, and all these other assets that you have, and we're going to tokenize them, and it's in your card, like a Visa card. But the thing about
what if I had $100? Are they going to give me 90 back?
Well, if you have $100, they might give you either $100 new dollars or 1,000 new dollars, depending on how they want to set it up to get people to move over to the new system. They're trying to get everybody voluntarily. And then what they do, like they do in other countries, if you do not bring us your cash by this date, then we're only going to give you 90%, and then we're only going to give you 75%, and then eventually they won't give you nothing for it. So they're forcing everybody to bring in the cash because they want to get rid of that market. But the thing is, it's called tokenization. This is where you own nothing and you'll be happy because everything that you own will be in a card. Your house will be tokenized. So let's say you have equity in a home. Well, now your whole equity is in your card, your central bank digital currency, which looks like a Visa card, and say maybe attached to your cell phone. But here's the thing: if you want to buy McDonald's, they'll say, well, no, you're overweight and the health app says that your heart's beating too much. You can't buy at McDonald's. And so what I was telling him is that all of this, 2 years ago, I told him that this has all the hallmarks of peace and security because the governments are bankrupt and they're going to, and everyone's pension is up for grabs. And all of these problems are up there. And I just said I could see where peace and security is like, hey, we no longer have to go to war with each other. We're all one nation, one currency. Everything's in a central bank digital currency. We have one global currency.
Kind of like serfdom?
Yes. And then an instant fall. Because people will just eventually it'll just collapse on itself. Now that was just my theory. You know, God love him. He went off on me. You know, we're friends still. But
well, when they closed the banks in France in the 1960s, they closed them on a Friday and opened them again on Monday, and the retired people that had 10 francs got 5 back. So that's called
a bail-in. And because of the Dodd-Frank Act, what they did before in the 2008 crisis, it was called a bailout. So the United States government taxed the people, and then they gave J.P. Morgan Chase, a lot of these banks. Wells Fargo, I remember, went in to the meeting, and they said, we don't need your money. We're fine. We're okay. And the government told them, no, you will take this money. They forced Wells Fargo to take money. And by doing it, they bought them. Like we're going to give you money, like gunpoint. We're going to give you money, and you're going to sign that you took it. They own you. But a bail-in is different. A bail-in is exactly what you described. And Dodd-Frank Act has thanks to Obama and the Republicans and everybody, and the Democrats, everybody's in on it. Now they say, well, a bail-in is just that. When they'll close the bank on Friday, and then the bank, if they have after they do their accounting, if there's any money left over, it goes back to you. Because every time you deposit money in a bank, you are loaning the bank money. It's not your money. You're loaning it to them. And if they go bust and they don't pay and they went bankrupt, then they don't have to pay you back the money.
Well, that would be a nightmare. That's what happened in the Great Depression. Those people in the movies never got their money back in It's a Wonderful Life.
And what Ron Paul is saying, that you're still going to get your Social Security check, like in Mexico in '94, but you can't even buy a loaf of bread or whatever.
Right.
So so what they do is they still give you they still call it a dollar. What they do is they confuse everybody by a word called nominal confusion. They'll give you a brand new currency, but they'll still call it a dollar. And you don't like in Mexico, it's called the nuevo peso in Wall Street, and that means the new peso. But in Mexico they call it the peso. Because they confuse people. Like no, the new peso means that there was an old peso, and they don't want you to know. They don't want this generation to know that there's 2 different currencies. You're like, why are there 2 different currencies? Oh, because we ripped you off the last time.
Right. See, I could never figure out in Japan why a lipstick was like 1,000 yen. It's like because their currency had changed. It wasn't simple numbers. It was like these huge numbers for something that was small.
Correct. So let's say,
and it's true that in Germany in the 20s, they did have wheelbarrows full of marks to get a loaf of bread. That is true.
Correct. See, so what happens is like Japan, what they would do is they would just chop off zeros, and they would still call it a yen, and the new bills will look almost identical. So what happens is, but it's because it's so hard to do mathematics zeros when there's so many zeros.
Right.
Yeah. Somebody.
Hey, can I ask you guys something?
Go ahead.
Okay, I'm hearing you guys. I'm hearing you guys.
Yeah.
What?
Did you leave a donation? Because you want to ask a question. I'll have to see if you donated first.
Oh,
no, go ahead. Go ahead.
Anyway, I'm listening to you guys. Okay. You guys are talking about all these figures. Yeah. Now, is this supposed to happen when Satan takes over?
Oh.
No, it's actually supposed to happen sometime in June, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah.
In June?
Yeah.
This year. And it's
You gotta
already
be
happening in
kidding.
certain
I
countries.
never heard nothing of it.
Yeah. A lot of people don't know about it. And it's happening in different countries. Some are implementing it faster than others, you know, and so
what about the United States?
Yeah. They've already said that's in the plan, and Congress is pretending to fight back, but with legislation, but knowing that it's never going to pass.
Oh my God! I am on my own Social Security and my husband.
Mm-hmm.
That passed in '98.
So what happened is, if in order for you to get Social Security, you're going to have to adopt their central bank digital currency. There's no way to escape it. Like they'll say, the only way Social Security is only going to be done, and so you'll have like a government app on your phone or something, and they'll pay you that way. And then like Walmart and Target will accept that form of payment. And let's say, for example, there's a Republican guy who owns a grocery store. Well, they won't give him the machine to take the new payment, so you won't be able to shop over there. So this is the government's way of forcing people in and out of a market.
Well, I hope the Lord hurries up and gets us in the air.
Yeah.
My sister said, "No, we're going to get our heads chopped off," and I go, "Maybe you. I'm going in the air."
I think Social Security will be okay.
Because 20 years, okay, I was disfellowshipped in '98. I wouldn't quit smoking. And I asked them if I could wear a patch. They said, no, it's like a blood transfusion. And I said, then disfellowship me. I'm not quitting. No, we don't want to. I said, yeah, I want you to. Well, my husband was really furious with me, you know, with that. And, oh man, he died that year.
Oh,
I got disfellowshipped in August, and he died in November. But his mother said he saw heaven. And it was beautiful.
Do you think that's true? Do you think
and
that's
he
true?
said, I don't know. But
I
she's
don't know
Catholic, so who knows? Maybe she lied to me.
No.
But
I don't have
he said, I saw heaven. It was beautiful. I want you to be okay. Because he loved his mother, you know? And so she's like, I'm going to be okay, son. I want you to be okay. I'm going to be okay. And she told me this after he died.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh my God, really? You must have accepted Jesus somehow.
Well, the reason I ask you that is because not to minimize whether it's true or not. It's just as Jehovah's Witnesses, we're always taught that was impossible. But now, when I hear stuff like that,
he was dying.
No, I know.
And somebody was talking to that man. There was nobody in the room, and he was talking a conversation. And I said, "Who are you talking to?" And then somebody left a gift thing for the kids with a thing that said he came and saw him all the time.
Well, do you believe that's true? I'm just asking. Do you believe that's true? I think so. I think it's very possible. I think so too.
Well, doesn't it say, though, I look behind and there's a great crowd in heaven? He says that. John said that. There's a great crowd, a number you can't count.
Maybe that's what he was seeing. Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
But,
and it doesn't bother me no more. Remember, as a Jehovah's Witness, when you're talking about right there, it would trigger us. And it doesn't trigger me no more. When I hear stories like that, I just like, wow, lucky you that you got to experience something like that. Because I kind of get jealous. I'm like, how come I can't hear that? Or I get jealous now.
But
I don't
he
get
was
upset.
dying. He was dying.
But still, to be able to see something like that, what a privilege, I mean, how would he be able to see something like that dying?
How did my grandfather see hell? How did my grandfather go to hell right in front of my mother?
Wow.
Okay, he went to hell, right? And he was one of those,
he saw it?
Those devil people, the Mason. Devil people? He was a Mason. And he saw hell.
Pretty nice Masons.
Because he was saying, like, I'm thirsty. My mom went to get him a glass of water, and he started cussing out God and saying, don't you put me in the flames.
Well, sounds like he had a hard personal last day.
Yeah.
Hospice is not easy.
He was an unbeliever, but my grandmother got saved. She was a Masonette. She was one of the women. But we went to see Mario Morello, and they went down and got saved. And then she died like a month later.
Wow.
So at least I get to see my grandma.
Really?
But,
have you heard from them since?
Huh?
Have you heard from them since?
No.
Oh, okay.
Why would I hear from them?
No, because I hear stories. No, because I've heard stories. Now that I'm older, different people call me and stuff, and it's not like they didn't see their mom and dad, or they didn't, but they experience things, and they go, "That happened to my mom."
I've never.
Yeah.
No, the only thing I've experienced when I was 15, I was in my grandmother's house right after she died, and I asked God who was going to be there and who wasn't. I said,
this turning into the
my
Art Bell
Aunt
show.
my Aunt Bonnie Jean and her family, and he said yes. I find out my cousins are Christians. I didn't even know that. And then I asked about my sister and her family. He said yes. I asked about my other sister and her family, and they said no. He said no. And then my sister was like, wow, I thought Roxanne was saved. I go, really? She's all about money. She never goes to God unless she needs him.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying? And her kids, her boys, you could see their face when we were at my niece's wedding. She's preaching at him, and you could see him going, da, 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 I got a picture of him with his face, and I'm like, that's why God said no.
Yeah.
But that was the only thing I've ever experienced. I've never experienced anything about heaven.
Check this out, because Pixie mentioned how is this turning into an Art Bell show, and as Jehovah's Witnesses, we would be triggered by the things that you're talking about. It would trigger a lot of Jehovah's Witnesses. And does it trigger you, Pixie, when you hear stuff?
No, it just makes me think of how Art used to have those wonderful shows, and I have my own theory that remember Cain and Abel that you mentioned earlier?
Yeah.
I have my own theory that didn't Cain go to the land of Nod to find a wife?
Yeah. That's a scary part.
I think he was married to like a Bigfoot woman.
Cain.
That's my own theory.
Sister.
Yeah.
Back then they were able to do that.
That's not what the scripture says. The scripture says he went to the land of Nod.
All we can do is figure out they were the first people. He had to have taken his sister.
Read the account again. There's 2 Genesis accounts. There's another one there's 2 Genesis creation accounts.
Who says there's 2 Adams and 2 Eves?
I didn't say there was 2 Adams and 2 Eves. There's 2 Genesis accounts in the early first chapters of Genesis, and it says that he went to the land of Nod and found a wife.
Wow.
So I think he married a Bigfoot.
That.
Well, no, see, one of the
I didn't see that.
No. The question is in its most simplest form. The question is, Adam and Eve were human beings, and so some people speculate that outside of the garden there were
other hominids,
but they weren't human beings.
But isn't that the whole idea? Genesis 1 is the beginning of everything.
Well, see, no, because I take the Gnostic view that and it was in the Watchtower, was in questions from readers.
Okay, I don't care about the Watchtower.
Well, I'm just giving my opinion. It was in questions from readers in about 1980, and they asked the Gnostic question. Some other people must have asked this question besides me. It was in questions from readers. They asked the Gnostic question, was the snake and the fruit an upgrade? And that's a Gnostic notion that it was. And then the Genesis 6 with the angels, was that a downgrade or an upgrade?
Yeah.
So I postulate personally, this is the pixie view, that there were other hominids and that Adam and Eve with the fruit took the upgrade.
Now, my brother Jesse says Cain married. My brother Jesse says that Cain married outside the truth. That was,
I think he married a Yeti. I think he had a Bigfoot girl.
Yeti.
I don't know, that's a Bigfoot gal.
No, that stuff scares me. You know that's some scary stuff. You know?
I have never heard of 2 accounts like this. I believe when God said in the beginning.
But that was the creator, which is in Kabbalah. There's a space above where Yahweh would be. There's the Ein Sof, which is the creator energy, like physics and stuff, and that's the creation. But then Yahweh comes down at the Tower of Babel in the Catholic Bible. He actually comes down to the workers, which is chilling to me. How does that happen?
And the scary part is like, I don't even want to think about it. But
anytime that they're talking about Yahweh, because when you say the Father, they say nobody's heard the Father.
That's what we were taught as witnesses, but when I read about the tower in the Catholic Bible, it says Yahweh came down.
But I think it was all about Jesus is the one that they heard.
That's
because
not what,
everywhere that in the Old Testament talks about him.
Yeah,
the
scary part is like when all this stuff happens, and then there's a flood, and then later on the
that's
Goliath
the
here.
angel.
No, hold on a second. Hold on a second.
Okay.
You're not following me.
Okay.
The thing is that a lot of people believe, it's out there on YouTube and everything, that this is a DNA issue. That
I believe it is.
Yeah, and so there's a seed when God talks about the seed between your seed, and it has to do with, so somehow there's a corruption of and check this out. You know what's even scarier? That when Adam and Eve were in the garden and they were naked, and then they get out and then they realize that they're naked. Do you remember in Jesus in the Transfiguration is he's lit up, he's shining light, and he says, "Let your light shine before men." So
and he's with the other 2. He's with the other 3, wasn't he?
With Moses and Elisha. So a lot of people believe that when Adam and Eve,
they might be the 2 witnesses.
No, hold on. You got to let me finish. A lot of people believe that when Adam and Eve ate from the forbidden fruit, that they stopped emanating light. So if you go to the animal kingdom and you see a lion, and you were to throw a big old ball of fire, he'll stand back. All animals stand back from fire. So a lot of people believe that Adam and Eve were light emanating beings. They were literally like light rays were coming out of them. And so when they sinned and no longer they were emitting light, they went and hid. And so that's just some beliefs that are out there. I don't know, but when I heard that, I was like,
I guess
wow.
we'll know. I want to know what he was writing on the ground with that.
He was
when
taking
they
names of all the
dropped
men that were in the
baby.
room, is my opinion.
Yeah.
I think he
He
was
was
breaking
probably
bad and
talking
taking
about
names.
their sins. What
Hey, so
sins they did.
Because he knew it was a small town. He knew everybody in the room.
What were you writing down on that ground? Because it does say that he was writing on the ground, and he
It was all the men
probably
that were in the
writing
room with her.
down what their sins were.
Taking names.
You know.
You know, Pixie, have you ever heard that about the light, about the emanating light?
Yes,
That-
yes, and humans do emanate light. We have light until our personal last day when the lights go out for us.
Yeah, like I see the microscope.
It
the
makes
microscopic
sure.
pictures
You know what? It makes sense
when a sperm
that
and
they're
emanates
going to
an
be
egg.
gone. Because once we accept Christ, He comes in us, right? The Holy Spirit does. And it's the one that teaches us, because it teaches me all the time.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, I was starting to talk to a guy that I knew in high school. He's married, and every time I went to church, I heard that you're not supposed to be with a married person. And I'm like, I heard it like 3 times, and finally I looked up and I go, okay, already, I got it. You know, it was a message for me saying, stop talking to him. He's a married man.
Yeah.
And who cares if you were his fantasy in high school and he stalked you?
Yeah.
He's married, you know?
Yeah.
And stuff. So, and then I started watching soap operas, and I'm like, my spirit's like, no,
I can't stand
no,
it.
no, 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 because of all the stuff they're doing, and you know, and so I know the Holy Spirit's in me because it is helping me grow. You know, I went through 20 years of almost no God. You know, I didn't go to church, right? And 2018, now that's 1998. I went to 2018. I was taking a bunch of lorazepams. I even recorded it. And I was gonna take a knife and slit my wrist. And my daughter must have grabbed the knife or something because it didn't happen. But boy, was it very close. And I was like, I'm lonely. This is what I'm gonna do. And she said I was taking those like candy, you know, lorazepam, where you wouldn't feel nothing. And I go, I'm gonna consider and die. I won't feel it. And I looked at that video and I'm like, oh my God. I almost did myself
Did you ever listen to the Art Bell show?
You know what I'm saying though? I mean, and then I started looking for church. You know, I went from church to church to church, and then I got rebaptized in the Calvary Baptist. He goes, oh, it doesn't matter if you've been baptized, you know. You're still saved. And I go, I was in a cult, you know. And so I was like, so he did. He baptized me. Well, now I'm going to the First Baptist, and I really love them because that was the first church I went to.
Good.
And the guy remembered me. I came in, well, and then I talked to him afterwards, and he goes, hi, it's been a long time. And then he goes, Janine. And I was like, whoa, you remembered my name. You know, that really put emphasis on me. You know,
hey, so,
what part of the country do you live in?
I got an electric bike, so I can ride over because it's a little farther than the Calvary Baptist, right? That's why I was going to the Calvary Baptist closer to my house. And you know, it took me a long time to realize who Jesus was. It did. I asked God, please help me with this, because I don't want to do something wrong with it. And then when I saw in the Old Testament, and and I have one of those, the sword Bible, where God is talking in red, and it said,
those are always nice to have.
I know, and it said something about, I'm your savior, right? And then I'm looking at what Jesus says, and I go, wait a minute, there can't be two saviors here. You know? He is God. You know, because I kept saying, no, he's God's son. You know, like a witness would
that's
say,
the
right?
Trinitarians. The Trinitarians make a good case for it. They make a good case.
I know, but that I just didn't want it to be that Satan was trying to take something from God.
Why would he do that?
You know, I'm just saying.
He's a rank amateur compared to the creator of everything.
Hey, Pixie, did you get rebaptized?
What?
Did you get rebaptized, Pixie? Did you get rebaptized?
No.
Because a lot of extra Jehovah's Witnesses ask that question, should I? I don't tell them what to do. But,
yeah, I think you should, because you're being baptized in the organization.
Oh, if
we meet in person, I would we might. I'll tell you about that someday.
Not to do it. It's not
so you're in Arizona.
Yeah. Yeah,
I'm in
Arizona.
I have family in Arizona, and I have family in California.
Yeah, I'm in California.
If somebody,
I'm in Ukiah, California.
Oh, my condolences. If somebody feels a need to get rebaptized, I say do it. I mean, if you feel if you question it just a little bit, I say do it. Get it out of your system. You know, don't let it bother you. So I think it's good that people get rebaptized, because they don't want to have that over their head, and I think it's healthy.
Yeah.
But whatever you want to do, if some people don't feel a need to, and I trust people to make the right decision. You know.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to read those books in the Catholic Bible that are not in the King James, because I'm a great fan of the King James Bible.
I am too.
There's a couple books in the Catholic
Bible
that I haven't read yet.
Baptist people usually do the King James. Every Baptist here, except for one, does other versions.
I love that the Psalms rhyme in the King James, and it has that Tudor England thing going. That works for me.
And I don't get it. I don't get it.
When
did Baptists stop doing the King James?
Well, that's why they have the New King James Version, so you can switch back and forth.
Even the New King James is different.
I know, but that's why BibleGateway.com is such a great website, because you get to pick whatever you want.
Yeah.
Well, I've got a 4-in-1 Bible.
Oh, that's good.
You know,
I gave my parents one, and they gave it to my uncle. He loved it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But see, BibleGateway.com is the best, because you can type in a verse, and then it'll show. You can ask for it to show you like 70 different translations on that one verse. So it's a lot of fun to play around. And I do that because when I look at Watchtower,
I pray for them to wake up.
Oh, but
but I could see them struggling.
Yeah.
I struggled. I still am a little bit, you know.
Let it go. Don't struggle. It's not worth it.
I can't believe I got caught in a cult.
I was born in it. I'm 5th generation or something. I got Charles Russell's autograph in my Bible.
I was
for real.
To the Baptist church. I was getting taught about the rapture and telling people, you better back away from me. I'm going, you're staying. So if you want to go, because I didn't get the point. The point is one's saved and one's not. Of course, if two are saved and they're together, they're both going to go.
I don't worry about it. I don't worry about anything anymore.
Yeah.
There's nothing I worry about.
Yeah.
Right.
We spent a lot of years, you know, Jesus says don't choke at the gnat to swallow the camel.
I love that.
Right. You know, when they just fellowship me and I told my sister, you know what she told me? God saved you.
Good.
Yeah.
God saved you, Janine.
That's good.
Yeah.
Hey, so Pixie, I just wanted to ask you that thing about you've heard the story about the emanating, the light.
Yes, I have. Yes, I have. I think it's in Kabbalah.
It freaked me out when I first heard that a long time ago. I was like, that just blew my mind. Like, wow, man.
It made total sense to me because all my life I could see the energy level in people from the time I was about 6 years old.
Oh, wow.
And I think that's why they, you know, like, I think sometimes people at the Kingdom Hall just wanted to destroy me because I was so full of light.
Because didn't you say that? Let your light shine before men. Like all these little phrases. Let your light shine before men.
And don't hide your light under a bushel basket.
Yes.
I know.
Put it as a lamp. Be a lamp.
You guys, I think you meant the way you act and stuff.
No, we know that. We know that, but
because
I think it's more than that, but that's my personal belief.
Yeah, we know that.
Yeah,
but I mean, so many.
They'll know
things.
by the way you treat people, the way you're, you know, the way you're changing. I'm going to tell you, the diabetic lady told me, she knew me in 2014, and she just told me this. She goes, you've changed. They're different.
Good.
Since I known you in 2014. Something's just changed you. And I go, I'm happy. I'm with God now. You know, I go to church. I love God. And I love life. He made, you know, my daughter is asking me to go get life insurance. And I said, why? They're not going to give you life insurance when I'm floating up in the air.
Sure they will. If it's a legal contract, they will. Contract is a contract is a contract.
I'm just saying, you know, I'm just telling her because when I look at those Left Behind movies, that's Hollywood.
You know, life insurance is not a bad idea. I knew witnesses that wouldn't buy it for their families.
What's going to happen?
No.
You know what I'm saying? He's going to be 10 times, 100 times worse than that.
I don't know, but I know that the creator of the universe can do whatever.
I feel bad for my boys because they won't listen to me. You know, I even got, rapture books. So just in case I get raptured, they could read it. No, they could read them. And I'm like, did I give them to them before?
Yeah.
You know, because maybe they'll look at it and go, I don't want to be there.
Yeah.
I go, you think Satan's gonna let you play video games?
No.
No, there won't be any video games. That's for sure.
You ain't gonna be playing video games.
I wanna follow up on what Gilbert asked me about this light and everything. We're gonna go back to that topic now.
No
coincidences. Yeah.
Well, didn't it say that they made skins? Didn't they?
Yeah.
It sounds like they had leather outfits. They had some fig leaves, and then they had some leather outfits.
Yeah. But because their nakedness was showing, because they were looking at it now from a different. Their eyes were seeing.
They were unaware. They were unaware of the need for clothing before.
Right.
Correct.
You know, like those tribes in Brazil, they don't feel they need covering.
Right. It's like, they went to a different dimension. Well, no,
Do they
because
go naked in Brazil?
Mm-hmm.
That's where my husband was from.
Hmm.
As soon as I saw that, not without my daughter, he kept going back over there. Well, he was born here. He purposely did that. You know,
I thought that
having
was in
him
the Middle
born
East
here.
somewhere, that show.
And then, so I know, but I told him, I'm not going to Brazil with you.
I've always wanted to go to Brazil.
Because I kept thinking about that, how he treated her. But yeah, that was in Iran.
Yeah, that Iran's not near Brazil at all.
No. I mean, wasn't that where he was from? The guy from, not without my daughter, was from Iran.
Yeah.
That's
So,
where they
there's
went.
a guy that's got a new book out, and he's pulling together all of these ancient pyramids and star systems.
Yeah, did you hear about Russell? Russell has a pyramid by him.
Oh, I know.
Pittsburgh.
I think every show when it's on 6 Stream knows about this. About Russell.
Yeah.
Yeah, we beaten Russell with we beaten Russell with the poor Russell. I hope he finds peace in the Pleiades, but
yeah, he's not done. You guys know he doesn't have peace. Come on.
But anyways, hey, so my brother Jesse.
He's the one that came up with the whole cult.
Hey, so
those
my brother Jesse.
Those people in the Watchtower, they don't just have no clue what's going to happen to them.
Yeah.
Janine, I can't hear Gilbert over you, and he has
okay. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we don't have a clue either. But Jesse says that if Watchtower sold life insurance, it would be called the best life insurance ever. You know how the best life the best life insurance ever. But that'll be their motto. But
it can really make a difference for the people that are the heirs, and there's nothing wrong with having something to give to your people.
Yeah, and you know what? I'm not going to throw water on anybody, or I don't want to burst anybody's bubble, but like, I have my opinions on what's happening with Russell and Rutherford, but as an ex-Jehovah's Witness, learning the truth about the truth, I can't get over Matthew 7:1. I can't. I always check this out, Pixie. What I tell people about this is, when you have a job and somebody goes and tries to tell you how to do your job, everybody gets mad because they're like, this is not your job. Why are you telling me how to do my job? Well, imagine how Jesus feels. Imagine how Jesus feels when Gilbert now wants to become the judge. You're like, Gilbert, that's my job. And ever since I started,
well, my dad said that Rutherford took it.
Yeah.
And my dad, was around way back when. And the story is that Rutherford took it because Russell had in his will for brothers and sisters in his publishing concern to run it after he died. And it was in the will. The will was not followed and his wishes were not followed.
Correct.
So that's a historic fact. But Rutherford couldn't even keep proper business notes for his own meetings on purpose. He was really, he did not run a business well. And, but my parents stayed after Russell's death. They stayed with the Rutherford idea, and I think it's because the Great Depression had so much hardship, and people in the Midwest were hungry, and they had this dream of paradise and food and stuff, and You know what
I learned today that I didn't know is that somebody said, was it you, Pixie, in the 6 Screen Sunday show news, or was it Anne Marie that says that nobody went to Rutherford's funeral?
I believe it.
And when I heard that, because I know I believe it too, and I've known people like that. Imagine you're the president of the society and nobody wants to go to your funeral. They're happy you died. Wow.
And Russell was so beloved that the people that stayed with the Bible students, even today, are nearly worshipful of the pastor. So, for good or ill, for whatever you think of the teachings, he was beloved. He could do 2.5 hours on stage without a break.
Yeah.
He invented that movie. But he had some real drawbacks as well. But his funeral was huge, And I can believe that nobody came to Rutherford's funeral.
Yeah, that speaks a lot about an individual.
Yeah.
But we were also talking about the central bank digital currencies and how I was lambasted for it. But
I want to know more about that. I really do. What you told me so far is helpful.
Yeah, but the scary part is they're going to put everything on your phone, or it's going to be like a credit card. And it's already there. When you think about it, Visa, MasterCard, they already have the technology. It's already there.
Yeah. I just got a fancy phone for the first time, so I guess I'm.
You know what my sister told me? They've already made up statues, putting them in major cities that make you worship it. I said, "Where did you hear that?" And she goes, "It's all over, Green. They're putting big old statues up, and it's got cameras and everything on it."
I hadn't heard that. I heard that the charging stations in California were being vandalized for the copper, and that the people that had the Teslas couldn't get their cars charged.
That's true, because silver and copper went up this week. Yeah.
And so there were 2 or 3 locations where the people couldn't charge their cars. So that's not good.
That's not good. And
the other thing
isn't the president trying to make it where everybody's going to have electric cars?
Eventually, but there'll be buses and taxis and things too.
I don't drive anyway, dear. I wouldn't care. But I'm just saying for people in general,
Yeah, they're going to phase out the gas cars. I don't know what the people with vintage cars will do. I guess they'll have to put them in museums.
Wow.
I miss a luxury car. I miss like those muscle cars and real chrome cars.
Well, I was falling asleep, so I gave up my license, because I was falling asleep driving, and I'm
That's not
I'm
good.
not going to prison because I'm going to hit somebody and maybe kill them, without thinking. So I told them I would need to get an ID. I'm giving up my license. They said that's a good, that's responsible.
How are you doing with the food out there in Arizona?
It's super hot. It's very hot. Yeah. The problem is it's bearable, but once you get your car is a magnet, and so it's cooking inside. So, for example, growing up in Phoenix or Yuma, back in the days when we had Seeking an Idea, when we had VHS, they literally would melt into a ball if you leave it in your car.
Yeah, we have summers like that here.
Yeah, it's very bad. And then like in Yuma, what they would do in the news, every once in a while they would just put oil in the concrete and then crack some eggs, and then they would do the news like, okay, and it would get that hot because the ambient temperature would be like 115, but what you actually touch, no, it's not 115. It's a lot hotter than that. Yeah.
Wow.
But you know what? It's like anything else. You got 2 months of hell. And I tell people, Satan even leaves in the summertime in Yuma. So.
Yeah, I have a cousin.
Well, I liked Arizona. The weather agreed with me, I think.
I have a cousin who lives in Arizona. He said it gets pretty hot.
Yeah, you get about 9 months of glorious weather, but yeah, it's 3 months of hell. But you know what, Fitzy, no matter where you go, if you live in the Northeast or West, everyone's going to get 3 months of something.
Our August here are very hot. It's nothing to have 104 in August, but it's so humid.
Where are you at?
Where you are is dry. I'm in the American South.
Okay.
Mosquito country.
Yeah, but we have good cooking here, just like they do in Arizona. We know what to do with cornbread and chili peppers and things like that.
Yeah.
Is that outside of? That's not outside of the United States, is it?
Arizona? No, Arizona's part of the
No,
United
no,
States.
where you're at.
Oh, no, we invented the United States here.
Oh,
1620,
I
baby.
just never heard of it when you said
the American South. But the Spanish came through here. They just didn't stay. I guess too many mosquitoes.
Yeah. But going back to Pixie, I wouldn't worry about the CBDCs and this, and the reason I say that is because I was telling my brother how the United Nations has to be Babylon the Great because of all of the languages and also, do you remember how people get fed up and tired of her, so they turn on the prostitute? The witnesses,
boy, they've gussied her up. She looks like Demi Moore now.
Exactly.
Oh my God!
So when you look at the news, and all of the things that's coming out of the UN, you understand. Like, you're looking at the news, and they're coming up with a CBDC. They're coming up with, climate change and electric cars. All of these are different things. And you're seeing these nations eventually the nations are going to. The way I look at it, and I'm not trying to prophesy, but I'm just saying, from a secular point of view, not a religious, I can see where the nations say, you know what, we're tired of this prostitute, the United Nations, and they turn on her, because at the end of the day, all of the problems that we have, you can point them to the United Nations, in my opinion.
Well, it sounds like that treaty has been debunked slightly, which is very good, because the UN was trying to get a worldwide health treaty.
Mm-hmm.
So that would not be good.
That's
what
I'm
I call it the feudal. Are you talking about the government?
No, we're saying how the governments can turn on Babylon the Great, and all the marketing, in my opinion, is that Babylon the Great is the United Nations. It's just everything that's being done right now in the world of politics, all of the problems, she's at the center of it all. Babylon the Great, or the United Nations, and that's just my thing.
They just unveiled a Billy Graham bronze. That's nice.
What's that all about? Mm-hmm.
I guess he was influential. So
you're the Baptist.
Yeah. Well, no, see, and this is why Babylon the Great cannot be the world empire false religion, because everything Watchtower told you was a lie. And you mean to tell me you're going to believe that when Watchtower says that, if Watchtower
Why do you think I wouldn't go to church? Because they're the false religion,
Okay.
Babylon the Great, Babylon the Great.
Yeah.
My
so the point is,
in her church.
So the point is,
and I was scared to death.
Yeah. But the point is this: in the Book of Revelation, it's Grand Climax at Hand. What a great title, huh? But it talks about how the conventions of Cedar Point, Ohio, were the bowls that the Book of Revelations talks about. So if these Jehovah's Witnesses say that Cedar Point, Ohio, was the first bowl that was of Revelation, you mean to tell me that when they say Babylon the Great is a world empire, a false religion, that I'm going to believe that too? No, it can't be. And I've noticed how, and this is going back to the point, where a lot of ex-Jehovah's Witnesses, they're still stuck on a lot of these little lies of the Jehovah's Witnesses. They still believe.
This Babylon idea, if you went back to the 1600s, there were factions of people talking about Babylon the Great. So that's always been a religious topic.
Me going to the convention, do you think that would be a good thing for me?
I personally never had a good time at a convention, so
not that convention. The ex-Jehovah's Witness one.
Whatever. It's going to be expensive, but yeah, I might go to it. Are you going to it, Gilbert?
I haven't decided. I haven't decided. But have you noticed, though, the point, Pixie, is that, like, if Watchtower says XYZ, a lot of people leave a lot of apostate, people leave, but they're still stuck on these little small teachings. Like, I'll give an example. I hear people who leave Watchtower, and they still say, well, Christmas has pagan origins. they still have this.
Yeah.
They can't get rid. You know how they say black people, you can take a black man out of the hood, but you can't take the hood out of the black man. I've noticed that a lot of times. Yeah, you can't take the Jehovah's Witness teachings out of an ex-Jehovah's Witness. Like,
well, but Christmas does have pagan origins. You go back in Europe, they had Yule and all those things, you know. But mostly, what people celebrate is a Victorian Christmas from Queen Victoria's time.
Yeah, but I'm saying that they're still stuck on those words of the Watchtower, those little nuances. And you can't,
it dawned on me that everything was pagan, and so I have lots of friends that are pagan because it dawned on me that the witnesses were right. Pretty much all of it does go back to European and Roman folkways.
I heard that wasn't even the day he was born.
Well, that's why I never used. That's
because
why I never cooked
of winter. He wasn't born in winter. They did not travel in winter time.
Yeah.
Well, they have totally different climate than we do here.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure it was probably like close to the time that, you know, that he even got hung on the cross.
That's why I never cook with fire, because, you know, fire has pagan roots. But yeah, where do we take this? You know, where do we take this?
I'm just saying.
Yeah, really.
Where do we take this train, you know? And so,
you know, the most pagan thing, I had some wonderful friends. They're gone now. I had wonderful musician friends, Gilbert.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And there's a place called Tanglewood for classical players. And you have to be a symphony musician. You have to be a musician's musician to know where that is.
Oh.
And my friend gave up his birthright, you might say, to be a classical musician because of something that happened at Tanglewood. He and his father made it possible for the great Carlos Santana to play at Tanglewood. If you want to see the most pagan, marvelous piece of music on the entire YouTube, key in Carlos Santana at Tanglewood.
Is that part of the Boston Pops or no?
It's they've played there. All those kind of people play there.
Okay.
Yeah, it's outdoors. It's a garden setting.
Okay.
And my friend and his father made it possible for Santana to play there, and the powers that be that owned Tanglewood had a fit. And years later, my friends years later said it was worth it. And it was before Woodstock. It was, everybody was young, and it was a concert setting, and it's the most marvelous concert that's ever been. But the classical people had a fit. But they all finished on time like any brilliant musicians would. They all finished on the same beat to prove the terrific perfection of their musicianship.
Wow.
Well, yeah. So Tanglewood is a festival out there in Boston.
Yeah, but it's for like classical people.
Yes, but yeah, because Boston is known in a symphony.
Do you ever think about like when you do go to heaven, how it's going to be like musical? You think it's
kind of a
like
new concept for me because I had Paradise Earth in my brain for a long time. So I really haven't thought about it much. I'm really thinking about what I'm doing right here, right now in the present.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Because as witnesses, we weren't taught to be in the present. We didn't have Alan Watts.
I like thinking about what it's going to be like. I mean, people say, oh, we're going to see our family. You're going to see God. You know what I'm saying?
I don't really know what you're saying now.
You know,
you're certainly entitled to your views, but I don't. We're on two different.
The best line that I've ever heard about that subject is, I never saw the movie, but it's with Tommy Lee Jones and Will Smith, and they're talking about Elvis Presley, and Tommy Lee Jones says he puts his sunglasses on, and he goes, Elvis Presley didn't die; he went home. And I've always loved that phrase because when I think about death, I think when we die, if you think I'm going home, then you go home to your father. It's kind of like going home to your mom and dad. It's a beautiful feeling where you're just happy to be at home. And I really love that phrase.
Yeah, like this is not our home.
Yeah.
This is not our home. The home is up there.
Well, home is, another thing about home is the word kingdom. Kingdom means the dominion of the king. So you shall know the truth, and the truth shall set you free. So there's a phrase that's only to the English language. It's called freedom. So freedom is the dominion of the free. So people who live in freedom live in the land of the free, or the land of Jesus, or the body of Christ. It's a real simple concept. So freedom is the dominion of Jesus Christ. Jesus is Jesus shall set you free. So you are free in his body, the body of Christ. So these are very simple teachings that, and so what that means in like, I know I don't have to buy curtains today. Like when I die, I'm going to take these curtains with me. Like, no, that's not how it works.
No.
It's just a
no. Even
concept.
in the Rapture movies, they don't even take their clothes. Their clothes are sitting out.
Yeah,
right.
But I like that phrase.
They're in a body.
But I like that phrase when Tommy Lee Jones puts his sunglasses. He goes, "Elvis didn't die. He went home," and it just makes me think about
didn't. Yeah.
Because I think the more simple we make the argument, the easier it is to understand. And at the end of the day, like Dixie said, it really isn't that important. The most important thing is like, what are we doing today? Because Jesus addressed us in the Sermon on the Mount that we don't even know what we're going to have for dinner tonight, or tomorrow morning. And and a lot of times we get so focused in the future that we can't even live in the present. And,
don't be anxious for what you put on.
Right.
Yeah, there was I'll find it right now.
The lilies of the field are arrayed better than you. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And the birds, they get fed.
Yeah, here it is. This reminds me too about keeping it simple when it comes to Bible teachings. It says the clock is running, make most of today. Time waits for no man. Yesterday is a history, tomorrow is a mystery, today it's a gift. That is why it's called the present.
Okay.
Yeah, so a lot of times I've noticed, like with the as Jehovah's Witnesses, we weren't living in the present, and we were stuck on the past, kind of like in Seinfeld. You're stuck on some clown from the 60s, and we're always in the past, and always talking about tomorrow, but we never lived in the present. And we didn't make the most of our day. That's what like the saying goes. And I'm like, so when I first heard that saying, that's why it's called the present. God gave us a gift. It's called the present. But as Jehovah's Witnesses, we were not taking full advantage of that gift.
My ancestor taught me that phrase a long time ago.
Yeah.
But the witnesses, they need to be in the now. They weren't taught.
Yeah.
I know. There's this one sister, she was studying with me, right? And she wanted children so bad. And she wasn't that old. She would have been like a great grandma by now. You know what I'm saying?
Too bad
Never
she didn't
had
find some nice
children.
brother.
She did. She had a husband. They were told not to have kids. That was in 98.
Yep.
That was before 98. She was told not to have children. It was going to end.
So do they have horses in Arizona, Gilbert?
Yeah, everywhere. Actually, in Arizona, on the river, on the Gila, they were actually killing horses the government was killing wild horses, why and a lot of people started protesting, and they kind of like toned it down. But yeah, we get a lot of wild horses. Yeah, all over Arizona, a lot of wild horses. Yeah, there's a lot of horses here. But
I like
never,
horses.
Yeah, I've only ridden on a few horses a couple of times. So it wasn't my thing, but yeah, I like them. But it's just
I was on a Shetland pony when I was a child, and the kid hit the pony with a stick, and that pony went off.
Whoa.
I'm here flying on it, right? Holding on to its neck and crying. And my mom's thinking I'm laughing. I'm having a good time. I'm sitting there crying, thinking this thing is going to jump me off, you know?
Yeah.
And I didn't like horses. I just get scared of them.
Well, the thing I have a problem with horses, with other animals, is just, I'm in poop management, I like to have it where the poop is too big, I can't manage it, So I'm dealing with poop
my
management.
grandfather.
It's like, Lord, you made that poop really big.
My grandfather was a blacksmith, and my dad told about before cars. And, women had long skirts, and they kept the tailors in business because the skirts kept getting ruined. And, we don't think about the thousands of years that people didn't have cars yet.
Yeah.
Right. I don't think about it. Jesus walked. Except for the one time he was on the donkey.
The donkey was the sports car of his day. I researched that recently because to me the donkey seemed like a rather lowly creature compared to the noble horse. But when I researched it, I found out that was considered the sports car.
Wow.
And that the kings of Israel would ride on donkeys and not the horses, which usually pull the carriage. So they could have any animal they wanted. So if they wanted to get someplace quickly on a short distance, it was the donkey that took them there. And if they had a parade, then they had the horses and the carriages and things and the chariots. Chariots went about 45 miles an hour.
Wow. You learn something new every day.
Wow.
And there's a thought that King Tut was about 14 and died in a chariot accident.
Oh, wow.
And, and well, look at the progress isn't always a good thing, right? We do have cars, but everyone's a lot bigger nowadays.
I know.
Yeah.
So the donkey would say, back in the day, the donkey would say, no, thank you. Yeah.
Right. Like having one of those little MG sports cars,
Yeah. The progress is good, but sometimes. Ooh.
I'm trying to piece together.
I wish I was there, when Jesus was there. And a lot of people
I'm not too worried
about
about the first century. I like the Gladiator movie. I'm trying to piece together from Jesus'
No, I'm
time.
just saying to see him.
Oh, I don't worry about that either.
To be there, to see him, I picture myself, I would follow him.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And then people said, no, you wouldn't have wanted to live in that time.
Well, the Romans had a pretty lavish lifestyle. If you had means in that time, it was pretty nice.
Yeah.
And the weather is good in that part of the world.
Because of the way they killed you, back then.
Well, life's British and short. It's always been that way.
Yeah. But if you believe that today we're living, like some people believe, we're living in the last days. This this is the Super Bowl of the Super Bowls. Even the Bible says that all of the prophets, wish that they could live, going
in our time.
But
they didn't have hot showers for everybody until about 1948.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah, Moses.
Yeah, you think about things like that, but I'm just thinking, Jesus. I would have loved to have been there.
Yeah.
But it's okay. I'll see him.
Well, in the new Witness movie, he has the pompadour. He's the Elvis Jesus.
Oh my gosh!
And
really,
and they're all Australians.
Oh my god!
No. Yeah.
Wow.
Jesse, my brother Jesse says, how that phrase is that the grass is always greener on the other side.
Yeah.
And my brother Jesse says we are the other side. And
yeah, we are.
That's a beautiful attitude to have. Like, no, we are the other side. Like, we are living in a time. We are living in the greatest moment in world history, and that's why, regardless of what happens in the near future, for the next 1,000 or so years, people will be writing books about today, what we're living, what we're going to go through. Because I think everybody can sense it, that we're in the middle of something big.
Well, when my dad went from
you don't feel like
the blacksmith shop to the horses to the cars, and then World War One.
Yes,
it was a technology shift, and he was young enough that he liked the Roaring '20s art and all. But the best art was really that 10 years before World War One. That was the most beautiful design that humans have ever done. And it only lasted about 10 years. And we're in a shift now where the car is going to change, the design's going to change, the food system's going to change. Everything is going to change.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, you know what?
Some people are going to adjust to it. Some people won't.
Change. I don't want change.
Yeah, yeah. But basically, I know what you're talking about, because in Yuma, Arizona, there's a school I went to called Fourth Avenue Junior High, and the cornerstone says 1914. But that's when they built it in Yuma. But every city in Yuma, major city at that time in Arizona, they all have the same buildings. So Phoenix, Peoria, Glendale, Tempe, Scottsdale, all of these cities, Tucson, they have the same high school, and they have the pillars, like the Greek pillars. It was the same design, and then they moved them even to Mexico. And so 1914 was when they built the one in Yuma. But that design was already like 10, 15 years old, like you're talking about. And it's beautiful, because when you're driving down in Phoenix, in downtown, you'll see these buildings, and you could tell this is from the past century, 200 years now. 100 some odd years. And the buildings are just gorgeous, but they're that old Greek. They kind of look like the White House. It's just beautiful architecture.
It's just beautiful. Yeah. And the glassware and the dishes and the jewelry.
How far is Arizona from California?
We're next door neighbors.
Because I'm northern. I'm in Mendocino County. I'm in Mendocino County.
Oh. Arizona borders California on the Colorado River.
Okay, but is that like close? Like you would go like towards Sacramento getting there?
No, it's by Las Vegas, all the way south.
Oh, Las Vegas.
So Las Vegas, yeah. That's where
I
Arizona's
have lots
at.
of friends in Vegas, but I didn't move there.
Yeah, I love Vegas. I wouldn't want to live there, but it's. I told Rick, he thought I was crazy, but I told him he should have had the convention at the Luxor Hotel, the Pyramid.
I asked him if he was going to do a Hilton and do it out there. I suggested that he do Vegas.
Vegas, and then, well, they have a pyramid, Pixie, the Luxor Hotel pyramid. It would have been in honor of Russell.
I know it.
I know that's going to be far for me to go, huh? I don't even go out of California. And here I'm going to venture to Boston.
Yeah. And I told Rick's going to have a lot of, I told Rick he's going to have a lot of haters because it looks like he's going to be able to pull this off. It looks like, you know, at first it was kind of like just an idea, but now he's going to be successful in this, and the haters are going to start coming out on Rick.
What do you mean, like the Jehovah's Witnesses?
No, just anytime. It doesn't matter whether it's religion, politics. Anytime someone's being successful in the project, the haters will always come out. So Rick Farron,
because they'll be out there protesting us.
Yeah.
Like people protest them. I used to wonder, you know, I loved the convention, you know, and I'd see all the protesters and I'm like, what are they protesting? You know, because I didn't know, right? I'm thinking I'm in the truth, right? And so, and I'm being told, well, they're against us. Don't talk to them.
No, Rick,
I'm like, okay.
No, Rick is going to have problems from within the ex-Jehovah's Witness community. But
what do you think?
It's already happened, and he's been getting a lot of pushback on Facebook, but it's just normal.
Well, that
we all
guy's
have the right
hater.
to do what we want to do.
You know that guy's a hater, right? The guy that made up, you know, Facebook.
Yeah.
He is total a hater.
But it's just normal. It's just going to happen. But hopefully, it's going to be okay. You know, anytime anybody tries to do anything good in the apostate movement, the haters will always come out. But yeah, I think he's going to have great success, Rick.
I want to go. I'm excited.
I always like the Hill.
You know, I even told church members, I want to go. You know, and they go, well, what kind of people are they? And I go, they're ex-Jehovah's Witnesses. They're going to tell their stories, how they got out. And you know what is so fast? I love it when they say, I escaped. And I'm like, you know, that is a great word. Escaped. When they use that word.
Yeah.
Because they were really tangled in.
Yeah.
And people don't understand it. I try to tell people, you know, I thought I was smarter than that.
Yeah.
I don't share it with other people because they can never understand it.
Yeah.
You had to be there.
Don't talk about it. Yeah, because you've never been in there.
Yeah,
you know, I need to talk about it.
It's its own
so I don't get stuck in it again.
Yeah. If you know how you get to the convention, you get a bus and you do a like a hippie thing. Like that'd be awesome. Like, you do a bus.
I get a bus.
Yeah. Like
no, I'm taking the plane.
I'd love a VW bus.
I'll leave for San Francisco.
Boston or bust? Yeah, Boston or bust. Yeah.
Those vans are great because they had a little refrigerator.
I'll probably just stay with my granddaughter the night before in San Francisco and have her drive me to the airport.
Yeah. Yeah. Did you reserve your tickets? I haven't reserved my.
I asked him for my ticket.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, I did. I went in there to Six Streams and Greens and asked him.
You know what? One of the reasons I don't do like protests anymore, or I don't do any kind of is because you never know, because I have no control over who's going to be there, and I don't like that. You know. Yeah. So, but that's just me. You know, we used to do a lot of stuff But I found that when I do something, I always lose control. So if I ever like do any kind of protest or something with Watchtower, it's always just by myself or just like 2 or 3 people that I know. But
my new mantra is to not try to convince people of what I have as an opinion, because I realize that's a witness thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think that's why I can never start a church, because I know all of the baddies would join my church, and I'll be like, oh my God.
The church. Gilbert, you and I should take over countries.
What church do you go to?
I think you and I could be so persuasive.
I tell people that I belong to the Church of the Poison Mind. Remember the Culture Club? I love that. That's called Church of the Poison. That was a beautiful song. I love that song, The Church of the Poison Mind. That was in the 80s.
Yeah.
Oh, you got to look it up. It's a great song.
Yeah.
But no, I'm just a walking church. I just wherever I go, I make it happen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So there's a
I just
really
stick with Baptist because I don't go, like my brother-in-law, they go to the Assembly of God, and he's like, go to the Assembly of God, and I go, no, I'm not.
They're pretty strict.
You know
I think
why?
they'd be too strict for me.
I know. No.
Isn't that like the Church of the Great White Face, where the women don't have any makeup and stuff?
I'm not going to get pushed to speak in tongues and be told I don't have the Holy Spirit because I don't speak in tongues. And I saw that happen to my friend. This is way before I was even a witness. She was crying because they said she didn't have the Holy Spirit because she couldn't speak in tongues. And that was the most terrible thing to say to someone.
I didn't know they had that in California. They have it around here somewhere.
No, they've got, no. And, and I told him, I'm a Baptist. That's probably why I like Jehovah's Witnesses, because they read the Bible. The Baptists read their Bible, right? And they're not screaming and yelling and getting all excited. You actually are learning. And that's probably why being a Jehovah's Witness, it was calming to me, because you were always learning, right? You went to all the meetings and
they have a calm cadence, though. I think,
but you were really
have that
taught
cadence.
The whole Bible. You know what I'm saying? You were, and it's like they said. You were reading a book. You were reading a magazine, and I'm like, you're right. That's what we were doing, and they would pick and chose the scriptures. That went along with that. So you really didn't get to learn the whole Bible.
No.
The pioneers are supposed to read it cover to cover, though. I don't think they do anymore. But
have you ever heard of a comedian named Emo Phillips?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So he's credited with telling the most funniest joke ever on religion, and it's a great video. But in that phrase, because I steal it from him, when they ask me what religion I'm from, he goes, what franchise are you from? He calls the religion a franchise.
I'm a franchise.
But it's just a little one-line joke, so I just tell people, I'm a franchise owner. But
it's good.
It's one of the greatest jokes on religion, and he but it's a real clean one. It's not it's not disparaging in any way. But
I'll have to watch him tomorrow.
Yeah, the best, and just type in the best religious joke, Emo Phillips, and but I remember that he called it a franchise, and in a way, and
it is true, huh?
Well, there's nothing new under the sun. So you look at franchises, and that's what Watchtower had. They had all these franchises all over the, all these kingdom halls. They were just franchises.
About it. They're a book company. I never thought about it that way.
Yeah.
that they were actually a book company selling their books.
But
And having us,
because we weren't the
and
publishers.
having us giving them to people, and
they were the publishers.
Yeah, they were the publishers.
yeah, they're the publishers of a book company.
Yeah. It's kind of like Amway. You know how the people that work for Amway.
And
call
didn't you
themselves-
get excited, like when you went to the conventions? What is the next book?
Yeah. But so,
You know,
so Amway, what do they call their
book
people?
that we're gonna
They
get.
call them distributors.
Distributors, yeah.
So don't you see the irony in that? So you have Amway, and they call their people distributors, and you have Watchtower, and they call their people publishers.
Yeah.
So what does that
Right.
tell you? It's the same model. They make you believe that you're something that you're not.
They sure do. They sure do. And the thing is that we were all prepared to die for them.
Yeah.
That's what makes it so interesting, because if it was just Amway, then, you know, there's
I know
not that
Dan was
extra
going to
part.
interview me. You know, the guy Dan, he was going to interview me, and he goes, so did you still believe it when you got disfellowshipped, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I go, of course I did. I just figured, hey, I'm being punished. You know, I'm smoking. You're not supposed to smoke. You know, I didn't have the best marriage, you know, right? So I started smoking again. And, you know, but of course I just figured I was getting what I deserved, right?
Yeah.
You know, I was tired of driving miles. I mean, I would take my kids in the car and drive way out of town to buy the cigarettes.
Wow.
And my kids asked their dad, why does mom take us to Willits or take us to Cloverdale so she could buy her cigarettes?
Mm.
And he would look at me like, are you crazy?
Wow.
He knew I smoked. It was the fact that I went out of town like that. I didn't want them to be right behind me, because Ukiah is a very small town, right? And I didn't want them to be right behind me while I'm buying a pack of cigarettes. So I got kind of tired of it. So I was kind of happy when they caught me.
Yeah.
You know?
That's good.
And I never went back. And my husband passed away, and I know they knew my husband passed away because the secretary of the school knew my husband passed away. She knew I was an ex-Jehovah's Witness then, but still, they never came to even try to encourage me to come back or nothing.
Wow.
That's how uncaring they are.
See, that's another lie, because they've tried to replace the family with these people that you worship with.
Yeah.
And
Right.
family's family, you know.
I know, but they didn't even try to encourage me. They knew I had children.
Well, because they're not your family.
Yeah.
You know, you'd think that they would have tried to get me to come back.
Yeah.
Check
I'm sure
up
there's a
on
reason
me.
why. I wonder why. But have you
I
noticed?
know.
Have you? Yeah. I think I might. I don't know. I wonder
And
why.
then I had a Jehovah's Witness come to the hospital when my husband was in San Francisco. I explained to him I was disfellowshipped. You know, I was honest. I said, I'm just calling you because of my husband. Well, then the blood issue came up.
Oh, wow.
And of course, he was losing a lot of blood. He looked at me and he goes, Jehovah don't love me anymore. I go, why? Because of the blood. They gave me a blood transfusion. And I go, you know what? I don't even think that that's true.
Yeah.
You know, of why you can't take a blood transfusion.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't worry about it.
So did he live through that?
What? No,
Did he
he
live through
didn't.
that?
No, he died of pneumonia.
Oh, wow.
After the operation, After the operation, he didn't walk and cough. They put him in a coma, and then the doctor told me, one of the nurse doctors, he said, "Look, all he's doing is like sucking up, you know how the gases are in the air, and we're always breathing in and out, breathing in and out. Well, he wasn't breathing in and out.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
I'm sorry for your loss.
All he was getting was fumes, like.
Right. I'm really sorry for your loss.
Oh, God. It was terrible. And, the guy was so rude. He goes, the doctor came up to me and they said something to me, and I go, do whatever it takes to help him. And he goes, now I know what you mean by do whatever it takes. When he gets out of here, tell him to go to the elders. You know what I felt like telling him? He's going to go to the main elder. Do you understand that? He's dying. I wanted to say that so bad.
I hear you.
He was so rude.
Did I tell you about
What's that?
1508?
1508. No.
The Catholic Church had a papal bull in 1508.
Uh-huh.
And there were two that year that were of interest to me as a historian.
Uh-huh.
One told the European pagans, please do not go down into the caves to worship the horse pictures.
Okay.
And the second one said in 1508 that the Catholic Church hereby owns every soul on earth.
Really?
And I thought this was fascinating because I had never in my years of reading of history seen a date where the pagan universe ended and the Christian universe of imperialism and conquest began. But that's when it all started, about 1508. And when I try to find information about this, it's hard to find that. And then I read a book called Jewish Pirates of the Caribbean, and it was great. And it also had the other conquerors in it, like what happened to Sir Walter Raleigh and Cortez and all these other explorers. And then on YouTube, there was a show about Magellan, and that filled in part of it too. Because when I was in school, I would ask about these things, and they'd give you one sentence, and I'm like, well, what happened?
So what was the second declaration in 1508? The second one you said was that they own what?
They owned every soul on earth.
They own every soul on earth.
Really?
Can I tell you how they do it, Pixie? This is
how do they do it?
Every soul, because it all has to do with common law and going back to the the English. But check this out. This is how they do it. When you're born, they give you a birth certificate. And you're ready?
I heard that.
And then they also give you a social security number.
I heard that.
I know. You know what?
Yeah. So you belong.
Number.
Well, yeah, but the point is that when you start doing research, investigating the number of the social security birth certificate, and the birth certificate has a number, but it's an ownership. So when you get a car, you get a certificate, a title. So why does a person need to have a certificate? He just is. In common law, a lot of people who fight this common law argument, they're like, I don't need to give you a certificate showing you that I'm so and so. You are who you are.
Well, people born in like 1910 didn't have birth certificates.
Yeah, because they were free men.
Oh, they were free men.
Yeah, they were free men, and so unfortunately, everybody is we are awards of the state,
right?
And and hence the word and all of these other little things that are not coincidences, like mortgage. What does mortgage mean? And then you start investigating, like, oh my God, these people really do want to own us as but that's crazy. Hey, but Pixie, One thing that happens a lot on this show on Six Screens, Jehovah's Witnesses are gluttons for punishment. I don't know if you notice it, because they are. 'Cause listen, man, I'm a Jedi Knight in the apostate world, and people laugh, but I am. But have you noticed how people call in Rick and everybody, and then they say how they've been to fellowship 4, 5, 6 times?
Yeah.
You know, I don't sound nuts, right? You got to fellowship.
Well, you know why?
I walked out. They started treating me like that. I just walked out.
Back. They come back because they want their family and friends back.
Okay, that's 2. We'll give you 2, 1, and then 2. But when you get to fellowship 3, 4, 5 times, at some point,
yeah,
you're in glutton for punishment. Yeah. At some point, you don't know how to shut up.
And look how long it takes, right?
Yeah.
You come back.
Oh, I'm back.
Look how long it takes them to come back.
Yeah.
I hear
and the other one is
years.
Have you noticed
hey guys,
how, like, go ahead.
It's Eric, and how you doing? I was just gonna say, like,
we're having fun.
Yeah, I'm having fun with y'all. Yeah, I was disfellowshipped twice. My uncle was disfellowshipped twice. Let's see, Don Roderick's. He passed away, unfortunately. He killed himself, but he was disfellowshipped 4 times, and we all have a sneaky suspicion that the 5th time was going to do him over, and he just ended his life. He never felt good enough. And this man was a millionaire. No joke. He had a company. My uncle worked for him, and he did delivered auto parts and manufactured some of the alternators and stuff like that there. But he lost. I don't know. He had a really sad life from Watchtower. They abused and used him up. He had all kinds of drama in his family. Way earlier in the show, they were talking about how some women are covering up abortions to not get to not get busted. I could see how that's a thing, because I've never personally seen that, but with this man that I'm talking about, he had a kid out of wedlock, and what happened was this is not known from the congregation. It's just close friends, and some of it leaked out. But I was close, so I was close. I'm close to certain people in the story. But what happened was his wife cheated on him with an elder from another congregation, and to get revenge, he knew that elder's wife had a crush on him, so he slept with her and got her pregnant. They didn't abort the baby; they hid it and pretended that it was the father's. But the thing is that everybody in that family, they're all Italian, and they're all brown hair, brown eyes, all of them, and they're all introverted. They're all very quiet people and shy. And then this kid, he's blonde hair, blue eyes, and he's ridiculously extroverted and doesn't fit in at all. And when I heard the story, I said, "Oh my God!" And I know I shouldn't say his name, but I know the kid. I grew up with him, and I'm like, "Oh my God, that's why he doesn't look like everybody." But no one wanted to go through the shame of having to have that through the community forever, And so they just kept the identity from the. And the person that told me it comes from his best friend, and we were all tight, but I wasn't as tight with him. But my uncle was too. So I was a part of their crew. But yeah, I just brought it up because there's a lot of situations like that, and a lot of I forgot what we were talking about.
When you share that and things I know and things other people share, it's supposed to be better than the big old world, but it sounds more soap opera-y than your standard community,
like the soaps I was watching, right?
Yeah.
Hey,
I think somebody on this 6 screen said that they knew somebody that was disfellowship either 5 or 6 times, and I'm just like, Jesus, you guys are right. It's like emotional gymnastics. Because I'll tell you what, I don't know if you've ever been in this situation, but being physically out, mentally in, is the worst place.
That's what I said. I just gave up Armageddon about 2 years ago.
Yeah. Oh, good for you, honey. I didn't know you were still. Yeah.
I've been out for decades, but I was still, you know, these nightmares and these notions and these end time things, and I'm like,
wow,
it's not going to be like that.
Well, that brother that got his fellowship 6 times, his name was Kevin Bacon. When he goes, "Thank you, sir. Can I have another?"
Kevin Bacon.
And speaking
That's
of soap
not
operas,
the famous Kevin Bacon.
so no, it was a joke. But in the movie,
Oh, it was a joke. Okay.
So speaking of soap operas, that's the other thing with the 6 screens. So you say, "Hi, Rick. This is Joe," and they tell you a story. And you know, I was with a prostitute, and then I cheated on my wife, and then they tell you, and I'm like, you know, as like, and so there's a part of me, like, I understand confessing your sins. I understand, you know, but you know, like I'll give you an example. You know, Dan Clark talks about the masturbation. Hey, I'm with you, man. I understand the big picture. But boy, I've noticed that a lot of ex-Jehovah's Witnesses, I know it's not just me, but I mean, they get down and dirty with the details of their past. And I'm like, hey,
right,
you know, this is a family show. This is a family show. And I don't know if do they,
I don't like the cussing.
You know, they don't have any forgiveness, though. These people keep going back, and it's like they're not granted any absolution.
Yeah.
Amnesty or something, yeah. Now, cussing is real simple. You know what? Do you know why? I didn't want to say it to Dan because I don't want to, you know, I'm not trying to pick on them, but do you know why people curse and use bad words? It's real simple. Is because they do not have command of the English language. So I always tell myself the same thing. Whenever I use an F-bomb or whatever, I say, Gilbert, you do not know enough adjectives, and it shows. So now I understand every once in a while there is no other word in the English vocabulary that could replace that word, or, you know, but 99% of the time we can choose better words. And that's all it
you
is.
Can, you can really cuss people out if you really,
you know what, the worst thing
is
when somebody turns around and says a GD word. I mean, I cringe. I'm like, I never say that. You know, that's like the worst words you could put.
Yeah. I would offend you all. I cuss like a sailor.
Yeah, I know.
I can't help it. I worked at a boatyard. I was in auto body for 16 years. I'm not making excuses, but I actually enjoy it. I know the English language well. I can describe myself very well, but the problem is that life has been so hard that it's just easier to say, God damn, fuck, this is ridiculous what I'm going through. I'm sorry. I don't feel remorse for it.
You can have one of mine.
I won't swear anymore, I promise.
You can have one of mine.
Okay.
Damn it all to bloody hell.
There you go. That's what that's a swear word in England. Right? Bloody.
Bloody.
Because I worked with a boss that was Aussie in England, and bloody is a swear word there.
Yeah.
Right.
But it's just words. It's the power that we give the words, I feel like, you know. But, however, I do understand that some people just don't like the ugly speech, and I respect that. So I try to.
Well, if it was on broadcast radio, you would be fined by the FCC, and you would lose your show. It would cost you
but
thousands
everybody does podcasts now, and it's just like now YouTube just fines you if they do, but they don't usually fine you for swearing. It's more for like they shut your channel down if you say something like I don't know, something about the vaccine.
Oh, okay.
The V word.
Any kind of truth that they don't want it exposed.
Hey, but Eric, I disagree with you, and just
it's okay. We can agree to disagree.
Yeah, no, it's because the command of the English language. I really do believe that, and I believe because words are like the pen is mightier than the sword, and so curse words are like swords. But a person who really tries to come up with different words in the proper settings. Like instead of saying SOB, you could say son of Jezebel, you know, and that would be perfect.
Well, here's the thing, right? I used to have, this sounds like an elder, because I used to have an elder tell me, hey, Eric, instead of saying crap, why don't you say, what do you say? Tell me to say poop or whatever. And I'm like, no. He's like, well, it's a euphemism. He goes, it's a euphemism, and you might as well be saying the S word. And I'm like, nah. And I just never bought into that. I was so like,
No, but it,
You know
no,
what?
but it is a
You know what?
You
When
either
I
elevate the English
saw-
language or you lower it. That's all.
yeah,
When
I got you.
saw what Paul wrote, every word that comes out of your mouth is accountable. And I looked at that and I said, "Oh my!" You know.
But words are about intention
it makes
too.
you think.
Words are about intention. So, just because I say a cuss word doesn't mean I mean that was my intent to offend you,
If you really want to get creative rather than cussing.
Jehovah's Witness elders that were like in carpentry that I knew, they hit their hammer. What do you think? What words going to come out of their mouth?
If you hit, yeah.
I had an elder one time. It was hilarious, and I actually really like this guy still to this day, even though he's a teamie. We don't have contact, of course, but we worked on a job together, and I was a young teenager, and we were doing construction, and he put a wall up, and he's a big job, and he's looking at the wall, and it's he's like, "Does that look straight to you?" And I'm like, "Nah." And it was he's got the measuring tape, and then he takes the what do you call it, the beam, and he's not the beam, the balance it, what do you call it? Anyways,
the level.
He measures everything out, and he knows it's wrong, and he's looking at it, and he goes, shit. And the householder said, "I thought you were Jehovah's Witness, and Jehovah's Witnesses don't swear."
What did he say?
Start over. But he said, "Well, we make mistakes sometimes, and we're not perfect." But she made a good point. She made a good point. If we're gonna say
Eric,
we don't
do you
swear,
know how to cuss with the Bible?
Yeah, what's that?
There's a really good scripture if you want to cuss with the Bible.
Mm-hmm.
See, if you're really mad at somebody, cussing is elementary school.
Yeah.
Really curse them out.
Mm-hmm.
That takes creativity.
Yeah.
There's a scripture in the Bible. This works if you're driving your car and you want to give somebody the finger. Instead, you say, prostitutes and tax collectors will be in the kingdom before you.
Oh.
You know what my wife does, Pixie? You know what my wife does when like someone's really mad? Like when they have like a situation with traffic or something, and there's an exchange. My wife blows a kiss, and the person doesn't know what to do, especially when it's a woman. But she does it like with like a scowled look at her face, but she still blows the kiss. So
I used to use the old vaudeville.
I got pulled over because I got cut off, and the person that cut me off, I flipped him the finger, and it was a cop, and he pulled me over for it. And you know what? It didn't go well for him because I didn't get anything happen to me. And I told him, I said, "How fast were you going? Because you were flying." And he said, "I was doing 40. I said, 40? It's the speed limit says 30 right here. Plus there was a hump in the road. And I don't have to slow down for that." I'm like, "You should. You're a cop. Lead by example." Oh, he didn't want to hear me. He just told me to get back out. Because I asked him for his badge number and everything. I'm feisty.
Tom here in Ukiah don't like me because I'm not a drunk. I'm not a drug addict or nothing. And I voice my opinion, right? They just don't know what to do because they can't arrest me for, well, she's not drunk. She's not on drugs. She just got a mouth. And I'm not cussing them out or,
I've learned to slow it down, though, because it's got me in trouble. I've even lost jobs from having a mouth. And not because I was said anything wrong. Like, I'll tell you, for example, I didn't realize this. It was a real big life lesson that I even learned with Jehovah's Witnesses. It's not just politics. But I was working at this job, and it was new, and they were paying me okay, but they didn't promise me the work that was there, and I was per job. And the manager came up to me and said, "Oh, did you hear about that shooting?" I said, "Which one?" You know how it is. And he said, "The one in Virginia." And this is like back in 2012 or 13, somewhere around there. And I said, "Oh, that one's fake." And he said, "What?" I said, "Yeah, I watched the video." I said, "Hollywood could have done a better job." I said, "Nothing about that made any sense. It was fake as hell." And it was a fake, It got buried and they never talked about it again. I know it's a conspiracy, but I'm sorry. The video, any normal thinking human being, and he asked me my opinion, so I told it. Well, he freaked out on me. He said, "What? You think that the media would lie to us and put a false story?" I said, "Yes." And he was red in the face at me, mad, and our relationship was not good at that point anymore. And I had to get out. I left. There was a chance I might have come back, and then it was just too toxic. But they did teach me a lesson to shut up. I mean, this is amongst friends here, me talking, but I've learned with money and politics don't mix. You know, business and politics don't even bother. Just keep quiet. And I've done that too many times to have to finally learn the lesson. You know, it's like I'm Forrest Gump.
Hey, so Pixie, I think you'd like this because the other day, Pixie, I was driving and you'll like this one because somebody flipped me off and they gave me the bird. And I enjoyed it. That's a Rodney Dangerfield.
You enjoyed it?
that was Rodney Dangerfield. Yeah, that's his line. Yeah, I enjoyed it. Yeah, because of his age.
Right.
You know, because of his age. Yeah.
Nobody gives me respect. Nobody gives me respect.
But no.
Boy, I tell you, nobody gives me respect there. I tell you,
pretty good.
I don't like cocaine. I just like the way it smells. I tell you.
Yeah.
I only tried marijuana one time. What can I say? I was high on coke. That's the Rodney classics.
Yeah,
very good.
But the thing about
you gotta when you do it, you gotta like take your shirt and pretend you're like fixing your tie. I tell you, and you gotta put your little roll in your voice. You know, my neighborhood is so bad. Let me tell you. That's enough.
So Pixie was right.
I'm just having fun with y'all.
What Pixie was saying that cursing is elementary, and she is right because what happens is the thing with Watchtower. Like I keep telling you earlier that they don't uplift a human being. You're not going to stop a human being from cursing. It's just not going to happen. It's like telling a kid don't do something. It's going to happen. So the problem with religion telling people to stop cursing, they're fools because you're not going to stop it. So the best thing to do is elevate them and says there's a better way, and you teach them a better way to do it. And that's the problem between that's the problem with religion and religions is they want to micromanage your life, and it can't be done. It can't be done.
That's true.
Sometimes I'll say the SH word, and then I automatically I'm like, "Sorry, Lord, I didn't mean it." You know, it's like it's like habit or something.
I don't apologize for anything anymore.
You try to break it, you know. I mean, I'm pretty good at breaking it, but there's sometimes, like, if I'm around this one lady, she cusses all the time, right? And they do say it's who you hang out with.
Yeah,
that's true.
That you end up being, right? You know,
that's true.
But what did you say, Pixie? You don't apologize?
I said I no longer apologize for anything.
I just say, well, I just say, I'm sorry, Lord. I didn't mean it. You know, at least I'm catching myself.
Yeah, you know what? When you say that about not apologizing, my brother Jesse says the same thing. Like we'll say, you know, you have every right to be wrong. You know, you're in America. You have every I think it has to do with age. Like people get tired. Like as a human being, you just get tired of
Yeah. Now, if I've offended someone and they're close to me, I would apologize to them. But as far as
let me just ask
as far as an attitude,
like
I'm not groveling anymore.
Yes.
And
what if God swears? What if Jesus and God swear? I mean, Jesus called people vipers, and those were curse words in Bible times. We don't know anything about God.
Eric, you should use that one. Call them a
all we know is
den
what
of
the Bible
vipers.
says.
It's a good one.
Den of vipers. There you go. That's what it was.
Den of vipers. When you do that, you've cussed better than anyone else in that room.
Den of vipers.
Exactly. Doesn't that feel good because it has consonants in it?
Mother vipers.
And throwing the change
Mother
tables.
of a viper.
No. Through those change tables.
No, the difference is it doesn't have any sexual connotation.
That's
the difference.
Yeah, of course
And
not.
so-
Well, because the F word. Yeah.
It's a sexual connotation. So,
But the SOB cussing actually, I had a book around here that had lots of folkways and things in it, and it was an author in California. I think she'd been a witness. She became like an anthropologist or something. The SOB word really goes back to like the Greek. There was a goddess that was hated by the Christians or something, and so it didn't relate to the personal mother of the person you're cussing out. It went way back to like Demeter or some goddess somewhere,
like son of Jezebel, something like that. It's just
sort of like that. Because
my father, when he found my Rage Against the Machine cassette tape, he was like, Eric, this music is horrible. He's like, it's got a rebellious spirit, and there's so much swearing, it's ridiculous. I said, well, you and Mom swear when you fight, and he didn't like that.
Oh, I bet not.
But they do. They swore. I mean, like, geez, like, you think that, where do you think I heard it from? I heard MF and all kinds of stuff from my parents. They act like good little Christians on the outside, but on the to the outside world, but on the inside in our household, they fight physically. They cuss and swear.
You
My
never
mother
knew what
picked
was
up
in
a broom and threw it, and the broom cut her own hand, and she had to get stitches.
I learned
my mom got,
and my dad was an elder through all this.
I started to smoke, at 14, and my mom got mad and said, "I don't want you smoking." And I go, "Why not? You're killing me with your cigarettes. You smoke with, on me in the house. You smoke on me in the car. How do you
Smoking's
think I got it?
a bad habit.
I go, don't be a hypocrite."
Hey, Gilbert, do you think the Roman Church is going to change their thing?
On what?
Because you said, was it you or somebody else last week that said the Roman Church was going to be more conservative?
Oh, it wasn't me.
Okay.
No, that Pope Francis, he's a lefty.
I know, but I saw this show last week where the younger people want the pendulum to swing toward conservatism now within the Catholic Church.
That's everywhere. There's a civil war going on in every state, every country, everything.
What do you think about Israel right now?
I want to hear what Gilbert has to say.
Well, I'm just saying that the whole world is divided right now. You're seeing so what's happening in the Catholic Church is no different than what's happening everywhere else. It's kind of like, I hate to say it there, but it's kind of like biblical, like it's the whole world is against, we're like in a civil war in every part of the world. Just pick your country.
It does seem to be global. It does.
Yeah.
When I was researching last week, I was looking at about 1580, and I was looking at some of the Renaissance thinkers, and there was more to it than painters.
Oh, yeah.
They were looking at Egyptian beliefs, and they were looking at the beliefs of the Roman Church at that time, and they were trying to have some kind of synthesis of all the world's beliefs in 1520 or so. And there were factions even within the church that were in agreement with it at first. And then they had the Inquisition where all these people got dead. So this idea to have a new religious thing is not, it's not a new idea.
No, Solomon was right. There's nothing new under the sun.
So I'm wondering if the major religions might try to rewrite and reconfigure to have more of like one religion. And I haven't heard much about that this year, but then when I heard that these younger people in the Catholic Church wanted to return to a more kind of Latin conservative way, I thought, well, I wonder if that would win, or I wonder if Pope Francis would have like New Age and different things and combine that with Christianity. It's an interesting thing to think about.
Yeah, because the thing that they try to use to sell this one world government is if everyone if everyone has that, they have the same currency and they have the same religion, then guess what? There's no need for wars.
Right.
And that's where the peace and security lies in.
I agree with you, Gilbert. I think that's it.
On the Left Behind movies is a one world religion.
So if we don't have any borders,
they say one world order. They don't even call it religion. They call it one world order.
But it's more than religion because it has to do with like borders. It has to do with money. So the CBDC is part of it.
Right.
And so, but the selling point is we don't have to have any more wars because, it's all under one flag, under one banner. But
and if they do that, they'd have to cut the population too.
Yes. Yes.
And now I see why Biden is letting everybody come in the borders.
So
I'm like, oh my God, he's letting everybody come in. But he's already starting it.
Yeah, but all this is a recipe for disaster. Yeah, it's all a recipe for disaster. It just will not. It's great on paper, man, but in reality, it's just not going to work.
It's not going to be what it was.
My son gets mad because I talk about it to him, right? I go, I can't believe he's letting these people come in, and they're killing people because they hate us, right? They hate us so bad that they're killing people. And then he got mad at me and hung up on me, and I go, okay, yes, you hung up on me, buddy. Call me, and I will hang back up on you. And he said, I just didn't like hearing that, Mom.
Yeah.
I didn't talk to him for 2 or 3 days. I got
now
mad,
the connection.
Now
here we're Jehovah's Witnesses, so we got to know: is there a Watchtower connection? And what we do know is that Watchtower is always quoting the United Nations.
Exactly. And they were Masons. Did you know he was a Mason? He was a Mason before he got his.
What interested me last week was the new art.
And that all made sense. I'm like, oh my God.
The King Charles?
Well, yeah, that was interesting. But the other art that the witnesses had on their broadcast of the Scarlet Harlot looking like Demi Moore.
What about that ring?
She's not looking drunken or like, well, there's the Scarlet Harlot. We don't want to be her. She was looking very elegant and very glam and very poised. It was a totally different witness take on that cartoon image.
Well, think about what I just told you earlier. If the United Nations is, because the United Nations has all the languages like Babylon. So if the United Nations is Babylon the Great, and Watchtower is in bed with them, because you see it all over their literature. Like go on this week on JW.org, they're just quoting the Secretary General of the United Nations. Boom, boom, boom.
Wow.
And so it would make sense that they would have to change their tune because this is the old Jehovah's Witnesses painted her in a bad light, but now
she looks like an elegant glamour girl now.
Yeah,
yeah, really does.
I remember when she looked really bloody and really like.
She's not drunk. She's just really elegant there, and she's on that beast like it's the best sofa she could have.
And they're NGOs. The Watchtower, they're members. So
I know
if they're a member of that organization, they have to paint her in a good light.
Well, they did. They literally did.
Yeah, and see, this is why I say a lot of ex-Jehovah's Witnesses are scouring the internet, and this is why I say you can't. Jesus never said research. A lot of these things we're never going to be able to get the smoking gun document. You're never going to find the email or whatever. Jesus says, pay attention to how you listen. If you just
Right.
if you stop and you just
Listen.
if you look at if you listen to what they're saying, you listen who they're quoting, you listen to all of these little things. You don't need the smoking gun. You don't need the silver bullet. You don't need the documentation. It's plain to see because from the abundance of Watchtower's mouth, they're speaking. So when Watchtower painted that picture that you're describing, that's the abundance of their heart. They're painting it. That's what they're telling you. What's in their heart.
The art department has never lied to us within that organization. They really have.
They've always told us. Yeah. And that's my one beef with Barbara Anderson. I know everybody loves Barbara Anderson, and I love her too. But I called Barbara Anderson one time, and she gave me she kicked me like, get out of here, kid. Because I told her, I go, how is it that Watchtower has these images, demonic images, in the art department?
Came out?
Oh, no, this was about 3 years ago. And so, so I said, it doesn't make sense to me how you can get away with it one time, but 2 times, 3 times, 4 times. Eventually, you know who the mole is in the art department. You know.
Yeah, art school. Art school is so cool.
Yeah.
It's a frat, just like the legal department is its own frat. The art department is its own frat.
Yes, I agree with you.
And for an artist, now it's different for a Bethel boy to go up there.
Correct.
And it would be a different deal given to a doctor or a lawyer to go there.
Yes.
For someone in the art department, that would be a coveted thing to do because artists actually like an artist colony unto ourselves.
Yes.
So if I could go there or someone else that's an artist, if we could go there and paint all the time with a patron called the Watchtower, and we get a cafeteria and we get a free room and board and we have a spouse, that's all the artist is ever going to want.
Yeah.
So
my daughter
they're telling us from the inside what's really going on, and they have for 40 years or more.
Yeah.
I remember my daughter, we're all sitting there. You know how quiet the Kingdom Hall is? Well, my daughter is sitting there and she's drawing a bunny, right, on paper. And then she looks at us and starts giggling. And it was so embarrassing, We're like, and she's showing me the bunny, how funny the bunny looks. And she even told me, even to this day, she goes, remember when I started laughing? Because I was drawing that bunny? I go, yeah, Tasha, I remember. It was very embarrassing. It was so quiet.
Yeah.
Wow.
No, I know. Hey, so the thing about Barbara Anderson, I'm not knocking her. I'm just saying you're right. She's in a different department, in the writing department. And like you say, she's in a different clique, in a different group. And so my whole thing was, as a CEO, if you're a CEO, you're the governing body member, then I would say to the art department, what the hell are you doing? Why are you causing me these problems with these images? And I would isolate the problem. But the point I'm trying to make is that I agree with you. They have a clique, and the governing body knows that they're doing it, whether they approve or not. They're
well, they may not be savvy enough to see what we're seeing. As long as the deadline's met and as long as the art department finishes the project they want, there's little Easter eggs hidden in that, just like it's hidden in animation that is made by in LA. And for those that have the eyes to see.
The Little Mermaid on the
I know.
is the first one. It had a penis also, just like the
I know.
Disney has all that. Disney has all that.
And so it's some of it is like a fraternal. I really agree with you, Pixie, that it's like a fraternity, kind of like they're talking to each other, like, hey, I'm here. I mean, we're here. It's like they
But
give
with
me
the art department, that songbook, they were telling us something.
Yeah. Yeah.
I heard they changed the songbook.
Yeah, of course
they did. Yeah.
They did.
The backlash is too
wow. I used to cry at some of the songs, you know, when we were singing them. They really did take you to the heart.
Yeah.
You know, like We Are Jehovah's Witnesses.
Yeah.
What about Bees Molested?
I can't hear over her. What?
Sorry.
What was the question, Eric?
Eric, your question.
What was your question, Eric?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt. I was just saying,
No,
what
what
about the just like bees being molested?
Oh, yeah.
That's one of the old songs in the Copper songbook.
Oh.
There was some, some weird stuff. That song doesn't exist anymore.
Right.
I will play some.
Wow, I never heard that song.
Yeah, there's a song, and it's really weird, and it's not really written well, and it's. I guess it's written. I don't know when they wrote that, but molested. It wasn't being used. That was old speech. They used to use that back in the day, and then they changed it or perverted it or whatever. Yeah. But molested used to just simply mean like not to toil with, or not to how do I describe it? It's like not to agitate or bother. Something like that. I know I don't have the definition. I'm extremely right, but
that's pretty good.
I know.
But yeah, there's a lot of weird songs.
Witness rule.
Yes. Hey, well, I will say one thing about that songbook with the penis, and I heard this from Alex Jones. Take it for what it's worth, you know. But he talks
songbook with the penis?
No, the songbook with the penis.
What songbook?
Does that cover the yellow songbook?
That's right. I forgot about that. There's the colorful one. Yeah, there's, and then they edited it, didn't they?
Yeah,
they took it out.
So the idea behind Alex Jones, just take it for what it's worth. The idea is amongst a lot of people that Satan is going to, like, there's rules. Like we have rules on the third dimension, Earth. That in the fourth dimension, in the fourth dimension, the demons have a certain rule book that they have to follow when they're here on Earth. And so the rules are that they have to tell you in advance that they're going to kill you or how they're going to kill you. And so that's why you see all of these documentations of that these conspiracy theory people come up with. They look at this documentation, So what these people are saying is that the demons have to tell you what they're doing.
That's Queensberry rules.
Yeah.
Wow.
And so Watchtower in their literature, in the way they phrase things, in the images, they have to tell you, no, you will not die if you eat from the tree. Like they have to play with the words, and they lie to you. But what they're really doing is they're telling you this is how we're going to kill you. But they play with the words, and you believe something else. Like I'll give you an example. Watchtower says we're no part of the world, when in reality, we only applies to the governing body. But all of the Jehovah's Witnesses think we're no part of the world. No, that's not true. The governing body is no part of the world. That's why they don't go to jail. Yeah. But the elders who molest children go to jail. The governing body doesn't, because the governing body is not part of this world.
Well, the people in the cheap seats aren't ministers any longer either.
Exactly.
So that surprised me.
Yeah.
Hey,
correct.
And what about the biggest lie that all you're going to do is die?
Yeah.
When I look at that and say, you know what, that's a lie, because we're all going to have forever bodies, and it depends on where we're going. You know, God's going to give us a forever body, right? And
most of the lies
depends. Are you going to be up there, or are you going to be in hell burning? And that body's never going to die. You're always going to be in agony. And their biggest lie is you're just going to be gone. That's it.
I don't pretend to know. I don't pretend to know what happens when you die. But the point I'm trying to make is that the demons,
is the biggest lie that they tell.
Okay, that's fine. But
those
the point I'm
people
trying to make,
are going to suffer.
I know, but I'm trying to make a different point. The point I'm trying to make is that they always play with the words, and so that's what Watchtower's doing. They always play with the words, and
they've reversed everything though. I used to, I was a true believer, as we all were, and I realize now that when I realized that the publisher, when I realized who the slaves were and who the publishers were, then I saw they reversed everything.
Correct. And now you know what I'm talking about when Alex Jones talks about the rules. There's evidently another set of rules that we don't know about.
Is that in his new book?
Right.
No, but he talks about it.
Was he a Jehovah's Witness before?
No. But it makes
he
sense.
just knows about it.
No, it makes common sense that if there's demons on Earth,
right,
that there's certain rules of engagement,
right,
and that's all. Like for example, on Earth we can kill animals and eat them. Well, in a fourth, fifth dimensional creature from outer space, they look at us like we look at dogs or ants or birds. So there's rules of engagement of different dimensions.
Now we're getting into Star Trek.
I know. Now we're getting into Star Trek. Beam me up, Scotty.
So the rule of engagement is the demons have, like with Watchtower, they have to tell you, but the truth is hidden in their literature. That's why Jesus says, "Pay attention to how you listen."
I think that their reasoning is that if they tell you, it alleviates their karma.
Can I jump in here for a second? Hey, everybody. So what you're talking about here just really reminded me of, the predictive programming that's come out of Hollywood, especially in the last 30 years or so. And, well, of course, if you believe like I do that there's some very, very powerful families in the world that control just about everything in the world, including all the world's media, and I would say especially the world's media and all the world's central banks. There's a Rothschild central bank in every single country in the world, just about, except for maybe North Korea and maybe one or two others. But you think about those, and basically, if those families could potentially be right under Satan, the devil himself, right? So he's handing them their orders, and then they're putting it out through these the predictive programming out through all this Hollywood media over the past 30 years, getting people conditioned to accept things like, aliens and AI and AI taking over the world and all this stuff that was predicted.
What would you say is the most recent predictive programming movie that you would recommend?
Leave the World Behind.
Okay.
And they have been sending. Basically, the rule with them as well is they have to tell them before they do what they're about to do. And if you look at, there was a magazine cover of the Economist magazine, 1988, with the Phoenix and all the world's currencies around the bottom.
Yes, I saw that.
Well, that's basically predicting the CBDCs that they try to implement. So that's what I think.
Thank you.
Did you see
the hip hop movie The Purge?
No. Too scary.
I think there are 3 of them.
Yeah, The
I may have seen one or
two. They got one day to
just watch the trailer.
Hey, do you want me to really scare you? This will really scare you.
Yeah, I do.
Okay, ready? So we all know that the Ouija board works. You ask it a question, it'll give you an answer. Now,
correct.
Right.
What if instead of using a Ouija board, a computer nerd like Bill Gates instead of a Ouija board, gives the demon a keyboard with a computer?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And then
I hear you.
And then you have AI. I'm just saying.
Right.
So how do you know that Bill Gates actually typed that thing in? It could have just been a Ouija. It could have been a Ouija board but instead you use the keyboard. I'm just saying, my imagination.
Well, with the new technology, the technology was making up legal cases because they said, can this technology pass the medical boards and can it pass the bar? And it had passing scores, but it made up legal cases that didn't exist.
Oh, wow. Wow.
So,
yeah, I don't.
It's not.
I wonder if there's going to be technology where somebody can come to your screen. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They can actually get inside your house.
Somebody said that the new phones are going to be able to have a more accurate map.
Wow.
Yeah. Well, they're saying that.
They're going to have to know how to track you, no matter what.
Well,
they already got the tracking.
The technology that's out there is so far advanced compared to what we have, because a lot of people say if you look at if it's true that the Apollo mission to the moon had a computer system that was less advanced than our iPhone, then what they're trying to tell us is if we have iPhones today, what is sitting behind in the military bases is stuff that we cannot imagine, and I do believe that. But Alex Jones talked about how
I don't believe about the moon.
No, I know, but the point is, Alex Jones, he was talking about how he was getting phone calls, and it was perfect mimic of Tucker Carlson, which is his friend. But you couldn't tell. But you couldn't tell. But like somehow you knew it wasn't him. But the technology was so good that it sounded like him. But the human being can actually say, "Well, no, I'm talking to a computer." But that's how good the technology is now.
Right.
Joel from the Vast Apostate Hour did a video where Alex Jones is talking about the governing body, and it sounds just like, it's funny. If you look at it, the Vast Apostate Hour, and you'll see a frog, and it's from JW Broadcasting, and it's like Alex Jones at jw.org, and it's funny because it sounds so real. And then he did another video, and he mimicked the voice of Lloyd Evans, and it sounded just like Lloyd Evans.
Wow! And
this is where it's scary now, because we're getting to a time where you might have to just check out and say, and tell everybody you'll never hear from me ever again, and if you do hear from me, then it's not real.
Yeah. And this would be the true death of journalism, because you wouldn't know if the story was true or not.
And they say that might even happen in this election season, where imagine you're saying that the president, whoever's running for president, they can make up any story.
So it could be like Max Headroom. Remember Max Headroom?
Yes.
Yeah.
Now the other picture, there was a picture of our senator in Arizona, Mark Kelly, the one that went to the space station.
Yeah.
And there's a picture of him in during the State of the Union and stuff, and it looks like he has a mask, a silicone mask on his face, because there's like a big gash in his neck, and people are saying, "Oh my God, could this actually be like?" If some people in Congress actually not be who they say they are.
Well, he actually does have a twin.
Yes. And that's what people are saying, that these pictures may be false too, but they can also be sending a message that, hey guys, we got this technology to make you think. For example, the president is dead, but we have the Weekend at Bernie's, we make everybody believe.
Right. Yeah. Weekend at Bernie's. I love that movie.
That's the scary part. Well, that's the scary part, that we're living in a world now where you don't even know if the governing body that's speaking is really him. That's like, we can steal Stephen Lett's voice and the computer technology, AI could probably make a video and make it look
I
like
think the robot would make up better doctrine.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's for sure. But that's the world that we're living in, you know.
Yeah. Well, you know, it says we're going to see delusions. Or he's going to put certain people in delusions. Right?
Yeah.
So, you never know. That could be part of the delusions, right?
Well, we certainly have the ecological problems that couldn't have been thought of in the first century.
No way, yeah. Yeah, we're not in Kansas anymore.
No, we're not.
Yeah. And the other thing too is like when Jesus was here on earth, there was a whole bunch of people that were demon possessed. But were they demon possessed? Think about it.
Well, they may have had neurological conditions. They may have the man in the cemetery may have had schizophrenia.
Licking frogs.
Well, the thing that's interesting to me about the Book of Luke is every specialty. The Journal of American Medical Association did paintings, and Jesus in the Book of Luke covers about 12 specialties.
Yeah, but check this out.
The whole thing is when they were demon possessed, he would talk to them.
Well, hold on a second. Check this out.
And who are you?
I'll answer your question. I'll answer what's happening. So when you look at what happened in Jesus' time, there was a whole bunch of people demon possessed. I venture to say that he was visiting San Francisco, downtown LA. And you walk the streets and you look at the streets. That's what it looked like when Jesus was here. All of the homeless people.
Absolutely. That was the ward that he was in. Absolutely.
You tell me Marco Polo wasn't bringing fentanyl from China to Israel. The drug trade has always been around.
Yeah.
There's always been drugs in one form or another.
Right.
And so I believe that when Jesus was here on earth, there was a drug problem. And they didn't know what it was, but they called it demon possession.
And also, if people don't have the right nutrition,
yes,
they can have problems like that too.
Lead poisoning was common.
Yeah.
So, what I'm saying is
but
that
didn't
today,
the demon say we are legion?
Yeah.
In other words,
there's cases of
you're many.
There's cases in psychiatry now like that.
Yeah.
And they even said, "What are you? You're already coming here to get us?" You know.
So
they knew who he was.
Yeah. But the point I'm trying to say is that today we're seeing the exact same thing in pretty much every country. Yeah. Not every country, but
it has been. That's the thing that shocks me, because I'm not easily shocked by a lot of this. And I've been looking at Revelations for years now.
Mm-hmm.
The situation with borders is also happening in Ireland and the UK right now, and I guess the continent of Europe as well.
Yeah.
And
where they're taking them out,
and the food prices are happening, you know, in other nations, not just where we are. This is because I can remember when, you know, there was this crisis or that crisis, and the witnesses will say, "Well, this is this and that." I'm like, "Well, yeah, I see the extinction of an animal or the ocean problem, but this is all over the place right now."
Yeah, I know.
I thought, wow, when we had that virus and it hit everywhere, I was like, oh my God, that was worldwide.
But it wasn't nearly the numbers of 1918.
Yeah, it wasn't. And you know what?
Well, I wasn't born yet. I was born in 61, so.
Yeah. The one that scares me is when they have microplastics on Mount Everest. It's everywhere.
Yeah.
Antarctica there.
Yeah.
And then when Revelation, like you talk about, when the sea, you know, everything, like, I can see everything.
A third of the sea, yeah.
because of the microplastics.
And I mentioned that to the Bible study sister that was here that tried to take our house. She didn't know her Bible. Because I said, well, we're in that now. And she looked at me like, well, no, we're not. I'm like, do you even understand about the ocean?
Correct. Because see, if you read that Bible text without the religious connotation, just from a secular point of view, like you're not being judgmental. You're just being a secular point of view, and you're talking about the microplastics, and you're like, oh my God, this makes sense. And then when you talk about the rivers and the blood, and then you see like how all of the pharmaceuticals, when people they flush them down the toilet, we don't take them out, and it goes down, when you pee, when you excrement.
Right.
It goes through wastewater. And so we and it goes into our water system and it's killing the fishes. And you're like, oh my God, the fishes are dying because and then you're just like, again, put your religious feelings aside, just from a secular perspective, just reading it and Revelation, you're like, oh my God, this is.
I think we're about at the end of everybody's favorite, which is the tuna fish. They're huge fish.
Yeah.
And I saw a show about Japan some years back that was fascinating, and they said by a certain date we wouldn't have tuna. I think we're almost there.
Yeah.
Wow.
And the microplastics.
Because of all the stuff that's going in the ocean.
Yeah.
And they want,
so there's going to be foods that we're not even going to be able to get.
Now listen, and they want to go to another planet so they can mess that one up.
Oh, they're ready. I think they're ready to go.
I'm like, you really think God's going to allow you to go to another planet?
Yeah. God doesn't have anything to do with that. They're ready.
So he's got power.
Well,
he's not going to allow them to ruin another planet of his.
There's that word allow again.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it is his planet.
Yeah. But when I saw the thing about the microplastics in the Mount Everest, I was like,
it makes you cry.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't have to be that way, And that's just a couple of items in the Book of Revelation.
Yeah. One good thing, we've got blue herons here again. And they were on the extinct list, and those big birds are here and all up and down the East Coast again.
Well, let me scare you. Let me scare you again. So, again, I'm just looking at it from not a religious perspective,
I know.
From a secular point of view. So you read the book of Genesis, and it goes back to the DNA issue of angels materializing, and then they have sex, and then they have babies.
Right.
And so then you fast forward to the year 2024, which is today, and then you start seeing the messenger RNA, the scientists. And so you think, what's the difference between an angel coming down or a guy with a lab coat playing with DNA? And then what about genetically modified foods? It's all the same as far as DNA. From the days, from the very beginning and today.
The difference would be that those women, even though those pregnancies must have killed some of those women, they did have successful pregnancies. What has happened after this medical incident is the Scottish doctor said he'd never seen anything like it at that hospital. These women are having fertility issues now. And Ask Dr. Drew is finally saying this, and things that would have been considered a theory or a conspiracy or those two words together, there's now lawsuits.
Correct. So just link it with Genesis. It's just the uncanny resemblance.
Yeah.
I'm not saying this. I'm just.
Oh, I see what you're saying exactly, but
you know what I was told?
There's heart attack issues in 18-year-olds.
Yeah.
I was told
and
those
lots
shots,
of deaths.
Those shots that they gave us, are stopping like young, say my granddaughter got a shot, and now she can't have a baby.
Right.
That's what I was told.
That's what's happening.
Yeah, that they stopped them from be able to produce, which is scary.
Yeah. Very scary and
My
very
sister
sad.
told me, my sister never got the shots. She told me, you've been duped. You've been duped, Janine. And my brother-in-law said, don't you dare take another one. And I go, okay, I won't. And I only got the COVID one.
Hey, now I want to scare you again, because I'll scare you again on, and this is scarier than the COVID shot. My brother Jesse and I, we talk about how every religion plays Revelation and Armageddon like a Hollywood production. All of the books, everything is always, every human being thinks of Independence Day. They think of something huge. What if Armageddon is something exactly opposite of what everybody thinks? And it happens, like I joked around earlier, and nobody actually knows that it happened. Like, what if we are living in the Great Tribulation? It's just we don't know it because we've been cooked so long like frogs. And we are, so there's a point of people saying, like, we're all frogs that have been cooked, and we're living in the middle of the Great Tribulation, but yet we don't even know it. And then Armageddon comes, and it's nothing like they taught you in Sunday school. That was just food for thought. I don't pretend.
No, my brain has. I've looked at that track myself.
Yeah.
There's subtleties to this. And there's a lot of people that. Well, didn't Jesus say they'd have weddings and they do this and they that, and they wouldn't even notice? Didn't he have one like that?
Yeah. Well, yeah, like Barabbas in the movie. In the movie Barabbas, when Jesus dies and everybody's just the solar eclipse, and then everybody, like, when it's over, it's like, okay, what are we gonna have for dinner? Like nothing happened. And you know who said that? Cat Williams, when he did that video with Shannon Sharp. It has like 70 million views now. But he said
that was good. That video, yeah,
it was. Wasn't it amazing? And when he's talking about the religious experience, he's a Jehovah's Witness. But anyways, make a long story short, he says something, and I played a clip one time on my channel, but I tell Jesse all the time. He goes, the one thing everybody in Hollywood has in common is they pretend it didn't happen. So he's talking about rape. So a lot of people get raped or abused sexually to get certain jobs and whatever. But he goes, they all walk around like nothing happened. And that's how, like, and when he said that phrase, it hit home, because I thought, that's how the whole world is. Like, everyone's pretending it didn't happen, like nothing happened.
It didn't happen.
Like in a fog. Like, like, did you not see that? And everybody's like in a fog. Like you said about getting married and and all that stuff. Like, that's how I look at the world. Like, I go, there's a movie clip where is a funny clip where those two actors are Nazi soldiers, and then he goes, "Are we the baddies?" How do you saw that?
Are we the baddies?
Are we the baddies? And they're both dressed in Nazi uniforms. And he starts going over the Nazi uniform. We got the skulls and everything. Are we the baddies? And that's how sometimes, are we living in the Great Tribulation? Because
the great director Coppola. I'm a great fan of Apocalypse Now. The great director Francis Ford Coppola just announced yesterday he's got a new picture, and it's a parody of ancient Rome, but it's New York City.
Yeah,
he's right on target with it. And I guess it's supposed to have some dry humor in it. I haven't even seen the trailer for it yet, but it's like the fall of Rome, but it's New York. So part of it's going to kind of be Roman, and part of it's going to kind of be modern, and it should be quite the trip.
And it's kind of like Babylon the Great, right? Because she sits on the city. Get out.
Yeah. It's supposed to have like all kinds of stuff in it.
Yeah.
And he's a great director, and he spared no expense. And
I can see this. Yeah.
Yeah. So that they'll be making some noise about that. I'll have to see if there's a
So
trailer
that's
on
a new
YouTube
movie
tomorrow.
coming out?
They just announced it yesterday. So key in Francis Ford Coppola's new movie and see what you get.
Wow, man.
But he knows,
Wow.
you know, because they're, you know, they're aware
They
of their
all
job.
know. They all know what they're doing.
Well, see, that's kind of that was kind of the gist that everybody knows.
Yeah.
And so here's the fall of Rome, people, but it's New York.
Well, I wouldn't say that everybody knows. I think everyone's compartmentalized. We're all like in a big skyscraper. We're all living on different floors. But everybody on the floor is talking. So Coppola is like on floor 17 and and they're all talking. And I think that's how the world is. But pretty soon, you know, the whole dang building is going to be talking to each other. But yeah, they have everybody compartmentalized. But yeah,
because London and D.C. and New York,
I mean, my
like the
sister
business
said they
districts,
already.
the commercial real estate market is falling, and the department stores haven't come back and stuff. You know.
I know a lot of places are closing down here. J.C. Penney's, we lost Denny's.
Yeah.
Well, the problem with the commercial real estate is that it goes up for refinance because they don't get 30-year mortgages. So so what's happened is a huge percentage of the loans come up for refinancing, and the interest rates are super high now. And so they don't. And then we're talking about occupancy rates in these buildings that are like at 20%, and so you can't pay the bills when only, you know, when you have 100 offices and only 20 of them are paying customers.
Yeah, right. I mean, before this crisis, every storefront in the major cities was full. Every window was full.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, you know what the scary thing I heard about Walmart is that they've got some places, they look like a big old warehouse where they're going to be taking people to. You know, like concentration camps.
No.
I was hearing about that. I was like, wow, really? It's scary.
I know it's scary, but I don't worry about it too much. I don't let that, you know why? Because fear.
I know.
Always fearly.
You know what I see happening?
I know. I got to depend on the Lord. I can't let everything scare me.
Do you know what I see happening is the service. You know, we used to go down the street to shop, and if you wanted to return something, you could. If you wanted to purchase something, you could.
Yes.
If you wanted to just look in the window, you could. Now, every time that something has to be canceled, you call and you get the damn robot.
I know.
And it makes it almost impossible to do any kind of business smoothly.
I just scream at them. I go, I want to talk to somebody.
Well,
like when you want to call the bank or anything, you have to scream at those bots, you know?
I will tell you one thing about the smart money out there. The people that they're like apostates, and you know, the NBCs, the CNNs will not have these people on their shows. But they're so successful that, you know, they'll get 10 times the views on YouTube than other. But anyways, they say that, and it's hard for people to understand, wrap their head around this, but the best thing that can happen to a country is like a complete, total financial collapse, like a reset. Because it's hard at first. It's very hard.
Somebody has $100 and they don't want to lose their $100. What if they have a house? They don't want to lose their house.
Yeah, but the whole thing burns down. But it's like the volcano, right? When it burns everything, then the new growth starts to emerge. That in order for something new, like to say the Constitution were to come, there has to be a complete destruction of the old. So we're living in a time where, like a lot of these people say, yeah, it sounds bad, and it is bad, but it really isn't bad. It's new growth cannot happen
unless you have a complete destruction of the old. And when you wrap your head around that idea, then you're no longer afraid. You believe in God. You're not afraid. You understand that this is a cycle. It has to take place. It hurts because people will die and people will suffer. But at the end of the day, there's never been a day in your life that you've been alive that you didn't have food to eat. There was food. There was food everywhere. There really was. And everyone's trying to get everybody in a fear mode. Fear. And it doesn't.
See, my parents were in. There was a 7-year drought before the crash of '29.
Yeah.
My parents remembered that, and they lived in that region. The East Coast and the West Coast did not have that situation, but the center of the country did.
Right.
So
where even the deer were hiding.
Right.
The deer.
And the people in
my
Britain,
God, they're going to come and eat me.
the people in Britain were happy when America sent that bad, hard Christmas candy and Spam.
Yeah.
So imagine people that were happy to get hard candy and Spam.
Yeah.
But look what happened afterwards. There was a
Oh yeah, it was a boom afterwards.
Yeah, then you got the Beatles.
Hey, my mom used to give me $1, right? My mom gave me $1, and I could buy a thing of eggs, milk, and bread with that buck.
I remember those days.
Yeah.
Well, you still can. You still can. It's just the $1 that your mom gave were two 50-cent pieces that were 90% silver. And they were, and those
would
same
be about $60 now.
Yeah, and those same, correct. And those same half dollars, if you had the exact same half dollars or quarters, it would still buy you the same amount, if not more, today. But if you have paper, no. So what happens is gold and silver. So God made gold and silver.
Bill.
Because this is how they get everybody, because they don't teach the financial education, and they get you on a thing that they call nominal confusion. See, they use these phrases and these words and these paper dollars, and they confuse everybody. Let me give you an example. I have it right here. In 1971, the average person made $10,000. And if you would have gotten paid, if you say, you know what, don't pay me in paper, I want gold. Well, gold was $35 an ounce. That means you would have gotten 294,000. I'm sorry. You would have gotten 294 gold coins, which is close to 300 gold coins a year. And that would be $10,000 in wage. Well, if in 2024 today, you were to get 294 coins a year, gold coins in pay, as your job, that would be an equivalent of $698,000. That's three quarters of $250,000. So what happens is it's called nominal confusion. They trick you by having a piece of paper that's green, and they put all these presidents' faces and everything, and they call them these names, dollars, quarters, and everything. And so you believe in that system, but in reality, what they're doing is they're stealing behind you, because they give you a piece of paper, and before they would give you a coin that was the actual tangible. And see, the thing about the coin, and what people don't understand about gold and silver, it's a unit of measurement that God made, because the amount of work and effort it takes to get a gold coin out of the ground in the mountains and in the rivers, and then melt it and make a coin, is the same amount of labor that it takes to make a saddle for a horse. So when George Washington was president, he would get one gold coin and he would buy a saddle for his horse. If you go to 2024, that same gold coin is worth $2,500.
That's about right.
And then you go and you look, how much does a saddle for a horse cost? It costs $2,500. So what happens is it's a measure of labor. So everything is measured on one side of the scale,
and gold is on the other, and that's how things are measured, gold and silver. And it's that, and the reason God did it that way is because no human being is able to recreate gold and silver. They can do diamonds in a lab, but they can't recreate gold and the properties. And they're constant. They're constant. So that way, God knew that the bankers were going to rip you off. But gold and silver, copper, and titanium, all of these metals that God made, they had their properties, and you could try, but they were properties. They're part of the periodic tables. They're not going to change. And this is why, like when you get a silver coin, you tap it with metal because you want to hear a certain sound, or you get a whole bunch of them, or you put a cloth paper over it, and you could see the shine of the silver go over the cotton the paper. And so there's a lot of little things. And when you buy a silver coin, it'll tell you the centimeters in width and height, and then so there's three things. It says it weighs an ounce. It's 40 centimeters wide, and so many millimeters thick. And if those three things match up, it's 100% pure. If it doesn't match up, it's an alloy. So, like, say for example, you got silver and you put copper in it, or nickel. It's not gonna. You're not gonna get those dimensions, or it's gonna weigh too much, or it's gonna weigh too little. And so that's how you know. And those are the constants. That's why God made a constant. And gold and silver are those constants, and they represent the amount of labor that it takes. So the amount of labor it takes to get it from the mountains is equal to the amount of labor it takes to make a loaf of bread. Wow. That's how it's done.
That's why they're talking about weights in Revelation. You know how it talks about that to get wheat.
Days wage for a loaf of bread.
Yeah.
And you know what's fun about the fact that
that's pretty much the coins, right?
Yeah. And I thought about doing this video about I don't know if I'm going to do it but anyway, maybe I should just do it for myself. But just check this out, because gold and silver has increased in production in the same percentage as the human population, and that's not a coincidence. Everybody who's anybody in the gold and silver business and history, they know that the amount of gold that existed, during the Roman emperors, and today and the population, it follows the same line up.
Right, but there's not too much of it.
No, but it always mimics the population. And that's the way God made things. It's really interesting. More humans, more gold. More humans, more silver. But check this out. Check this out how it works. We can get aluminum and turn it into a foil paper, real thin. And we can get an ounce of aluminum and make a big old roll of paper. So we have the technology right now, and they're called gold bags. You can get a gold bill. It's like a $20 bill from the state of Utah. And what they do is it's super fine, the film of gold. They stamp it and everything, and then they put plastic on top and plastic on bottom. But it looks like a dollar bill, but it's 100% gold. It looks gold, and it's one one thousandth of an ounce. So if you burn it and you put it in the cubicle in a crucible, it'll weigh 1/1000th of an ounce. It's already been tested.
Wow.
So here's the point. The point is that there's 28 billion $100 bills in circulation right now. 28 billion. Well, there's just in the amount of gold that's in New York City at the Federal Reserve Bank, just there, allegedly, that's there. There's enough gold where we can have twice as many gold foil coins in existence. So we have 28 billion gold, 28 billion $100 bills, we could have 50 billion, 60 billion gold paper bills. And the technology is already there. So what happens is you could put the gold and silver in the hands of we, the people. But see, the governments don't want to put it in the hands of we, the people. They want to put it in their vaults. And because the gold and silver is always in the hand of the governments and the banks, the power has always been taken away from the people. But before the Civil War and up to the beginning of our country, America, during the Industrial Revolution, it went through that revolution because Americans had gold and silver. Everybody had, and they traded. So there was freedom. Power was in the people. And so this is one way where the governments, and this is why the religions don't teach you this, that this is why all of the gold is in the hands of the bankers and it's hands of the government, because they don't want it in the hands of we, the people. Because if it was with you, you would not have a need for them. The power would be with you. Because he who has the gold makes the rules.
Right.
That's why they have all the rules. You see, so God in his infinite wisdom made gold and silver, and as long as it stays in the hands of the people, well, then we don't need Washington. We don't need the Federal Reserve. We don't need Wells Fargo. We don't need anybody. We got this.
Right.
Amongst ourselves. And that's,
I can't top that. That's the story of the night. That's amazing.
Yeah.
So the technology is already there. We already have the technology. And anybody who tries to say, no, the technology's there. And we could do it at a fraction of the price. And we have all of these F-35 fighter jets that are sitting idle because they're all broken. And I was thinking, if we just take 2 or 3 of those fighter jets, that the money that it takes to build 2 or 3 that are sitting idle, that's more than enough money to create these dollar bills and gold and silver coins and put them in the hands of people. But they don't want to do it.
In the meantime, we got people sleeping on the pavement.
And it's not necessary. It really isn't. And a lot of that is because of despair, because I heard today on the news, and I thought, oh my God, this lady's right. A family of 4, it takes $1,000, more than $1,000 a month in food right now in some places.
Right.
And I'm thinking to myself, if I'm paying over $100 a week in food just for one person, that's $400.
My heart goes out to those people.
Oh no! If you actually think, if you actually were to write down every day how much money you spend on food,
I know
you're going to get close to $100 this week times 4. That's $400. And then and all of those other people that like you say, so that leads people into despair, and it increases the homeless population. People just give up and they surrender. And not everybody that's homeless is on drugs. A lot of people live in their cars, their vans.
Yeah, I know. It's sad.
They give up. Yeah. And
well, that gold story was fabulous. I'm going to go to sleep because I am getting to that zone.
I know.
It was a delight,
I got to get up by 7 to get in the shower and go to church.
Yeah.
Well, have a
My
good
church
Sunday.
starts at 9:30.
You know what? I'll do that video. I'll do that video for you. All right. Good night.
Okay. And check out that Coppola movie. We'll discuss that later. Bye.
Yeah, I wrote it down. Goodbye.